Try it now, sir. It's that.
Good. Leave it on. All right, I just want to give everybody like a 30-second, 1-minute warning. We're going to get rolling here in just a minute. Actually, come to think of it, that was a bad idea. We'll just go ahead and get started. The committee will come to order.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Mr. Thornberry is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry. Does the chair agree with me that we have a quorum of the committee physically present in the room?
Yes, we do. We have just about everybody here, so we have a physical quorum.
Thank the chair.
Thank you. There's a fair amount of preliminary statements to make here, so I'm going to get through those, and then I'll turn to the opening statement that I have, an opening statement of Mr. Thornberry, and then we'll get rolling through our subcommittees. So the committee will now mark up H.R. 6395, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021. I'd like to welcome the members who are joining today's markup remotely. Just about everybody is here physically present, but we do have some members who are participating remotely. We have done a hearing doing this before, and it worked quite seamlessly. So I think the process is well set up, and I will do this in more detail in a minute, but I do want to thank the staff. In fact, if we could just pause for a moment and give the staff a round of applause, I think that would be very appropriate. This was not easy to set up. Those members that are participating remotely are reminded that they must be visible on screen within the software platform for the purposes of identity verification when joining the proceeding, establishing and maintaining a quorum, participating in the proceeding, and voting. Members participating remotely must continue to use the software platform's video function while attending the proceedings unless they experience connectivity issues or other technical problems that render the member unable to fully participate on camera. If a member who is participating remotely experiences technical difficulties, please contact the committee staff for assistance, and they will help you get reconnected. When recognized, video of remotely attending members' participation will be broadcast in the room and via the television internet feeds. Members participating remotely are asked to mute their microphone when they are not speaking. Doing so will help to ensure that the remote technology works properly. Members participating remotely will be recognized if they are visible and seek recognition verbally. In all cases, members are reminded to unmute their microphone prior to speaking. That sounds like sound advice. Members should be aware that there is a slight lag of a few seconds between the time you start speaking and the camera shot switching to you. Members who are participating remotely are reminded to keep the software platform's video function on for the entirety of the time they attend the proceeding. Those members may leave and rejoin the proceeding. If members depart for a short period for reasons other than joining a different proceeding, they should leave the video function on. If members will be absent for a significant period or depart to join a different proceeding, they should exit the software platform entirely and then rejoin it if they return. Members are also advised that I have designated a committee staff member to, if necessary, mute unrecognized members' microphones to cancel any inadvertent background noise that may disrupt the proceeding. Members may use the software platform's chat feature to communicate with staff regarding technical or logistical support issues only. Remotely participating members should see a countdown clock on the software platform's display, but if necessary, I will remind members when their time is up. And you all know I will not be shy about doing that. For the purposes of voting, remote members are reminded that they must unmute themselves to vote. For voice votes, I will pause for a few seconds when asking for votes to ensure remote members' votes have been heard. For roll call votes, remote members are requested to both say their name and how they vote. Doing so will help to ensure that the clerk can properly record your vote. Remote members must be visible to me on the screen to vote. Remote members who experience connectivity issues or other technical problems that render the member unable to fully participate on camera will not be able to vote. And that, believe it or not, is all the preliminary procedurals. I want to start my opening remarks where I started earlier, thanking the staff, but specifically thanking Zach Stacy, Everett Coleman, and Doug Bush, who took the lead and put together this entire room, made the microphones work, got the remote video set up, We've been working on this for some time, and I really want to thank the three of them for their outstanding work. As I say over and over again in this process, the best thing about this committee is the staff. The consistency, the professionalism, the experience serves us all in this country incredibly well, and that has never been more true than in the last 4 months now. So thank you again, I really appreciate that. I do not have a long opening statement. It's going to be a long day. There's a lot of work to do here. Passing the defense bill every year is a challenge. And this year, of course, it's even more difficult given the realities of COVID-19 and everything we've had to do to respond to it. But I do want to reiterate how important this process is and why I think it is just the best representation of the way Congress should and does work. In this committee, in a bipartisan way, we debate the Defense Authorization Bill, which provides for $741 billion this year for defense and does the oversight function that Congress needs to do on the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy within our national security budget. That's not easy, but we do it every year. And we do it every year because of a bipartisan commitment to work the legislative process the way it's supposed to be worked. We have very good debates, we have robust disagreements, but we keep the process moving forward. And every year for 59 straight years, we've been able to pass this bill. That's the way legislation is supposed to work. You know, we work it through committee off the floor, the Senate does the same, we go to conference, we come up with a product, and we pass it on to the president. I think it's incredibly important that we do that every year. It's even more important that we get it done this year, that we show despite the challenges presented by the coronavirus, by our economic impacts, that we still get our job done and we still know how to work this process. So it's incredibly important that we get that done. And the only last thing I'll say, there are a lot of provisions in this bill, and we'll debate a lot more throughout the course of this day. But at the end of the day, what we're doing is we are exercising our oversight as Congress over national security. As I said, primarily Department of Defense, little piece of the Department of Energy. It's enormously important that Congress does that. For all the different ins and outs of the provisions, us continuing to exercise our oversight authority to authorize what we do on national security is incredibly important. I look forward to working with all of you again this year to get that done over the course of the next several hours. Well, maybe more than several hours, quite a few hours, let's put it that way. With that, I look forward to the process, and I turn it over to Ranking Member Thornberry for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to start making a few comments on process before I turn to substance. Every member on this side of the aisle opposes remote participation in today's markup and in all of Congress's proceedings. We have one of our members who recently became a father. He's not here. He's where he should be with his wife and child, but he will not try to debate or vote remotely, even though he has a very good reason for not being here, out of respect for the institution and the process. And the point I want to make is there's always going to be a good reason to not be physically present, but remote participation degrades the legislative process, especially today, where we sit for hours listening to each other, learning from each other, and finding a way to come together. I hope my Republican colleagues won't mind if I relay that last week we had a Republican meeting to go over the markup and talk about different issues that we expected to be debated. On the issue of renaming bases, we had a very heartfelt discussion where you could hear a pin drop as members from different parts of the country described what they were hearing at home. Members with different backgrounds, military, not military, talked about their viewpoint. I don't know if anybody's position was fundamentally changed. I do know everybody left with a greater understanding of this issue, and that's what Congress was designed to do and be. And you can't do that remotely. So I just want to start out by saying it's going to be easy to extend this beyond COVID. There's always going to be a good reason not to be here. But I would ask my colleagues to be on guard about this process about how special it is in this committee, but also the Congress as a whole. Now, despite our concerns about remote participation, as you can see, all Republicans are here. We're ready to work. We're ready to work together constructively and to participate. And I want to start, or I want to continue that by saying I really appreciate the job that Chairman Smith has done in navigating this committee through times that none of his predecessors have had to deal with. I agree with you completely about the staff. They have been amazing at figuring out logistics, dealing with members who were grumbling about phone calls that dropped and all of that. But the chairman has really led this effort to figure out a way, right at the height of the time when we had to have hearings and come together and draft a bill. And I don't know how it could have been done better. And I appreciate the consultation, the working together to get that done. On the substance of the bill, it seems to me there's been a genuine effort on both sides to work together to get a product that we can support. And I hope that will continue today through the floor and into conference. There have been literally hundreds and hundreds of provisions that were suggested, requested by members of this committee that are in the underlying bill, many more in amendments we'll adopt, other amendments we will debate. I appreciate the contributions of every single member of this committee. Again, that's part of what makes this so special. And I fully agree with the chairman that of all our 60 years, it may be as important this year with all the tumultuous times around us that we come together and are able to work together to get a defense authorization bill signed into law for the 60th time. I think the country and our military need to see and hear that. Just a couple more comments. I support the top line that is consistent with the 2-year budget agreement. I also know, as most of my colleagues know, that the military has had direct and indirect costs that are not reflected in that number. And Ellen Lord, among others, has helped us understand some of those additional costs. And the rest of the story is the world is not going to be safer after COVID. In fact, it looks like it may be the other way around. It may be more dangerous as we read headlines of the day. I still think it's good to stick to this number, do everything we possibly can to get our bill done on time and a matching appropriation bill done on time, and then as and when further COVID supplementals come across the floor, that we address other costs there. But I'd just remind everybody that shortchanging service members in either time through CRs or money has tragic consequences. And I can't help but just remind members of an article that appeared yesterday in Military Times, and let me just read the first sentence. The military services saw an overall decline in the number of serious aviation mishaps and aviation-related fatalities in 2019, reversing a trend in recent years that saw record high numbers of serious aviation mishaps and deaths in recent years. And then it goes on to talk about the details by service, and it goes on to talk about this committee and the work that we have done together to help turn that around. So working together, getting things done, saves lives. This is the latest example of how that can happen. Two brief concerns. There are obviously some choices made in the chairman's mark that I would not have made. I just want to highlight reductions in the requested funding for partner forces in Afghanistan and Iraq. As we cut our forces in these locations, we are more dependent on our partner forces to protect our guys than ever before. And I worry about cuts that make it harder, less likely, or riskier for that to happen. I'm also concerned about extraneous issues in our bill. I know from experience that this is only going to get worse as the process moves forward, and particularly this year when there are so few legislative vehicles, everybody's going to want to hitch their wagon to us. And the danger is that it tends to bog our bill down with all these extraneous issues that have nothing to do with the Department of Defense or our military. We have to always remember that our foremost obligation is to America's national security and the men and women who provide it. Nothing should distract or undermine our ability to carry out that mission. And if that continues to be our guide, then I'm sure today will be a success and that we will fulfill our duty for the 60th time, and the country will benefit as a result. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Embury. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the partnership that we've had, both when you were chairman and now as ranking member. I think it has really helped the process move forward. I should point out on the remote voting that the rules in the House are very specific. The only reason that a member can participate remotely is because of the coronavirus. If basically they are concerned about their individual health and being present. So actually under the rules, Mr. Gallagher, and I've been there, it's been a long time ago now, but when I had my children, I missed substantial numbers of votes as well, but that's not a reason to participate remotely. So if any of you are thinking of like just ducking out because you're getting tired of us, that's not actually within the rules. It's only supposed to be coronavirus related. All right, so the order of consideration for today's markup of H.R. 6395 will follow our subcommittee structure, and we will begin first with the subject matter that falls under the jurisdiction of the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, followed by Sea Power and Projection Forces, Intelligence and Emerging Threats and Capabilities, then Readiness, then Personnel, then Strategic Forces, and finally the full committee. For members' information, we talked about this a little bit, but I want to make sure everyone's aware. Most of the votes are going to come later in our committee. We're trying to negotiate our way through votes on the floor, which are going to come, I gather, at like 1 or 1:30, and you are all now familiar with how long that process takes. It is my intention to keep the committee working through those floor votes. Given the 40 to 45 minute space we have there, if we sort of come and go in a reasonable fashion, and if you make sure you're here, if you wish to speak, or if you have an amendment, I believe we can do that. Now, if for some reason it turns out we can't, we'll take a recess, but I want to give that a try because it is my goal to get done today. I know we noticed, get done without going in too far into Thursday, let's put it that way. So we have tomorrow reserved, and if we have to come back tomorrow, we will. But it is our goal to make this a one-shot markup again to get through that process. I will say I'm not going until 7 o'clock in the morning this time. That was a one-time deal, which you can all be proud that you experienced. We're not doing it again. If it gets to be 11 o'clock, midnight, and it looks like we got 6-7 hours to go, we're coming back tomorrow. But we're going to try to work through the votes in that fashion. And one thing, we will not have our votes while we're also voting on the floor. We're going to make sure those are separate so members can be here and be focused on that. So that is the plan going forward to make sure that we get through all of that. So let me get to where we're at here. So as we're rolling through this, if a member has an amendment that involves the jurisdiction of other committees, we request that the member, before he or she offers the amendment, have a letter from the respective committee chair indicating their waiver or the right of referral. In other words, if the amendment added would require us to refer the bill to another committee, we don't do that unless you get a waiver from that committee saying they will not require that referral. I note I impose the same requirement both including, sorry, what do I do here? I note I impose the same requirement for including language in the underlying mark. I remind members that this approach has been the practice of the committee for many years. It is done so that we can proceed directly to the House floor without our bill being sequentially referred to other committees. Also, it is the practice of the committee that amendments involving additional spending should identify suitable offsets. Members must not offer amendments that could result in a point of order against. All right, let me try it this way. Has the added benefit that I can see now. All right, I'll start up again here. Members must not offer amendments that could result in a point of order against H.R. 6395 on the House floor during its consideration. Pursuant to the guidelines on submitting amendments sent to member offices last week, we will not permit any earmarks in the National Defense Authorizing Act for fiscal year 2021. Without objection, members have 5 legislative days within which to submit written statements into the record. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Before beginning with the subcommittee reports and in following consultation with Mr. Thornberry, I ask unanimous consent that the provisions contained in the reports of the subcommittee and the chairman's mark, which includes full committee provisions, be considered for the purposes of this markup as original text of H.R. 6395, and that these provisions be considered as having been read, and that the bill be open to amendment at any point. Is there objection? Without objection, it is so ordered, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. One quick note, it is required within the hearing room for members to wear face masks. So I see everyone's doing that. That's outstanding. If you, as I just experienced, if you have a hard time being heard when you're talking into the microphone, perfectly understandable to take the mask off and speak at that point. I appreciate everyone's cooperation on that. So now we move on to our first subcommittee. The committee will now receive the report of the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces pursuant to Committee Rule 17, and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to this subcommittee mark has concluded. The chair recognizes the chairman of the subcommittee, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee marked now before the members of the full committee is a result of much hard work in very unusual and demanding circumstances. And I want to first thank the members of the committee for coming together. This is a committee that has had a tradition that continues to work together. You don't have to compromise your values in order to compromise on an issue and come together. I especially want to thank Ranking Member Mrs. Hartzler and her staff for that cooperation. Despite these challenges imposed by COVID, we also been working remotely for oversight. Members and staff gained information necessary to build what we believe is the mark before you, which is thoughtful and comprehensive. Our consideration of the department's request on how best to meet the current and future modernization needs also gives strong consideration to the committee's members' top priorities. In that regard, the subcommittee's recommendations carefully manage how to equip, modernize our military while increasing need for oversight to ensure accountability and execution of the Department of Defense programs, especially focuses on the following: aggressive oversight on the strike fighter aircraft programs, including the most expensive program in the history of DoD, the F-35, and also the FA-18. Particular attention was given to the development, sustainment, and management of manned and unmanned intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, as well as meeting the combatant commanders' requirements. Continue oversight of the Army's new modernization strategy, and including the CH-47 Chinook and the Tactical Vehicles Air and Missile Defense Network. Members have also seen by now the recommendations that support careful oversight and resources of the tactical and rotary aviation, ISR, armor, certainly the critical munitions, and obviously the risk of our defense industrial base. Again, I want to thank our ranking member, and finally to the subcommittee staff who have done an incredible job under difficult circumstances. Bill Sudi, Heath Bope, Carla Zapiri, Liz Griffin, Jesse Towson, and our clerk, Carolyn. I do want to add one other thing, my personal staff with Ryan Ely, and for my Army fellow, Captain Craig Overholt, who today becomes Major Craig Overholt. So I want to congratulate him and his family for doing a great job. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norcross. Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Tac, Air, and Land Forces, the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Hartzler, for any comments she would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by thanking Donald Norcross for his leadership and his strong spirit of bipartisanship in building this subcommittee mark. This mark addresses the bipartisan priorities of our subcommittee members. I also want to express my appreciation to all the members of the subcommittee for their active participation in the process this year and for their valuable contributions that directly informed this bipartisan mark. In building the mark, the subcommittee conducted oversight on approximately $118 billion in program budget authority for fiscal year 2021, covering almost every domain of combat capability. I believe this mark will advance the progress we have made over the last several years in restoring readiness and modernization consistent with the objectives of the National Defense Strategy to maintain credible deterrence. As such, the mark rightfully manages operational risk in fighter force structure requirements and strongly supports the need for a highly capable mix of fourth and fifth generation fighters. Through oversight, the mark takes the necessary actions to set better conditions going forward to mitigate shortfalls in the Navy's strike fighter inventory. And the mark also supports the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter, and we all understand the critical need for this program. Building off previous committee oversight, and the mark works to ensure that the F-35 will have a successful full-rate production decision as well as a fully reliable and affordable plane for the future. I'm also pleased this mark takes appropriate steps to manage risk in airborne ISR, capability and capacity, and requires more detailed certifications and justification for decisions related to retiring these critical platforms without a suitable replacement. Finally, I'd also like to express my thanks to the subcommittee's staff for their hard work and their dedication throughout the process, to include Jesse Tollison, Bill Sudi, Heath Bope, Carla Zapiri, Liz Griffin, and Caroline Curley. I also want to mention my MLA and LD, Chrissy Lee, my military fellow, Tom Spellman. Mr. Chairman, the subcommittee's mark is a good step in the right direction and reflects strong bipartisanship. I encourage everyone's support, and I yield back.
Thank you. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the committee's report? Hearing none, we will now consider on block package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Norcross for the purposes of offering the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to call up on block package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Okay. So all these amendments will now be appearing on your handy-dandy little tablet in front of you, as we did the last couple of years anyway, as opposed to passing out paper. So as long as everyone has that in front of them. Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Thank you. It consists of the following: Log 8R1 by Representative Slotkin, Log 49 by Representative Brown, Log 117R2 by Representative Kelly, Log 118R2 by Representative Kelly, Log 152R2 by Representative Kelly, Log 195R2 by Representative Abraham, Log 242R2 by Representative Whitman, Log 244R1 by Representative Hartzler, Log 245R1 by Representative Hartzler, Log 268 by Representative Scott, Log 271R2 by Representative Bishop, Log 273 by Representative Cheney, Log 337R1 by Representative Mitchell, Log 349 by Representative Wilson, Log 398R2 by Representative Banks, Log 431R2 by Representative Gallagher, Log 519 by Representative Brooks, Log 558R1 by Representative Turner, Log 579R2 by Representative Bergman, Log 580R1 by Representative Kelly, Log 582R1 by Representative Brown, Log 619R1 by Representative Waltz, Log 624 by Representative Horn, Log 631R1 by Representative Sherrill. Yield back.
Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? And people will have to help me to make sure we recognize anyone. You're more spread out than usual, so if someone does have something to say, make sure I'm aware of it. If not, the question is on the adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Norcross. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
Aye.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me a second here. My glasses are now caught in my mask. That was something that I read and should have made note of. When we do that, I'm going to have to pause for a second to let the people who are participating remotely speak. Also, I think someone has neglected to remute themselves, so if they could do that remotely, that'd be great. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Sorry, where are we at now? This one. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee's report of the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land as amended.
The question is on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey. So many as in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Moving on. The committee will now receive the report of the Committee on Sea Power and Projection Forces. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to the subcommittee mark has concluded. The chair recognizes the chairman of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to offer the subcommittee mark for Sea Power and Projection Forces portion of the fiscal year 2021 NDAA. Mr. Chairman, Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution states, Congress shall have the power to provide and maintain a Navy. This subcommittee's mark executes that directive with a bipartisan bill that, as in years past, will truly make a difference in our nation's Sea Power and Projection Forces policy. I want to thank my colleague and good friend, Ranking Member Rob Whitman, for his partnership in this process, and to all our members on both sides of the aisle for your constructive input into this year's mark. Going back to last February's budget, it became immediately clear that we were facing a daunting challenge in our subcommittee's jurisdiction. Airlift and sealift were under-resourced. The Navy's shipbuilding budget was cut by 17% from last year. The request for new ships, as verified by the Congressional Research Service, was actually 7, the lowest since 2009. And the statutory requirement for the Defense Department to submit a 30-year shipbuilding plan was and continues to be brazenly ignored. Thankfully, our mark is actually aligned to the Navy's actual requested priorities that were not included in last February's budget. Our mark recommends that the Navy procure 8 new Battle Force ships, 1 more than originally requested. This includes the first Columbia-class fleet ballistic missile submarine, 2 DDG-51 Arleigh Burke destroyers, 2 Virginia-class subs, 1 fast frigate, and 2 towing, salvage, and rescue ships. Additionally, as a co-sponsor, I look forward to an amendment that will soon be offered by Mr. Byrne that will bring that total to 9 with the procurement of a high-speed EPF ship. The mark reverses one of the most confounding elements of this year's budget, the elimination of a Virginia-class submarine, which would disrupt the 2-a-year build rate for the first time in a decade. Since 2011, our subcommittee and Congress has diligently sustained the 2-sub build rate as a way of mitigating the decline in our submarine fleet, and has already previously approved $1.1 billion to support a second 2021 submarine. We have heard from Navy officials again and again that there is industrial-based capacity to support a second submarine in 2021, and that restoration of that platform is their #1 unfunded priority. That represents the most cost-effective and least disruptive way to mitigate our declining fleet. Last week, the Navy announced a milestone $10 billion contract to begin work on the first 2 Columbia-class ballistic missile submarines, the culmination of a decade of preparation that goes back 3 administrations. In our mark, we authorized that contract by legislating incremental funding within the National Sea-Based Deterrence Fund. And I would like to pause here for a second and just direct a question to Mr. McNaughton from our subcommittee staff, because again, a kind of intuitive, logical question is being asked about whether or not these two muscle movements, which are substantial, whether or not we are going to inhibit or hinder in any way the Columbia program, which is clearly a top priority in terms of our triad. And I'd yield to Mr. McNaughton just to respond to that question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Because of the multi-year contract that the Virginia class is under, if the second FY21 boat is not authorized and appropriated, the shipbuilders will continue to build a second Virginia starting in FY21 because of the multi-year. So they will essentially be bringing work forward under that contract. The result of that will be if they maintain the current schedule that they are, or if they recover schedule as they're planning to do, by the time they get to the end of FY23, they will run out of Virginia-class work to start. And due to the nature of the contract they have with their unions, they are required, if there's a reduction in workforce, to lay off the most recent hires, and that will be the second year of production on the Columbia-class submarine. So the result will be they will actually have to be laying off workers that they had intended to hire for Columbia due to the reduction in Virginia-class work. So if a second submarine is not authorized or appropriated in FY21, we'll see a potentially impact to Columbia in FY23, and at that point, there's very few levers for the Navy to pull to try and help that workforce and help correct Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. McNaughton. And again, that extends to shipyards in Virginia, New England, and actually 48 states that are part of the supply chain that, again, are going to be instrumental in terms of that program. In regards to projection forces, we were asked to cut aerial refueling and tactical airlift in return for investments in new high-end capacity. The problem is, as Mr. Whitman, I think, can powerfully state, that new capacity is not operationally ready. So this mark prudently reduces the number of KC-46As to a minimum contractually allowed sustained production rate until the new vision system is actually fixed. And we will ensure that our legacy capability is in place until the Air Force and industry partners deliver a working tanker. We also established a statutory requirement.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grady, your time has expired.
Okay,
If you want to
thank you.
wrap up just quickly, that's fine.
Great.
No, thank you. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Sea Power and Projection Forces, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Sea Power and Projection Forces mark is a strong bipartisan mark. Chairman Courtney has done an exceptional job of truly advancing the interests of the Sea Power and Projection Forces efforts. This mark seeks to rapidly expand unique asymmetrical advantages the U.S. maintains over peers and seeks to impose a cost imposition strategy with these investments. Preeminent in this mark is the inclusion of an attack submarine, the #1 unfunded request by C&O Gilday. We also include critical capabilities to expand undersea strike with 6 P-8 Poseidon aircraft in advancing a future attack submarine design. This mark is equally about providing support to the Army. I previously opined that we can have the world's best Army forces, but if they can't get to a contingency in the time frames expected, what good are they? We seek to address some of these concerns by authorizing the purchase of 4 used sea lift vessels, the authorization of a tanker security program, and the establishment of a C-130 aircraft force structure floor. While this is a good start, I continue to believe that Army needs to invest significant capital in logistics to better manage lift requirement. Finally, this mark is about oversight. We curtail the KC-46A, an aircraft that is replete with deficiencies, including an ineffective remote visioning system, a refueling boom that is so stiff it may go through the canopy of an A-10, tanks that leak excessive fuel, and a habitual foreign object debris manufacturing defect that continues to manifest itself today. Additionally, we limit the procurement of large unmanned surface vessels until basic unmanned concepts are demonstrated. The department can do better, and it's our job to make sure they do. This Sea Power mark, and as I review the chairman's mark, are worth supporting. But I'm also cautious as we continue to review amendments for our consideration that can be very divisive. As we move deeper into the markup, I am reminded of a quote by a more contemporary book, The Lord of the Rings. In the book, a group of varied interests align in a common purpose and are contemplating whether they have the will to overcome an evil so great that it seeks to completely wipe out their civilization. One of their companies opine, The quest stands upon the edge of a knife. Stray but a little, and it will fail to the ruin of all. Yet hope remains while the company is true. My friends, this is a good mark. Chairman Smith and Chairman Courtney should be commended for their leadership in giving us a mark worth supporting. My fear is that we will be considering a number of potentially divisive amendments over the next few days. While my hope to vote for an NDAA remains true, I am concerned divisive tendencies could prevail to the ruin of all. We should all be reminded that the purpose of our quest is to pass a bipartisan mark that can overcome dithering forces that seek to weaken our national security and our nation's resolve. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee reports? Hearing none, we will now consider en bloc package number, oh, sorry. Where are we at here? Ms. Loria. Ms. Loria is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you for yielding, Chairman Smith. As Vice Chair of the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Chairman Courtney and Ranking Member Whitman on putting together a strong mark for this year's NDAA. The strong shipbuilding and maintenance authorizations provide certainty for the industrial base that ensures our fleet is ready for tomorrow to fight and to win. I'm particularly pleased that the Chairman's mark restores full funding for the 2nd Virginia-class submarine and the advanced procurement to maintain the 2-ship-per-year build rate. Without a naval force structure assessment or an updated 30-year shipbuilding plan, it is impossible for Congress to provide adequate oversight of the Navy's budget, and this bill contains strong language to compel the Navy to provide these guiding documents to this committee prior to making changes to their force structure. I'm proud to support the Sea Power mark and urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the subcommittee mark? Seeing none, we will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Courtney for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and the gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following: Log 20 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 44 by Rep. Brown, Log 67 by Rep. Conaway, Log 70 R1 by Rep. Conaway, Log 96 by Rep. Horn, Log 113 R4 by Rep. Kelly, Log 116 R1 by Rep. Kelly, Log 172 by Rep. Loria, Log 289 by Rep. Brandisi, Log 319 R1 by Rep. Kelly, Log 324 R1 by Rep. Larson, Log 357 by Rep. Whitman, Log 400 R1 by Rep. Norcross, Log 457 by Rep. Luria, Log 466 by Rep. Garamendi, and that's all.
Is there any further discussion on the en bloc package? If not, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Courtney. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
So many as are opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. I'm sorry. Okay, we will now consider log number 311. For what purposes does the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make this very quick. I want to commend Mr. Courtney and Whitman and their committee for moving very aggressively forward to develop the capacity of the Navy to move personnel and material around the world when needed. They've made enormous progress on this. This issue has been before this House and this committee for several years now. It's called the Energizing the American Shipbuilding Industry. Basically, it requires that a small portion of our exported natural gas and oil be on American-built ships. It would add significantly to the capacity of the maritime industry to meet the needs of the military should that ever be required. However, this amendment has a problem, and it's called the Energy and Commerce Committee. And we've not yet received a waiver from that committee, and therefore the amendment would have to be withdrawn, unfortunately. So with that, unless somebody wants to chime in and give strong support, I withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for the purposes of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Sea Power and Projection Forces as amended.
The question is on the motion, and the gentleman from Connecticut, so many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. A quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. All right. The committee will now receive the report on the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Emerging Threats and Capabilities. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all the amendments to the subcommittee mark has concluded. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin, the chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin, for any comments he would like to make. Mr. Langevin, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you on an impressive year and your leadership, and I want to thank also Ranking Member Thornberry. I'm pleased to present the Intelligence and Emerging Threats and Capabilities Subcommittee's portion of the fiscal year 2021 National Defense Authorization Act. I want to extend, first of all, my sincerest thanks to Ranking Member Stefanik for outstanding bipartisanship and for support and for the sound, transparent collaboration between she and I and the members on the subcommittee and our staffs. I also want to thank our subcommittee members whose diligence and oversight and in crafting meaningful new policy is reflected in this mark before us today. And of course, I must acknowledge the IETC staff, Staff Director Shannon Green, Eric Schnellgrove, Josh Stiefel, Jessica Carroll, Bess Dobkeem, Joshua Schmidt, Caroline Grelly, and on my staff, my MLA Caroline Goodson and my military legislative fellow Matt Lake. With that, Mr. Chairman, we began this year focused on the many threats from malign actors that destabilize the international order, from interference in democratic institutions to disruptions of critical infrastructure, cyber attacks, gray zone activities, and continued development of weapons of mass destruction. We suddenly found ourselves in a crisis the likes of which we have not seen in a century. The novel coronavirus pandemic has taken over 125,000 American lives and upended our way of life. It reminds us that we must confront challenges before they become crises. To that end, the subcommittee mark reflects our steadfast commitment to ensuring that the Department of Defense plans for, invests in, and matures the critical warfighting and deterrence capabilities to maintain our technological edge, protects and secures our supply chain capabilities and information, and postures the joint force effectively against current and future threats. We prioritize spending to the highest priority requirements. First of all, we restore $135 million in funding to the Cooperative Threat Reduction Account, fixing a devastating cut in the President's budget, and add over $50 million in funding for investments and efforts in biotechnology, and pandemic preparedness. This mark adds nearly $600 million in science and technology funding, as addressing the challenge from rising science powers requires an ambitious plan of national investment, including in social science research programs like Minerva. Central to our thesis on the R&D side of the IETC mark is that great power competition is also a race for talent. This mark ensures our Special Operations Forces remain a professional, agile, and ready resource for high-end missions to protect our national security, while at the same time continuing their progress towards addressing the strategic challenges posed by China and Russia. And it supports funding for weather and climate research that advances the intelligence community's analysis and estimate capabilities in the area of environmental and climate security. Our subcommittee mark promotes the alignment of intelligence and security capabilities to the National Defense Strategy. And I'm particularly proud of its incorporation of a remarkable number of recommendations prepared by two commissions comprised of some of our nation's most forward-thinking defense experts and futurists. The National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence's work will lay the foundation for the country's workforce, ethics, and security requirements as machine learning and artificial intelligence tools become more prevalent across societies. And the Cyberspace Solarium Commission, which I had the pleasure of serving on with my fellow subcommittee colleague, Congressman Mike Gallagher, who is the co-chair of the Solarium Commission, along with Senator Angus King. I also want to take a minute just to congratulate Mr. Gallagher and his wife on the birth of their new child, but also his leadership on the Solarium Commission. This has provided a strategic vision of layered cyber deterrence backed by recommendations to implement it. I'm incredibly proud of our leadership in taking the first steps to achieve Solarium's vision. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank again all the members of the subcommittee for the extraordinary work and for the staff on putting this mark together. With that, I'll yield now to Ranking Member Stefanik. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Emerging Threats and Capabilities, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik, for any comments she would like to make. Ms. Stefanik, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. I want to start by thanking my friend, IETC Chairman Jim Langevin, for his leadership, and all of the members of the subcommittee for their attendance and participation in our hearings and briefings. We've covered critical issues in this mark, including the department's contributions to the COVID-19 response, and we have done so in a collaborative and bipartisan manner. I would like to take a moment to highlight 3 broad themes that I believe are notable within the mark. First, this mark is active in all areas of the subcommittee's jurisdiction, with special emphasis on basic research and the important contributions that our science and technology ecosystem, including our universities, the DoD laboratories, and DARPA, provide to our collective national defense, including our pandemic preparedness and response. There are important lessons learned that must be captured from the current COVID-19 crisis, and this mark begins that process by requiring the Government Accountability Office to review the department's biosurveillance and detection capabilities and ability to respond to chemical or biological events in the future. This mark also restores a critical social science research program that has provided foundational insights into violent extremism, great power competition, and foreign information operations campaigns. Second, this mark strongly supports the department's investments in emerging technologies and builds out the structure that will transform our research investments into military capability. This mark establishes a pilot program inside the Defense Innovation Unit that will modernize how the DoD identifies and employs our Reserve and National Guard service members. It also includes a provision that elevates the Joint AI Center as a direct report to the Deputy Secretary of Defense and establishes a board of directors that will forge long-term partnerships with industry and subject matter experts. These provisions demonstrate how important artificial intelligence is and how urgently Importantly, it must be integrated into not only our weapons systems, but our healthcare systems, our predictive maintenance efforts, our humanitarian assistance missions, and our cybersecurity. Many of these provisions came from the AI Commission, which was part of a previous NDAA. Our ability to apply artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies faster than our adversaries will allow us to maintain our competitive edge over Russia and China. Mr. Chairman, I am also pleased that this mark will continue the tradition of rigorous oversight of ongoing and sensitive military operations and the structures of our cyber and special operations forces. It includes requirements for the Department to study the establishment of the Cyber Reserve Force and update policies to streamline the interoperability of our Reserve and National Guard forces when dealing with cyber incidents. This mark also requires the Comptroller General to review how our elite special operations forces are pivoting to the challenge of great power competition and reinvigorating our efforts in the contested information and cyber environments. And finally, as the proud representative of the soldiers and families of Fort Drum and the 10th Mountain Division, my work on this subcommittee is important. It's integral to ensuring the safety and security of the men and women sent into harm's way. This subcommittee mark supports our force protection and military intelligence capabilities to ensure our service members have the tools they need to mitigate hostile actions while they continue their important missions abroad. As the representative of the most deployed division in the United States Army who is currently serving in Afghanistan, my #1 priority is force protection and the safety and security of the brave men and women called into action to protect our national interests. I'd like to take a moment to thank our dedicated professional staff members of this subcommittee, and in particular Eric Snellgrove and Jason Schmidt from our minority team, as well as Shannon Green and the entire majority team. Thank you as well to Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Thornberry for your leadership. This is a strong subcommittee mark, and I urge my colleagues to support. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the subcommittee mark? Yes, Mr. Thornberry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a moment to highlight the work of this subcommittee and commend the chairman and the ranking member. We're not going to spend a lot of time debating cyber and artificial intelligence and biological preparedness, some of the most important things, not only for now, but for the future of our military. And I just especially want to highlight, as Chairman Langevin said, this subcommittee created an artificial intelligence commission that is still working, but a number of its preliminary recommendations are now included. This subcommittee set up the Cyber Solarium panel on which the Chairman Langevin and Mr. Gallagher sat, and a number of those recommendations are included. And I just think there is such important work here that we won't spend much time debating, but it is literally the future of the nation. And I would just add a third thing, and that is biopreparedness. Chairman's mark puts money back into the bio-threat program, which was exactly the right thing to do. This subcommittee has kept its eye on preparedness for biological threats, and I worry that COVID is educating our enemies on how they can come at us. And we're going to have to be even more prepared in the future. So lots of good work within the subcommittee, but also on these outside panels, and I just wanted to highlight that. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Thornberry. I just want to echo those comments. I think we both were chairs of this subcommittee once upon a time, and you're right. It's usually not something that we debate a lot in here, but there's incredibly important work that goes into that, and you know the future of warfare, the technology that is involved. It's incredibly important stuff, even if we don't debate it and argue about it. So I want to second the ranking member's comments. It is now in order to consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Langevin for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I want to thank both you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Thornberry for their comments. And since both you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Thornberry chaired or were ranking members of the subcommittee, I take that as high praise and hope that both of you feel that you've left the subcommittee in good hands between myself and Ranking Member Stefanik and all our members. So I thank you for the comments. With that, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? I know I've said this before, but that used to be such a more interesting moment. All kinds of people would fly up from the side, paper would be passed out, we'd run back and forth. Now we just sort of go, okay. Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. Mr. Langevin is recognized for 5 minutes, and it may take him that long. This is a fairly long en bloc package for the purposes of explaining the en bloc amendment. Mr. Langevin, you are right.
I hope I don't have to ask for unanimous consent for more time, Mr. Chairman. It's quite a list. With that, en bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Log 10R1 by Representative Slotkin. Log 19 by Representative Gallagher. Log 57 by Representative Stefanik. Log 93 by Representative Gallagher. Log 137 by Representative Lambourne. Log 160R1 by Representative Langevin. Log 177R1 by Representative Brown. Log 187 by Representative Bacon. Log 203R1 by Representative Waltz. Log 204 by Rep. Whitman. Log 300R1 by Representative Brindisi. Log 313R1 by Representative Whitman. Log 328R2 by Representative Langevin. Log 335 by Representative Langevin. Log 338 by Representative Larson. Log 351R2 by Representative Waltz. Log 371 by Representative Waltz. Log 392R2 by Representative Houlihan. Log 393R1 by Representative Langevin. Log 394R1 by Representative Horn. Log 402R1 by Representative Torres Small. Log 427R1 by Representative Spear. Log 440 by Representative Kim. Log 447R1 by Representative Carbajal. Log 458R2 by Representative Waltz. Log 465R1 by Representative Brindisi. Log 473R3 by Representative Sherrill. Log 479 by Representative Stefanik. Log 488R2 by Representative Torres Small. Log 504 by Representative Khanna. Log 506 by Rep. Khanna. Log 530R1 by Representative Escobar. Log 564R3 by Representative Horn. Log 598R1 by Representative Trahan. Log 608 by Representative Conaway. Log 621 by Rep. Conahan. Log 45 by Representative Brown. Log 68R1 by Representative Horn. Log 50 by Representative Brown. Log 55R1 by Representative Brown. Log 91 by Representative Turner. Log 199 by Representative Larson. Log 540R1 by Representative Moulton. Log 158 by Representative Langevin. Log 225 by Representative Crow. Log 487R1 by Representative Torres Small. Log 596R1 by Representative Spear. Log 198R2 by Representative Abraham. Log 374R2 by Representative Wilson. Log 418 by Representative Houlihan. Log 421 by Representative Houlihan. Log 433R1 by Representative Houlihan. Log 548 by Representative Hartzler.
I feel like we should offer another round of applause, but that is completed. I do want to make one. I will recognize myself to comment on the amendment process, just for people who are watching this, participating in this. There's a lot more that goes into that list that was just read than it may appear. We had a little over 600 amendments submitted by members of the committee to this bill. And the members and the staff then worked together with each other to work out the language, to try to find agreement where possible. So it's not just the amendment submitted, it's accepted, and that's it. There's a lot of work that goes into that to getting the amendment to a place where it's the best policy and where we support it, and that's what is being recognized by the en bloc amendments that are being presented here, is a lot of work by a lot of people, even if at the end of it, it does come down to people simply reading the amendments. A lot of work went into it, and those amendments are crucially important to our product. Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? Mr. Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I just wish to speak on Log 189. It is true that for infrastructure, we think of bridges, highways, and transit, but infrastructure also includes 5G investment. And our leadership in 5G is important to national security and for our competitiveness. And this amendment is actually a Larson-Gallagher amendment and would require the Secretary of Defense to identify and mitigate vulnerabilities in the military's telecommunications infrastructure and require the National Telecommunications and Information Administration to submit a plan for the modernization of the government's information technology systems. I do want to enter into the record a statement from Congressman Mike Doyle, who's chair of the Energy and Commerce Subcommittee, Energy and Commerce Committee Communications and Technology Subcommittee, which is in support of the underlying amendment. There's a similar amendment from the ENC equivalent in the Senate in the NDAA. Ours, though, also includes an addition having to deal with the DoD infrastructure, and we worked with the ENC committee on this to make this happen. And so I want to thank Chairman Doyle and a bipartisan group of folks on the Energy and Commerce Committee for making this happen and support this amendment. And also I do want to recognize again Congressman Gallagher's support and work on this as well, since he can't be here with us today. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Escobar, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment supports creation of a National Institute for Space Research as a university consortium. This will ensure the Space Force gets the same support from our research community as the established military services. Universities provide a critical service as partners in national security research. In my district, UTEP has significant expertise in aerospace and defense competencies, including long-standing partnerships with the military in advanced manufacturing and hypersonic technologies applications, and a clearance-ready advanced student population. I have no doubt they will make great contributions to this effort. A strong presence in space is a national security imperative that is increasingly important for supporting communications and infrastructure of the DoD. My amendment ensures the committee stays abreast of the efforts to fully engage our university partners as we stand up our newest service. Thank you. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Walls.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the subcommittee chairman and ranking member, and just highlight for my colleagues, I have amendments in here that deal with our research and development enterprise, and particularly the talents program and programs like that, where the Chinese have, as a matter of state policy, frankly, been stealing our research and development now for quite some time. I want to highlight this for my colleagues. We all have academic institutions, we all have research laboratories, and we must, as a committee and as a country, begin taking important steps to safeguard those investments for our national security. In particular, this expands the requirements for professors of financial disclosures, and then also better defines what these nefarious talent recruitment programs are for our academic research enterprise. So I appreciate the committee's and particularly the committee staff's support in getting this language to a good place. And then secondly, I also would like to thank them for their help with the Armed Overwatch, formerly known as the Light Attack Program, as we shift as a country in our national defense strategy to deal with great power competition. We cannot lose sight of the special operators in remote locations all over the world today as we speak that need a close air, that need an Armed Overwatch platform that is able to support them, that is sustainable, and that is able to land in remote locations. And I thank you for the committee's support in these amendments.
Thank you. Mr. Langerman is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So artificial intelligence is ushering us into a new national security environment, from tracking and targeting to command and control. As we developed our capabilities, so do our adversaries. And again, I appreciate the comments that you made, Mr. Chairman, along with Ranking Member Thornberry on this topic. In the face of this new reality, I, along with Ranking Member Stefanik, championed the creation of a National Security Commission on AI. And I just want to pause for a moment just to particularly thank Ranking Member Stefanik. This has become an area of expertise for her, and I greatly appreciate her leadership and passion on the topic. We've been a great team on this issue, and it's important to our national security. The Commission was directed to comprehensively address the national security and defense needs of the United States and consider the methods and means necessary to advance the development of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and associated technologies. Today, we present 2 amendments that address many of the Commission's recommendations to strengthen the AI workforce. The Department of Defense must attract, recruit, and develop a workforce that is fluent in data science, software development, and programming. It must compete with the private sector to attract the best and the brightest and swiftly put them to work. To that end, my amendment creates unclassified working spaces so the DoD can put individuals to work solving national security challenges while they await security clearance. It will also upgrade hiring and selection practices by training human resources personnel in basic AI and piloting an e-portfolio program to evaluate AI and developer candidates. My amendment, again, in support with Ranking Member Stefanik, my amendment also incentivizes service members and civilian employees to pick up the mantle and tackle self-directing AI courses. As I said, AI will permeate through everyone's lives. We must open pathways for everyone to adopt these skills and apply them to their careers. Finally, that this amendment that I'm speaking on now, again, along with Ranking Member Stefanik, she and I worked on this together, establishes a DoD steering committee to strategize where to make investments in emerging technology. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for including these provisions into this en bloc package, and I would also, again, like to thank Ranking Member Stefanik for her continued partnership and her leadership and insight on AI and emerging technology.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? Hearing none, the question is on the en bloc package offered by Mr. Langevin. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin, for the purposes of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the subcommittee mark now be adopted.
The question is on the motion of the gentleman from Rhode Island. So many as are in favor will say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will now receive the report on the Subcommittee on Readiness. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all the recorded votes on the amendments of this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments of the subcommittee mark have concluded. The chair recognizes the chairman of the subcommittee, the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, for his opening comments.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. It's an honor to offer the Readiness Subcommittee portion of the mark for the full committee's consideration. I'd like to start by thanking Ranking Member Lamborn for his partnership on the subcommittee, the members of the subcommittee for their contributions and attention to the issues, as well as the subcommittee's awesome staff, both majority and minority, for the many, many hours that they spent preparing this mark. The jurisdiction of the Readiness Subcommittee is wide-reaching, ranging in topics from civilian personnel, sustainment, logistics, military construction, energy, and environmental policy. With that in mind, I'd like to take just a few moments to provide some highlights of the key issues addressed in this mark. Following last year, the Readiness Mark continues to address the vulnerabilities in installations and energy resiliency, both in response to climate change as well as to ensure the department can continue to operate when fuel supplies and utilities are disrupted. Last year's NDAA made sweeping reforms in response to concerns raised by military families about the management, oversight, and condition of military family housing. This subcommittee has remained deeply engaged in this issue, and this mark makes some additional necessary reforms. Similarly, we build on the previous efforts to address PFAS contamination around military installations and remain committed to working with the department in an effort to find an alternative firefighting foam. The health and safety of our military and civilian personnel remains a priority of this subcommittee. Following a review of a number of fatal ground vehicle training mishaps, the subcommittee is concerned that the department's approach to collecting and reporting vehicle mishap data is not working, it's insufficient. The Readiness Mark includes a reporting requirement that will help clarify the responsibilities for collecting and analyzing the mishap data, how that data is then being used to identify the trends and actions that the department is taking to standardize the collection and action to reduce mishaps. In addition to the concerns with ground vehicle mishaps, the committee has identified critical failures and safety issues in the munitions enterprises. A number of provisions in our mark address this important issue as well. Moving on to sustainment, while the Department of Defense talks a lot about modernization and development of new capabilities, we must ensure that focus always remains on the sustainment of these weapons systems. I believe that our mark does a good job in focusing and emphasizing this. I'd like also to take just a moment to highlight a few of the readiness provisions that are in the chairman's mark. First, with regard to civilian personnel, this mark supports the civilian workforce of the Department of Defense by addressing a pay disparity affecting the department's wage grade civilian workforce. This mark also makes technical corrections to include non-Title V employees who were left out of last year's paid parental leave provisions. Moving on to one of my personal top priorities, which also touches on the Sea Power Committee, this year's NDAA begins a unified whole-of-government approach that leverages the best attributes of government and commercial fleets to increase resiliency in our maritime logistics. The mark includes several provisions that together establish a national maritime logistic fleet approach by strengthening the U.S. flagged vessel requirements for the transportation of military cargo and fuels, creating a tanker security program, and to address the shortfalls of U.S. flagged U.S. cruise tankers, and requiring the Navy to initiate an affordable, domestic-built sea lift ship. Strengthening our maritime logistics will also enhance our military's capabilities by improving the overarching defense industrial base that supports each branch of our armed services. I'm proud of the funding authorized by and the legislative provisions included in the Readiness Mark, and I again thank Ranking Member Lambourne for his partnership and all the members of this committee for their contributions. I urge my colleagues to support this mark, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Readiness, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lambourne, for his comments.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. I would like to thank you and Ranking Member Thornberry for your leadership on this committee, and John Garamendi for his continued leadership and collaboration as the chairman of the Readiness Subcommittee. Today, we continue our work to mark up H.R. 6395, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021. The world is becoming increasingly dangerous, and challenges to U.S. national security and economic interests continue to evolve. Competitors like China and Russia continue to challenge U.S. primacy in multiple domains. Our nation must continue to invest in critical technology and future weapons platforms, but at the same time, we must support the readiness today of our men and women in uniform who are engaged in global operations. Whether they are defeating terrorist organizations, deterring adversaries, or responding to aggression, all of these missions rely on today's readiness. Members on both sides contributed to this mark. It reflects their hard work and dedication to our military, and I sincerely appreciate their hard work and leadership. I also want to thank the staff for their diligence in supporting the initiatives of our subcommittee members and for their many hours of preparation. This mark focuses on several areas at the core of military readiness, especially as it pertains to logistics, sustainment, infrastructure, and mission preparedness. And I am particularly proud of the following provisions. Too often the military departments focus on procuring combat systems without fully meeting their obligations to project and sustain the joint force. This readiness mark requires the Department of Defense to develop a sustainment and logistics strategy and to identify critical capability gaps. The readiness mark also supports the number 1 and 2 unfunded priorities of the commander of U.S. Transportation Command. It addresses shortfalls in aerial refueling capacity due to issues with KC-46A fielding and planned tanker retirements. We also begin the process of recapitalizing our surge sealift fleet, which is vital to projecting the joint force in times of crisis and to executing war plans. Military installations do not exist in a vacuum. They rely heavily on local communities for infrastructure and to support their operations. The mark codifies the existing DoD Office of Economic Adjustment, which works with communities to manage the defense community infrastructure and defense access roads programs. It also makes investments to improve installation and energy resilience for critical infrastructure. It is also important that our military remains a good neighbor and respects the environment. This mark includes provisions to encourage responsible water use by military installations. It also improves accountability and transparency regarding DoD PFAS releases and ensures that all National Guard forces can access the Defense Environmental Restoration Account for PFAS cleanup. The safety of our service members is a paramount concern for this committee and an area where we provide significant oversight. Our subcommittee continues to monitor and review training mishaps and to help prevent them. The readiness mark requires DoD also to clarify responsibilities for collecting and analyzing ground and aviation mishap data, to standardize data collection, and to report on how that data is used to identify trends and to make changes. The mark continues the work this committee did last year to reform military family housing. It requires a report on environmental hazards in government-owned housing, and it requires the Department of Defense to review the need to standardize performance metrics for privatized military housing. Our military families deserve safe homes. So this mark reflects solid bipartisan work by the Readiness Subcommittee, and I urge my colleagues to vote for its adoption. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Is there any discussion on the subcommittee's report? We will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Garamendi for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked on and approved by the minority and the majority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and Mr. Garamendi is recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I might need more than 5 minutes considering the number of amendments, but let me begin.
I believe in you, John. Go ahead.
I'll do my best. Log 27, Cook. Log 32R1, Mitchell. Log 37R1, Conaway. Log 48, Houlihan. Log 64, Stefanik. Log 80, Turner. Log 97, R1, Garamendi. Log 103, R1, Garamendi. Log 104, R1, Garamendi. Log 105, R1, Garamendi. Log 107, R1, Garamendi. Log 108, R1 Garamendi, Log 109, R1 Garamendi, Log 119, R1 Garamendi, Log 123, R1 Garamendi, Log 157, R2 Bacon. Log 163 Gallego, Log 169 Wilson, 169 R1 Wilson, Log 183 R1 Davis, Log 189 Brown, Log 205 R3 Mitchell, Log 209 R1 Waltz, Log 212 R1 Waltz, Log 223 Crow, Log 234 R2 Houlihan, Log 248 R1 Wilson, Log 250 Thornberry, 260 Spear, 264 R2 Houlihan, 269 R3 Bishop, 292 Spear, 296 Cisneros, 317 Graves, 327 R2 Lamborn, 332 R1 Larson, 415 Garamendi, 437 Graves, 452 R2 Lurie, 483 Kana, 529 R1 Conaway, 616 Trahan, 629 R1 Garamendi, 538 R1 Larson, 546 Houlihan, 561 Bishop, 430 R1 Langevin, Log 72 Rep Stefanik, Log 77 Norcross, Log 142 R1 Brown, Log 314 Crow, Log 446 Carbajal, Log 53 Horn, Log 240 Whitman, Log 158 R2 Slotkin, Log 186 R1 Houlihan, Log 188 Stefanik, Log 168 Houlihan, Holland, Log 16 Bacon, Log 517 Sherrill, and Mr. Chairman, we took care of about 1/4 of all of the amendments. With that, I complete.
Thank you.
En bloc.
Is there discussion on the en bloc package?
Mr. Chairman? Mr.
Sorry, with
Chairman?
my glasses on, I cannot see that far.
Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Langevin, and then we'll get to Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Langevin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment that I wanted to speak on that we've offered is actually a bipartisan amendment with Representative Bacon, along with Representative Crow. Climate change is a direct threat to the national security of the United States, as this committee recognized in the 2018 NDAA. Although Congress and military experts identify climate change as a national security issue, the Department of Defense has failed to publish a comprehensive climate change strategy in nearly 6 years. The Department must continue to plan for and integrate climate adaptation and mitigation measures into all lines of effort to ensure the success of the mission. So my amendment requires the Department to update its climate change roadmap no later than February 1st, 2022. This roadmap will address a variety of climate stressors, such as geopolitical instability caused by droughts, increased demand for disaster relief and humanitarian aid, changes in our strategic calculus as the Arctic Ocean becomes more ice-free, and how we must notify personnel training amidst harsher temperatures and fiercer storms. So the roadmap should present a unified strategy for dealing with climate change going forward and identify specific actionable steps to implement that strategy. Additionally, the roadmap must examine the direct and indirect costs climate change will have on the Department over the next 5, 10, and 20 years and identify necessary climate security investments. Mr. Chairman, for decades, our military has accumulated climate debt. That's a balance sheet of missed opportunities to invest in resilience or to reduce emissions. Those bills are increasingly coming due. So we need a comprehensive understanding of the cost the taxpayer is on the hook for as our planet continues to warm, our sea levels continue to rise, and our ice caps continue to melt. By acting now, we can begin to stanch this drain on our operational effectiveness, better manage the national security impacts of climate change, and avoid even more costly catch-up measures down the road. So I thank you, and thank again Mr. Bacon and Mr. Crow for their input on this amendment. And with that, I want to thank you for including this topic on the en bloc package, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I have a couple of amendments in this en bloc package, there's one I just wish to speak about briefly. It's log number 32, and it gets into the Air Force, their analysis of community support, training capabilities, range, and airspace available for the location of strategic aircraft. As you're all here well aware, we put a great deal of money into our strategic aircraft, the most recent being F-35s, and the basing of those have become a significant concern. I saw that recently with the F-35 Ops 5 and 6 basing decisions, where despite ongoing and significant concerns in the community, as well as regarding airspace, the Air Force decided to move forward with their preferred alternative rather than Selfridge Air National Guard Base. Despite direct access to the largest range east of Mississippi, the Air Force moved forward with a base at another location that the community had significant concerns about. To address, additionally, in a CODEL that Mr. Carvajal and I participated, among others, Mr. Bacon, we also saw another base that had significant concerns about training capabilities and had to actually come back to the United States to have training range necessary for the F-35s. We're making significant investment in this aircraft. It's helpful if we actually can have our airmen and women participate in training regularly to keep them fully proficient. To address these deficiencies, my amendment simply requires the Air Force to actually analyze community comments in support of and opposition to their basing action and justify why they choose a site with less community support than others. Review the joint all-domain training capabilities separate from their mission criteria. You can't complete the mission if we don't adequately train for it. Compare training airspace availability separate from and in addition to the bare minimum requirements described by the mission criteria. Do they have the best range possible? And finally, it strengthens the Air Force reporting requirements to us, the committee, when preferred and reasonable alternatives are announced. This amendment will help improve this committee's oversight of strategic basing, significant investment for the future, and further insulate it from subjective criteria that compromise, in my opinion, in the opinion of others, I believe, the objectivity of those decisions. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Horn is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to express my gratitude to Chairman Garamendi, Ranking Member Lambourne, and all the committee members on this subcommittee for the important work on military housing that we accomplished both last year and in this year's bill, and speak briefly to Military Homes Act, which is contained in my amendment in 69, and thank Representatives Kim, Turner, and Waltz for their work on this effort with me. This is an additional This amendment provides additional protections for our military service members and their families, including hazard mitigation protection, transparency in performance fee contracts, mold mitigation working group that would help our service generals to provide guidance on mitigation standards, and an IG report on the expansion of basic housing standards for our military families, as well as an exceptional military family member program and facility housing liaison, and a GAO report following up on the implementation of these important reforms that we have put into place, because we know that readiness includes the critical care of our military service members as well as their families, and that every single one deserves safe and secure housing. And I am grateful for the opportunity to do this important work and look forward to the continued efforts. And I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Crow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to recognize the leadership and hard work of Chairman Garamendi and Ranking Member Lambourne for this important effort, and also dovetail off of the comments by Ranking Member Lambourne and Mr. Langevin as well. One of the important things that this mark does is it recognizes the changing nature of warfare in the modern battlefield, and that our installations themselves should be viewed as major weapon systems. As we address the changing nature of warfare and the evolution of the battlefield, we have to recognize that every electrical outlet, every installation is in of itself critical to our national defense. From threats of climate change to extreme weather to water scarcity to cyber threats, we have to address this threat, and this mark goes a long way to get us on the path to doing that. From the provisions that address water scarcity in the West to those that require planning around climate change, to those that bolster the electrical grid and the infrastructure at our facilities, this mark is an important one, and I'm very proud to be working across the aisle with the members to make sure that we are preparing our installations to meet the needs of the 21st century. I yield back.
Mr. Gallego, do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you again to Mr. Garamendi also. Camp Navajo is a foreign military installation in northern Arizona. It's pretty unused, mostly as a result of policies on land use in that area. This amendment will allow for greater use of the land and facilities there to benefit of the local population. Everyone agrees with this amendment, the Army, the Navy, the local community, everyone. We even checked with the Committee on Oversight to get their take, even though we didn't need to, and they're good with it as well. So I want to thank the readiness staff and the committee staff as a whole for their work and urge a yes vote. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Kelly, are you, no. Just curious what's going on back here? Okay. Thank you. If not, the question is on the adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Garamendi. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Before moving on to the next amendment, I do want to remind the folks participating remotely by video, you do need to keep your video on at all times while you're participating. Thank you. It is now, let me find the right place here. We will now consider log 613, an amendment offered by Mr. Gates. For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the chair recognizes Mr. Gates for the purposes of explaining his or her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I joined the committee in the 115th Congress when our service branches were dealing with the devastating consequences of sequestration, and specifically the readiness consequences. As a bipartisan team, we pulled out of that, but it did create a number of downward pressures on military construction requests from throughout our enterprise and from a number of our committee members. Now we find ourselves in a circumstance where repair dollars are constrained to restoration, even when replacement would be more financially viable and would be more cost-effective. So all my amendment does is give the service secretaries the authority, if they so choose, to replace structures at a lower cost rather than repairing them at a higher cost. This is particularly poignant in circumstances where there are expensive environmental concerns, asbestos removal in our physical plant that we're seeking to improve. So this would only allow the replacement instead of repair in the circumstance where the service secretary deemed it was cost effective, and I would urge adoption of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Garamendi.
I fully understand what Mr. Gates is attempting to do here, but the result of it is to basically remove the authority of this committee in the construction of facilities, of new facilities. Basically, it would remove the authority of our committees to authorize and appropriate military construction projects. The O&M accounts are rather large. They can be used for a variety of purposes, and they can be, under this amendment, used for the construction of new facilities. I understand what Mr. Gates wants to do, but we review constantly, literally the entire year, construction activities on bases, and we set out in the military construction portion of our MARC the authorization for new buildings, new facilities, and the like. This amendment would basically remove that authority. Those of us that have been here but for a year or two have recognized that the Congress has largely abdicated its appropriation responsibilities. And with earmarks no longer being part of our life, we now have what are known as administrative earmarks. And that's a problem. So here we are in a well-intended amendment, really giving up a very, very important power that we have. And I suspect that at some point, one or another of our 435 members will come to us and say, what in the world are they doing at XYZ facility with that new hangar? And we'll go, we don't know anything about that. It's never been authorized. So I would suggest that Mr. Gates's amendment, well-intended as it is, really is not appropriate, both for us as well as for the Appropriations Committee, and I would oppose it.
Thank you. I will speak on this amendment for a moment, and I too oppose it. I understand what is trying to be accomplished here, but first of all, there is a capped amount of flexibility for DOD to make these types of changes. They can do it. What this amendment does is lifts that cap, and essentially the impact of it would be that you could, well, first of all, the readiness issue, I mean, this is money that would be being taken out of O&M, taking out of what is O&M is basically readiness, for military construction purposes, and the department would have the unfettered discretion to do that. And that takes us out of the process, takes the oversight out of the process, and I think also, you know, puts at risk the MILCON account, or puts at risk our ability to have any say in what goes on in that MILCON account. So I too oppose this amendment, and would urge the committee to oppose it as well. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Bacon.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Matt Gates.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I can't expect that our Article 1 powers would require the Congress to become the construction board for every installation in every case, particularly in circumstances where you have to have the service secretary designate that replacement would be more cost-effective than repair. So it would seem that we would be merely resting on our laurels to say that to preserve an Article 1 power, we would require repairs to entities that are more expensive and less cost-effective than replacement. It seems fundamentally counterintuitive. I understand there's a cap in that flexibility now. I'm hopeful that during the conference process, perhaps we might find a way to raise that cap to be accommodating to my concerns so as to not do things that are financially cost-effective. And so with that hope, I'll withdraw the amendment at this time.
Thank you. The amendment is withdrawn. We will now consider log number 623. For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment. The chair recognizes Mr. Thornberry for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll bet every single member of this committee has fussed at one time or another about DOD spending tons of money before the end of the fiscal year, so before they lose it. That use it or lose it problem. Operations and maintenance money is one-year money. So if it's not spent by September 30th, they lose it. And so what is natural for human beings to do? It's to spend everything they can think of in September, or else they don't, it's gone. And so without maybe the deliberation and consideration that it deserves. O&M is, I think, the biggest part of the defense budget. And if you look at the percentage of O&M money that is spent in September, it's an enormous share. So what am I trying to do? I'm trying to say, okay, 50% of what you don't spend, you can hold over to another year. Now, by the way, the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Treasury, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Housing and Urban Development have that authority with the 100+ agencies that are under them. So you don't get to spend it all, but you can spend half of it in another year so that you reduce the pressure to use it or lose it. Unfortunately, this amendment has been referred to the Appropriations Committee that will not waive. So I'm not going to be able to pursue it in the committee. I may well try to pursue it on the floor. But I just want to take a moment to highlight to everybody, we can fuss and complain all we want about DOD not spending money efficiently, but here the problem is us. And as a Congress, we can fix it if we just will. And we cannot let territorial parochialism prevent a fix that is working in other departments and that would make such a difference. By the way, I have a companion measure that says if DOD has some money that they can't spend, then they can come to us and put it into shipbuilding or facility sustainment. The problem is now, if they say we're never going to spend this money, then it goes back to the Treasury, they lose it, so they just leave it sitting there year after year after year after year. Again, we're part of the problem. We're not giving them an out. These are both things that DOD has requested, but it gets into committee jurisdictional issues. Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, I can't proceed at this point, but I hope that as a Congress we can deal with these issues, and I withdraw the amendment at this point.
Hey, I have an enormous amount of sympathy for what the gentleman had to say, and would look forward to working with you, because I do think that's a significant problem, and it absolutely happens. It is not just an old folk tale that, sorry, it's complicated between the glasses and the mask here. So I think it's really important that we consider this. People absolutely spend money because they know they'll get less next year if they don't. But the gentleman has withdrawn the amendment, so I'm sorry, Mr. Cook, the amendment has been withdrawn, but did you wish to speak on something else?
Yes, sir. I think everyone in this room who's been a military commander is guilty of this. We've all done it. And you say to yourself, well, maybe it's cynicism. Somebody else is going to misspend the money. Let's go ahead and do it. It's actually criminal when I think about it. I'll probably burn in hell for doing this repeatedly. I shouldn't. And General, stop laughing over there. You probably did the same thing too. But there's certain things that it's too bad we couldn't capture from. I'm leaving here. But there's a lot of people here, and this is, as I said, something that we've got to correct. It's been around since, God, I retired from the Marine Corps in 1992. Let's see. Some of you weren't born then probably, but it's been going on. It's never been fixed. And maybe we ought to get a tape of this and send it over to the Appropriations Committee and say, do something about it. This is criminal, and it's wrong. So I obviously support it, and I just hope we don't forget about it.
Thank you. If I had the power, Mr. Cook, I would absolve you. But I do not, unfortunately. The amendment has been withdrawn, but I will, Mr. Moulton, I believe, has a comment. So I will recognize Mr. Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly, as someone who is on the other side of the aisle, but also a Marine veteran, though I wasn't yet in high school in 1992.
You were born, however. So
I just want to offer my support for Mr. Thornberry's amendment as well.
Thank you. We'll try to work on something on the floor and work with the Appropriations Committee on that process. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, for the purposes of a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the mark.
Questions on the motion of the gentleman from California? So many as in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Committee will now receive the report of the Subcommittee on Military Personnel pursuant to Committee Rule 17, and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all the recorded votes and the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to the subcommittee mark has concluded. And the chair recognizes the chairwoman of the subcommittee, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Spear, for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Military Personnel Subcommittee mark was adopted unanimously last week, reflecting the bipartisan nature of this effort and is inclusive of many members' priorities. I want to thank Ranking Member Kelly for his leadership and support this year. The provisions included in this mark and military personnel provisions found in the full committee mark will continue to improve the lives of military service members and their families. The subcommittee's priority has always been to take care of service members and their families, and this year's mark raises military basic pay by 3%, as well as authorizing the Secretary of Defense to pay a basic needs monthly allowance for low-income service members who meet criteria based on federal poverty guidelines for gross annual pay, not including basic housing allowance. The full committee mark authorizes $40 million to provide assistance to local educational agencies with military-dependent students and $10 million to assist with students with severe disabilities. It also reverses cuts by the department by funding the Stars and Stripes and requires a business case analysis to maintain the Stars and Stripes as an information benefit to service members, especially those deployed. The chairman's mark also requires a feasibility study on allowing military spouses to contribute to the military thrift savings plan of the military member. The mark also includes much-needed improvements to the Exceptional Family Member Program by requiring the Secretary of Defense to standardize the program across all services by establishing a process to identify and enroll dependents, improve seamless moves to new installations, maintaining the continuity of service, and a more robust review process to ensure health care is available in the MTF and TRICARE. This provision requires a single EFMP office at the service headquarters, as well as at each installation to coordinate services for those enrolled. Most importantly, it requires the services to hire a dedicated EFMP attorney who specializes in education law at each installation to advocate for children's education plans. The subcommittee continues to provide authorities to improve the department's child care program by requiring child care services on a 24-hour basis at installations where there is shift work. The mark also requires the Secretary of Defense to implement a communication strategy to better communicate with family members. This is extremely important to understand family issues, and so it includes a requirement for a biannual survey to measure the effectiveness of the department's program for child care, education, spouse employment, financial stress, and health care issues. The mark establishes a domestic violence task force with experts inside and outside of government to help formulate improved policy and prevention efforts to reduce incidents of this heinous crime. The task force will collect the prevalence of domestic violence in the military and implement strategies that target prevention resources to address those with a higher risk of domestic violence and get to the left of the problem. I'm pleased the mark includes a requirement for the Secretary of Defense to prescribe regulations for a Safe to Report program, which will reduce the fear victims have of reporting sexual assaults. The mark also includes a requirement for a tracking mechanism and reporting requirements for supremacist, extremist, and criminal gang activity in the armed forces, as well as adds racist, anti-Semitic, or supremacist in the workplace surveys to understand the magnitude of this issue. This is an area that is increasingly becoming problematic. The mark begins to address diversity in the military by requiring each Secretary of the Military Department to submit annually a report summarizing the gender and race of each officer who is recommended on a list for promotion to the United States Senate for the grades of 04 and above. The Chairman's mark also provides to block PPI in promotion board reviews.
This is only the beginning, and we will continue to improve on this as we move through the committee process. The subcommittee continues to provide oversight over the military health system reform by prohibiting the realignment or reduction of authorized military medical end strength for 1 year, requiring more analysis that includes the military health system's role for homeland pandemic response. The MARC also delays the implementation of moving retirees and family members out of military treatment facilities until 1 year after implementation plan is submitted to Congress. It also requires a report to hire and retain behavioral health, as well as expand the use of telehealth and include behavioral health treatment as part of overall service member readiness. The subcommittee MARC continues over its oversight of the Space Force by requiring detailed report on the force structure plan that includes milestones that highlight force structure actions to be completed, resource allocation, and personnel transfer. Finally, in response to COVID's pandemic that continues to impact our military with rising numbers of positives, the subcommittee MARC includes several provisions to ensure the department is postured and prepared for future pandemics with the appropriate diagnostic testing capability, protective equipment, and research capability on hand, as well as requiring the national security strategy to include provisions of drug, vaccine, and critical medical equipment to ensure combat readiness of our military. The MARC also requires a pilot program working with our federal agencies to enhance their surge capacity to assist citizens of our nation if required. Let me end by saying what I say at every base that I have visited: when the service member serves, so does his or her family. Together they make sacrifices for our nation we will never totally understand, and we must continue our commitment to them. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the subcommittee's efforts. Craig Green, Dave Cacchetti, our newest member of the team, Hannah Kaufman, Jamie Jackson, Glenn Deal, Paul Golden, and Daniel Stites, all of whom worked in a bipartisan manner to develop the MARC this year, with the added challenge of building it remotely and with over 141 amendments that were submitted to this subcommittee. I also would like to thank my personal staff, Josh Connolly, Brian Collins, and fellows Luke Husenga and Tom Poopy.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Military Personnel, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly, for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the Chairwoman Spear and my fellow subcommittee members for yet again showing their professionalism and dedication to bipartisan through a unanimous adoption of the Military Personnel Subcommittee MARC last week. This year's markup process led to some outstanding legislative outcomes that included many of the priorities of our members. There were some challenges this year, mainly COVID-19, but we came together and have embraced new norms to ensure the MARC includes the vital provisions that support our warfighters, military families, and retirees, and gives them the care and support they need, deserve, and have earned. This year's subcommittee MARC continues to rebuild and grow the armed forces, including increases in end strength in the Army, Navy, and for the first time, the Space Force. And there is also a requirement for a detailed report on the force structure plan of the Space Force. This proposal also includes an extension of special pay and bonuses for service members in high-demand fields and supports a military basic pay raise of 3%. The MARC continues the committee's dedicated work in support of military families. The full committee MARC authorizes $40 million to provide assistance to local education agencies with military-dependent students and another $10 million to assist students with severe disabilities. The full committee MARC also includes a study that would require the Department of Defense to examine the feasibility of authorizing a spouse to contribute to the thrift savings plan account of their service member spouse. If feasible, this may prove to be very helpful to many military families. The MARC requires the Department of Defense to redefine military family readiness and military family resiliency, as well as implement a strategy to better communicate with military families and develop a biannual survey that measures the effectiveness of the department's program in areas like education, spousal employment, and military health care. The MARC requires a standardization of the Exceptional Family Member Program, EFMP, to include the process for identifying and enrolling participants, enhances the respite care benefit, establishes outcome measures, and improves the screening process for the evaluation of duty stations that can support EFMP enrollees. The MARC requires the department to determine the behavioral health needs of service members and all other TRICARE beneficiaries and develop a strategy to meet any unmet demand. It also requires an action plan on the use of telehealth for behavioral health care and other similar medical disciplines. The mark requires the Secretary of Defense to establish a military-civilian task force on domestic violence with experts from within the Department of Defense, Department of Justice, Department of Health and Human Services, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, as well as civilian experts. It also requires the department to collect information on the prevalence of domestic violence involving members of the armed forces, their intimate partners, and immediate family members. The mark continues to build on critical reforms in previous NDAAs, including refining sexual assault prevention and response programs, providing additional oversight of the military health system to include prohibiting further realignment of military medical end strength until a review of medical manpower requirements includes Homeland Defense missions and pandemic influenza. Finally, the mark includes several provisions addressing COVID-19 pandemic that has gripped virtually all parts of the military and society. It requires the department to ensure that the armed forces have the diagnostic equipment, testing capabilities, and personal protective equipment necessary to protect service members from the threat of infectious diseases and to treat members who contact infectious diseases. It also requires national security strategies to include provisions of drugs, biologies, vaccines, and other critical medical equipment to ensure combat readiness and the safeguarding of health of the armed services. In conclusion, I want to thank Chairwoman Spear and my colleagues on the subcommittee for their considerable work on this mark. I also want to thank our staff on the minority, Glenn Dale and Paul Golden, and on the majority, Craig Green, Dave Giecci, Hannah Kaufman, and Danielle Steitz, who work in a bipartisan manner to support all the members of the Military Personnel Subcommittee. I also want to thank my personal staff who worked diligently during this process. Mississippi National Guard Captain Charles Woods, who is now the Chief of Staff for the State Auditor in Mississippi, who did immense work. Mississippi National Guard Major Rodney Hall, who works in my office, is in my MLA, and also my Army fellow Sergeant Major Jeremy Bartnett. I couldn't have done it without their help and input, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Is there further discussion of the subcommittee report? Mr. Thornberry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take just a second to highlight the work of this subcommittee when it comes to family readiness and resilience. The chair and ranking member have had some excellent hearings that have really dug down into some family issues. And based in part on what they have discovered and what we've heard from family members, Mr. Kelly and I introduced a standalone bill on family readiness back in April, and the chair was good enough to include it in her mark. And I can't say it better than Chairwoman Spear did. Families serve too. And I think the provisions in this bill do as much for families as any we've had in quite some time. Now, we don't solve all the problems, and I suspect all of us have heard about the backups and not being able to move and having multiple families have to live in the same house and all of these things that are happening. We don't solve everything, but there is a lot of good here, and I just want to express my appreciation to the chair and the ranking member for this emphasis on family readiness and resilience.
Thank you. Ms. Lauria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for yielding, and I want to thank Chairwoman Spear and Ranking Member Kelly for your excellent work on this subcommittee mark. As the representative of a district where 1 in 5 residents touches the military, either active duty military, a veteran, or a family member thereof, military members and their families and veterans are among my top priorities, and that's why I'm pleased that the military personnel mark implements policies that will benefit these members and families who serve our nation. Within this mark, I support the protections for families living in military housing, and I'm also reassured that the mark carries language to further delay the reduction in the capacity of Defense Health Agency providers. I'd also like to thank the chair for including the text of my bill, the Military Pilot Cancer Incidence Study, H.R. 5858. I've heard many anecdotes of elevated cancer incidence amongst military pilots, and it is alarming. I introduced this bill so that we don't have to rely on anecdotal data anymore. And on Veterans Affairs, as the chair of the Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee, I know that the collection of this data will be incredibly important in determining if there is a link between this military service and the cancer that has been observed. So I appreciate the inclusion of that in this bill, and I greatly appreciate the support of the chair and ranking member on including that. and I strongly encourage my colleagues to support the military personnel mark as part of the NDAA.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Trahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for including my legislation in the Comprehensive Review of Military Suicide Act as an en bloc amendment. Our service members are dying by suicide at increasingly higher rates each year. It's abundantly clear that more needs to be done to prevent our men and women in uniform who sacrifice so much for our country from reaching a point of such despair that they're compelled to end their life. It is imperative that military leaders develop a complete picture surrounding these tragic events. That is why I introduced this bill, which requires the Secretary of Defense through the Undersecretary for Personnel and Readiness to publish guidance on the establishment of a multidisciplinary board to conduct a comprehensive review of all suicide-related incidents. This multidisciplinary board will have cross-sectional representation and authority to create a more holistic understanding of why a service member committed suicide, which would then be reported in the DoD Suicide Event Report. The bill would be made up, the board would be made up of unit leadership supporting medical and mental health professionals, installation law enforcement personnel, and community support personnel who each provide a unique perspective that adds to the completeness of each incident report. The department's own Inspector General recommended that this board be implemented years ago. The implementation of this approach will go a long way in improving the quality and completeness of data collected in the DoD Suicide Event Report submissions. Although much more needs to be done to combat the root causes of this tragic trend, the creation of a multidisciplinary board is a step toward designing meaningful policy prescriptions to protect our men and women in uniform. I'd like to thank Chairwoman Spear, Ranking Member Kelly, and certainly Representative Cisneros for joining me in this effort. Thank you, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion of the subcommittee mark? Hearing none, we will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Ms. Spear for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked on and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following: Log 35 by Representative Davis, Log 47R3 by Representative Horn, Log 52R1 by Representative Brown, Log 74 by Representative Norcross, Log 76 by Representative Brown, Log 85 by Representative Turner, Log 98R1 by Representative Turner, Log 122 by Representative Luria, Log 133 by Representative Turner, Log 154 by Representative Langevin, Log 159R1 by Representative Bacon, Log 167 by Representative Bacon, Log 173 by Representative Waltz, Log 178R1 by Representative Brown, Log 253R1 by Representative Holland, Log 290 by Representative Spear, Log 302R1 by Representative Hartzler, Log 341 by Representative Banks, Log 375 by Rep. Langevin, Log 422 by Representative Brown, Log 448R2 by Representative Luria, Log 471R1 by Representative Brown, Log 472R1 by Representative Brown, Log 480 by Representative Moulton, Log 500 by Representative Trahan, Log 526 by Representative Bergman, Log 551R3 by Representative Gabbard, Log 553R1 by Representative DeJoy, Log 555 by Representative Kelly, Log 610 by Representative Spear, Log 611 by Representative Waltz, Log 79 by Representative Turner, Log 84 by Representative Turner, Log 95 by Representative Turner, Log 221R1 by Representative Spear, Log 258R2 by Representative Holland, Log 287R1 by Representative Spear, Log 297 by Representative Cisneros, Log 532R1 by Representative Spear, Log 34 by Representative Davis, Log 78R1 by Representative Brown, Log 134 by Representative Turner, Log 164 by Representative Brooks, Log 231R by Representative Whitman, and Log 376 by Representative Houlihan.
Thank you very much. I was thinking we should hire an auctioneer to get through those. It'd be cool to listen to. Is there discussion on the en bloc package? Mr. Kelly.
I thank the chairman for yielding. I want to talk about log 555, the prohibition on charging for or counting against certain acronyms on headstones of individuals interned at Arlington. I offer this amendment to give the families of our great service members who have paid the ultimate sacrifice the ability to have KIA, MIA, and POW, killed in action, missing in action, or prisoner of war, placed on the headstones in Arlington without those three letters counting against the total character count or line count. This amendment will also keep those three characters from being part of the charge when factoring pricing of engraving for the surviving families. I look forward to working with the VA committee in expanding this opportunity to go to all military cemeteries across the United States. I thank you for your support, and I yield back.
Thank you. Before moving on, I do want to make one note. It occurs to me that unlike in normal years, well, long story short, it's going to be tough for us to eat lunch without taking a break. Let's just get that point. So we are going to take a half-hour break. My intention would be, let's say 12:45. Is that okay? We'll break from 12:45 to 1:15. Votes may be starting at that point, but we can navigate through it. So it would be my intention to take a half-hour break for lunch from 12:45 to 1:15. If members have concerns with that or have a different idea, please talk to the staff and let us know. Mr. Scott. No, sorry. Anybody else wish to speak on the en bloc? Raise your hand if you do. Yes, Ms. Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak on log 47R3. This amendment, my amendment, creates a fallen soldiers database, which will serve as a record and remembrance of the brave and immeasurable sacrifice that so many have made for our nation. Currently, online records of military casualties are scattered amongst numerous websites and platforms, and the DoD should step in to create an accurate historical record and centralized location for that information. My amendment would create publicly available database that would list every casualty, where it occurred. It would also list names, ranks, service branch, and the home city of record of each fallen soldier. We are doing a disservice, I believe, to soldiers in our history by forgetting each individual when considering the costs of their service. And this database would make sure that their sacrifice is never forgotten. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Further discussion on the en bloc package? Hearing none, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Ms. Spear. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Now, we will now consider log 323. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the chair recognizes Mr. Garamendi for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
I'll try to be very brief with this. Our former colleague, Walter Jones, was working on this when he died rather unexpectedly, and I took over this task from him. Basically, what happens for military retirees, the benefit terminates on the day of death. That may occur in the first day of the month, or it may occur in the last day of the month. But if the surviving spouse does not notify the department immediately, the payment is made. The department then, unbeknownst to the surviving spouse, without authority, goes into the bank account and retrieves the money, leaving the surviving spouse with an empty bank account in many cases. And so what we tried to do with this, what Walter Jones was trying to do, is to provide an opportunity for that month's payment to continue to be paid to the surviving spouse. That may have been a full month. or it may have been just the last day of the month. In either case, the surviving spouse would have that in the bank account and would not be subject to the money being taken out of the account without the knowledge of the surviving spouse. Unfortunately, CBO jumped on it and dumped on it and said, oh my God, it's going to cost $25 to $50 million over the next decade. Oh my. And therefore, we have a CBO estimate that makes it impossible for me to proceed. I have no idea why CBO is doing this to us or to the surviving spouse, but I am told by staff, tough luck, surviving spouse. Tough luck, Walter Jones. And I suppose I'm going to have to withdraw the amendment unless something happens here.
Thank
Well-
you. The amendment is withdrawn, and it is now in order to consider tab number 368. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the gentlewoman is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I came to Congress, this committee authorized a National Commission on Military, National, and Public Service. The commission delivered its report to Congress this March. My colleagues and me in the Four-Country Caucus introduced the commission's recommendation as a package, the Inspire to Serve Act, led by my friend and former member of this committee, Representative Jimmy Panetta. Representatives Waltz and Bacon and I believe strongly that this committee needs to seriously consider the merits of these recommendations, which is why we are offering this amendment. These recommendations range across all of government and the national security apparatus, from cybersecurity to benefits. I'm very excited about several provisions, including a cyber readiness provision to leverage a civilian cybersecurity reserve, which would permit agencies to quickly expand the federal civilian workforce with technical skills, unique platform knowledge, and appropriate clearances necessary to address cybersecurity needs in our nation. Cyber talent is something that I'm incredibly concerned about, and this is an issue I've been working to address through my seat here on HASC. So it's great to see ideas like these represented in this report. The Commission has also recommended that all Americans be required to register for the Selective Service. Women can and do contribute to our armed forces just as much as their male counterparts. That includes as engineers, as I was, as doctors and lawyers, as cyber warriors, and yes, in combat. Though we are being reminded through this pandemic how important service is, we recognize that the Armed Services Committee is not ready to act on these recommendations at this time, and that there are many other committees of jurisdiction involved. I understand that moving forward with this amendment now would trigger referrals to multiple committees. But we hope this committee can commit to seriously considering these recommendations in the coming months, especially in the inclusion of women in the Selective Service. I cede the remainder of my time to Representatives Waltz and Bacon to share their support.
Thank you, Representative Houlihan. I certainly want to second my support for these recommendations. I've very much enjoyed working with you and the others on the Four-Country Caucus. And I just want to emphasize my colleagues, whether it's military, national, public service, I think one of the often overlooked aspects, particularly in these times that the country's going through now, is that whether you're building a home for Habitat for Humanity, whether you're fighting in a foxhole, you do it with people that don't look like you, that don't come from the same backgrounds, and you learn to share those experiences. You learn leadership, followership, discipline, teamwork, and certainly no one cares about political party. And so I think as we move forward as a committee, I look forward to working through some of these issues, to having the appropriate hearings. I can't think of anything more important that this committee could do, working with our colleagues, but to understand one another and to move this country back towards a sense of service, towards a sense of mission, and towards a sense of patriotism, and for a higher cause than for ourselves. I yield my time to Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Walz. Thanks, Ms. Houlihan, for bringing this forward. My comments will be real brief. This is an opportunity to have one of the most transformative things that we can do in the next decade or two decades. It could be something that changes our country in a positive way for decades to come. And so I look forward to being a part of this discussion this year or next year. Hopefully we'll make this reality. But National Public Service has a chance to make a long impact for decades to come in this country, a unifying impact, bringing our country together, and I think it's needed more than ever. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo my colleagues on this issue and honestly say of all the things that haven't happened while I've been here in these last 20 years, this is one area that I feel badly about. I had an opportunity to testify before the commission as well as work with them, as many of you have. And I do think, particularly at this time when we need people to walk in one another's shoes, this is a very important idea that we've had in this country for years, but we've not been able to implement it at a scale that really impacts young men and women throughout our country. And I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, would like to associate myself with the intent of this amendment. And if you recall, there was an amendment offered in the NDAA a couple of years ago by then Congressman Duncan Hunter, and it passed. And I spoke heartily in favor of it, and it got to the Rules Committee before it was taken up on the floor, and they twisted themselves into some kind of a pretzel to take it out of the NDAA. So, Ms. Houlihan, you have my commitment that we will have a hearing on this issue in the next year, because I'm presuming we are all here. I think that the time has come. I've always been a believer that we won't have true equality in this country until women have a seat at the table and also contribute to national service. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Thornberry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a second and remind everybody, it was kind of controversial setting up this commission to begin with. But I agree that they have done outstanding work, and I appreciate each of the commission members who served and their product. I do think it is the right thing to take some time and go through their recommendations, because it's not just one issue that they addressed. They addressed a range of things. And so to give it its due, this is something that y'all are going to have to work on next year. But my point is, this is better, this is more thoughtful, this is more wide-ranging, I think, as Ms. Davis was saying. It really gets to a lot of things in our society because this commission did such a good job. So I appreciate Ms. Houlihan and bringing it up, but also agreeing that we, the Congress, will take it seriously in the future. We should. I yield back.
Does anyone else seek recognition? Ms. Houlihan, my understanding is you wish to withdraw the amendment?
Thank you. I would like to withdraw my amendment. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Chairman.
very much. I appreciate that, and I do appreciate all the work that has gone into this process, and definitely agree with the importance of it. The amendment has been withdrawn, and it is now in order to consider log number 41, and for what purpose, does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment before the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purposes of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would include in this year's NDAA the language of my bipartisan bill, the Health Care Fairness and Military Families Act. As COVID-19 cases rise, there is significant economic uncertainty and employment instability. Currently, unemployment is highest among people ages 16 to 24 at a rate of approximately 27%. Many young Americans who lose their job or have trouble finding employment after graduating from college have the reassurance that they won't also lose their health care. Thanks to the Affordable Care Act, many young Americans can stay on their parents' health insurance plans until they're age 26. Unfortunately, children of military families and retirees cannot benefit from that same safety net and instead age out of TRICARE at the age of 23. My amendment would bring equity to TRICARE beneficiaries by conforming its eligibility requirements to those offered by private insurance plans that are regulated by the Affordable Care Act. This amendment would allow TRICARE dependents to remain on their parents' plan until the age of 26 without an additional out-of-pocket cost. I'm aware that there will be a point of order on this amendment because it impacts mandatory spending, but I think it's important to discuss ways our committee can do more to help military families and retirees, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic. We all have a responsibility to ensure our service members and military families receive the benefits that they've earned. I had additionally planned on offering an amendment to require the Secretary of Defense to waive co-payments for mail-order generic drugs through TRICARE during a national public health emergency. This amendment had the same issue related to increasing mandatory spending. However, military families and retirees have already sacrificed so much for our nation, we should always be looking for more ways to do right by them. Today, we can help thousands who have volunteered to serve our nation and their families to have affordable access to health care. But regrettably, I will withdraw this amendment, but I welcome any other remarks on this topic and would like to work together with my colleagues to support future efforts for these initiatives.
Thank you. The gentlelady withdraws the amendment. Sorry, working my way through my color-coded tabs here. We will now consider on-block package number 2, and the chair recognizes Ms. Spear for the purposes of offering the on-block amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On-block package number 2 is comprised of the following. Excuse me. Log 7.
Actually, sorry, script-wise, you need to ask unanimous consent to bring it up first. And then
All
we
right.
have to go
I
on
ask
to it.
unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. The gentlelady requests unanimous consent to bring up on-block package number 2, consisting of amendments that have been approved by the minority without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the on-block amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and Ms. Spear is recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of explaining the on-block amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The on-block package is comprised of the following. Log 7 by Representative Slotkin. Log 140 by Representative Kelly. Log 541R2 by Representative Kelly. Log 83 by Representative Turner. Log 404 by Representative Davis. Log 130 by Representative Turner. Log 416R3 by Representative Brown. Log 31 by Representative Rogers. Log 202R1 by Representative Gabbard. Log 281R1 by Representative Cisneros. Log 29 by Representative Gallagher. Log 40 by Representative Gallagher. Log 75 by Representative Horn. Log 102R1 by Representative Gabbard. Log 139 by Representative Kelly. Log 147 by Representative Halen. Log 174 by Representative Waltz. Log 180 by Representative Davis. Log 196R1 by Representative Abraham. Log 197 by Representative Gabbard. Log 208 by Representative Larson. Log 214 by Representative Spear. Log 247 by Representative Hartzler. Log 267R1 by Representative Bacon. Log 301 by Representative Carbajal. Log 344 by Representative Houlihan. Log 476 by Representative Moulton. Log 595 by Representative Bishop. Log 4 by Representative Brown. Log 181 by Representative Davis. Log 286R1 by Representative Spear. Log 336 by Representative Escobar. Log 364 by Representative Spear. Log 382R1 by Representative Houlihan. Log 390R2 by Representative Luria. Log 419 by Representative Brown. Log 460 by Representative Carbajal. Log 498 by Representative Trahan. Log 520 by Representative Bergman. Log 534 by Representative Spear. Log 325 by Representative Holland. Log 359 by Representative Houlihan. Log 194R1 by Representative Kelly. Log 454 by Representative Brindisi. Log 170 by Representative Gallego.
Is there discussion of the on-block package? If not, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Ms. Spear. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. Ayes have it, the amendment is adopted. Sorry, just one quick second here. I think I know what comes next, I just want to be sure. I'm good. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Spear, for the purposes of offering a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me, before making the motion, compliment once again the ranking member Thornberry for all the work he and his spouse have done as it relates to families in the military. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will move to adopt the subcommittee report, the Subcommittee on Military Personnel as amended.
The question is on the motion of the gentlewoman from California. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. I know I said 12:45, but we actually have a nice little break here before the Strategic Forces Subcommittee. So we are going to break for 30 minutes. We will recess for 30 minutes. We will reconvene at, we'll go an extra 4 minutes here. We'll reconvene at 1:10, and at that point, we'll be taking up the Strategic Forces Subcommittee mark and moving forward from there. Yeah, I know that the votes are going to start, but remember, we're going to roll through the votes. So even if votes are started, we'll try to get that done while continuing to move forward here. So we'll be back at 1:10. Testing. We're back. Okay. We'll try that again. The committee will reconvene. And we will now receive the report on the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17, and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments of the subcommittee mark has concluded. And the chair recognizes the chairman of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cooper, for his opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud today to speak on behalf of the Strategic Forces portion of the chairman's mark. I would like to thank Ranking Member Turner and all our subcommittee members on both sides of the aisle for their many contributions to the Strategic Forces mark. This mark is the result of months-long bipartisan process during a public health emergency in an effort to keep our longstanding tradition of producing a defense authorization bill. This subcommittee has particularly heavy, often highly technical responsibilities. This mark makes America stronger and safer by improving the odds for peace and stability by strengthening our nuclear forces, hypersonic weapons, and space and missile defenses. A nuclear attack on the United States, our forces abroad, or on our allies would be catastrophic. Preventing this attack is the first responsibility of the U.S. government. It is imperative to ensure our nuclear forces are safe, secure, reliable, and effective. This mark focuses on ensuring that the Departments of Defense and Energy are wisely spending their larger budgets for maintaining our nuclear strength. It is the duty of the subcommittee to ensure that the Department of Energy's National Nuclear Security Administration, as well as the entire Department of Defense, execute this work in a responsible, effective, and efficient manner. In this context, this mark requires the President to participate in at least one nuclear command and control exercise and requires the Department of Defense to consolidate nuclear deterrence, space, and missile defense policy under one Assistant Secretary. In addition, it requires early coordination between NNSA and DoD to improve the budget process. After we saw a last-minute cut this past year of a nuclear submarine and a cut on nuclear cleanup, all in order to add $2.5 billion to the NNSA. The mark also requires a better understanding of unobligated and uncosted funds within NNSA. Regarding space, we continue our focus on increasing the resilience and capability of our space assets. Specifically, the mark continues to require the Air Force to procure commercial space domain awareness services, and it builds on the congressional requirement for a program to incorporate allied positioning, timing, and navigation in order to disincentivize an attack on our GPS assets. It also includes a compromise on space launch that locks in Phase 2 of the Space Force's 5-year strategy, while starting investments on Phase 3 in order to maintain competition and to support innovative technologies in preparation for competition for launch awards after 2024. The mark focuses on near-term priorities for developing strategic hypersonic weapons in a way that avoids increasing the risks of ambiguity and miscalculation. It requires the Navy to initiate a program and provides the funding to do so that will deliver the conventional prompt strike hypersonic weapon onto a surface-based variant. With regards to missile defense, this mark continues efforts to increase reliability and capability of our homeland and regional missile defenses against missile threats from North Korea and Japan and Iran, including supporting U.S.-Israeli missile defense cooperation. The Chairman's mark once again provides additional funding for a space sensor layer that is capable of tracking both advanced ballistic and hypersonic missile threats, despite the Department of Defense's astonishing lack of focus on this effort over the past 4 years. In addition, after the failure of the redesigned kill vehicle program, we are carefully monitoring the Next Generation Interceptor program, and the mark adjusts funding for this program, which is early to need in light of programmatic delays already experienced. That funding supports critical efforts in directed energy, additional regional defense interceptors, restoring a homeland defense radar in Hawaii, and also addresses critical technologies needed to advance testing for future hypersonic capabilities. I look forward to considering amendments of the Strategic Forces Mark, but before I close, I would like to thank sincerely our incredible staff, Leonore Tamero, Jason Schmid, Maria Vastola, Grant Snyder, and Zach Taylor. And now I turn to my ranking member, the gentleman from Ohio, for his remarks.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for his opening remarks.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would like to join with my chairman in thanking the staff, Dan Sennett, Doug Bush, Jason Schmidt, Leonore Tamero, Maria Vastola, Grant Schneider, and Zach Taylor. They have worked under unbelievably difficult conditions, while access to members have been more difficult and are not being able to have proximity, and I greatly appreciate their substantive knowledge. I also want to thank Chairman Smith. This year, we have an unbelievable bipartisan process that is moving forward, and I know that it came from his personal commitment to this, and I want to thank him for that, and I know it takes the leadership of Ranking Member Thornberry and Chairman Smith to be able to accomplish that, and so it travels down through all of our subcommittees and certainly our debate today. And in that, you can look at our mark as an example. Nearly half of all the provisions that are in our mark were requested by both Democrats and Republicans. And as you know, we have the most important issues of missile defense, our nuclear enterprise and space that are areas where we are currently investing, and having that level of engagement is incredibly important. I want to thank the chairman for we have included a provision in this bill this mark that looks to foreign countries and what they are doing in their nuclear enterprise. When we look at what we need to do with ours in modernizing, in tailoring our needs and capabilities, looking to what our adversaries are doing is incredibly important. We have access to information on a classified basis, but it's not information that we're able to take forward into a public debate or to a debate into this body, and so we're asking for assistance in producing non-classified information for which we can all then share with the public for the greater understanding what our threats are. And I think that's one of the most important things that we have as a responsibility, is try to defeat the capabilities of our adversaries. I appreciate the chairman's statement that our first responsibility is to make certain that we do not have a nuclear attack. Every day our nuclear assets work. They work to deter our adversaries. They work to ensure that we have peace. In that, this mark is making great progress in ensuring that the nuclear weapons enterprise can develop and maintain the capabilities that we require to ensure safe, effective, and reliable nuclear deterrent. You can't just build a nuclear weapon and put it in a silo and be a nuclear weapon state forever. You have to reinvest in it. You have to modernize it. You have to look for areas in which it's degrading and to upgrade it. Our entire triad needs that work, and it needs it now. We put it off far too long. There's measures in this bill that go right to the STRATCOM commander's requirements of need for investing. We are seeing with Russia and the already deployment of their hypersonic weapons, Skyfall, where they're looking to field a nuclear-powered cruise missile, Poseidon, where they're looking to having an underwater unmanned nuclear missile, a greater increase in the need for us to ensure that what we have works and that it will deter our adversaries. I also want to take a moment when Chairman Spears was speaking. I didn't want to take additional time out of that debate, but I want to thank Chairman Spears and Trent Kelly for their work on sexual assault in the military and working with the Sexual Assault Prevention Caucus. And with that, I want to thank Susan Davis, my co-chair, who's retiring. Susan, you have been absolutely incredible in diligently working on bipartisan solutions to what I think is one of the most important issues that we have, which is how do we ensure that our service members are protected from violent sexual assault from other service members and protect their rights. So thank you, and we're very sorry to see you go and miss you in that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. As you can tell, votes have been called. So for those of you who are not participating in upcoming debates, you can vote sooner or later, however you want to handle it. I think we'll probably have about 45 minutes for the vote. So we are now going to attempt to keep rolling here while everyone gets their votes done. With that, is there discussion on the subcommittee mark? Hearing none, we'll move on to amendments, and it is in order to consider en bloc package number 1, and the chair recognizes Mr. Cooper for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with a minority.
Without objection, so ordered, and will the clerk please distribute the amendment, the en bloc amendment, sorry. Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and Mr. Cooper is recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The en bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following: Log 82R2 by Rep. Gabbard, Log 92R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 100R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 131 by Rep. Turner, Log 146 by Rep. Halland, Log 226R3 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 369R2 by Rep. Banks, Log 420R1 by Rep. Garamendi, Log 510 by Rep. Brooks, Log 512 by Rep. Brooks, Log 567 by Rep. Cooper, Log 577R1 by Rep. Brown, Log 126 by Rep. Turner, Log 136R2 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 211R2 by Rep. Larson, Log 277 by Rep. Carbajal, Log 436 by Rep. Trahan, Log 493R1 by Rep. Torres Small, Log 531R1 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 166 by Rep. Brooks, Log 372 by Rep. Halland, Log 115R1 by Rep. Bacon, and Log 308 by Rep. Lamborn.
Thank you. As frequently happens, I was wrong. They actually went out, and we're not voting apparently until 1:40. So I apologize for the bad information. I'm sure all of you knew that, and we're just too polite to point out the incorrection there. So we're not voting for another 10 or 15 minutes. Is there discussion on the en bloc package? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to highlight a couple of good amendments in this package regarding the Legato FCC decision. And I want to say that this discussion also impacts commercial satellite operations. At a time when we're pushing the DoD to use more commercial satellite services, it's just another reason the decision by the FCC was wrong. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Further discussion on the en bloc amendments? Hearing none, the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Cooper. So many yeses are in favor. We'll say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We will now be considering Log 266. And for what purpose does Mr. Cooper seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment. Mr. Cooper is recognized to discuss his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment requires an independent cost estimate of the Savannah River Plutonium Processing Facility and plans and certifications from Stratcom and the Secretary of Energy to make sure that the cost and schedule are not found by the ICE to be achievable at less than a 90% confidence interval. Members of this committee know full well problems that we've had in the past with premature and sometimes inadequate construction plans. We want to make sure that there are not unnecessary delays or cost overruns at Savannah River. Savannah River, the SRPF construction schedule is likely to be extremely expensive, and most people think it's unlikely to be completed on time. This amendment would ensure that both Stratcom and the Secretary of Energy agree in advance that the plan is achievable, and if not, to provide alternative schedules. That's a short description of the amendment. I would urge that my colleagues support the amendment.
All right. I'll recognize Mr. Desjardins. Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. I think you're recognized. Go ahead.
I'd like to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
The DoD's requirement to produce no fewer than 80 PPYs by 2027 is driven by several factors, including enhanced warhead safety and security, mitigating risk against plutonium aging, and responding to an uncertain future due to renewed global competition. According to the NNSA Administrator Lisa Gordon-Haggerty, the requirement of 80 pits per year is at the low end of the requirement given the pace and scope of our current modernization program, and further delay will increase the PPY need. On March 28, 2019, General Hyten said, "I'm concerned about building new weapons that will have 100-year-old plutonium pits. I think that this is just a risk that the United States should not take." At a time when we are undergoing nuclear modernization in all three legs of the triad with multiple warhead life extensions, and it is irresponsible to continue using aged plutonium pits whose safety and surety attributes may be unpredictable. We need peace through strength, and failing to invest in 80 pits per year by 2027 seriously weakens our nation's deterrence and our industrial capacity to produce and secure those weapons. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, would like to speak in opposition, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I appreciate the concerns by Chairman Cooper, but this amendment aims to target the two-site solution to plutonium pit production in favor of a singular, perilous approach. The two-site solution has been supported, as previously stated by Congressman Desjardins, not only by the National Nuclear Security Administration, but also the Nuclear Weapons Council, STRATCOM Commander Admiral Charles Richard, and former STRATCOM Commander and current Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General John Hyten, as the best way to manage the cost, schedule, and risk of such a vital undertaking. The NNSA conducted an analysis of alternatives, an engineering assessment, and a workforce analysis by both internal and external experts already to develop the recommendation of a two-site solution. Since taking over this project, the M&O contractor at the Savannah River site has had over 440 staff and subcontractors now supporting the Savannah River Plutonium Processing Facility, SRPPF, design effort with engineers at SRS, Los Alamos, Greenville, South Carolina, and Denver, Colorado, in addition to 5 employees working at Los Alamos this month, with an additional 15 more for FY21. The contractor is scheduled to deliver a conceptual design report and CD1 package by the end of December 2020, and their oversight of the transition from the MOX facility to the SRPPF is ahead of schedule and forecasted to be completed by April 2021, 6 months early, and 70% of the total inventory will remain at the SRS site for future use. Regarding costs for the site, the engineering assessment for May 2018 listed the two-site solution costing approximately $14 billion more than the Los Alamos options. However, according to the Institute for Defense Analyses report on pit production, the life cycle cost analysis for 80 pits per year omitted a significant number of personnel required for the support activities for all Los Alamos cost options, closing much of the cost gap between the two-site versus one-site solution. In fact, it can be estimated that the cost withheld from those calculations far surpass the life cycle costs of the two-site solution, possibly by billions of dollars. Since the pre-conceptual design used in 2018 EA, current design has matured significantly, and new, more accurate costs will be updated in CD1. According to the Nuclear Posture Review and Nuclear Weapons Council, we need to produce no fewer than 80 pits per year by 2030. We need a second plutonium pit production facility to meet those needs, and the Savannah River site is by far the best option. I strongly oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I want to refer to the chairman of the subcommittee's words as our reflection of why we should defeat the chairman's own amendment. As he was giving his description of the subcommittee mark, he said this subcommittee mark meets the needs of our nuclear enterprise. It's really not up for debate. The Secretary of Energy, the head of NNSA, Stratcom, all of DOD have indicated that we're to a critical point. We have, for far too long, undertaken the political debate of let's all go march this way, and then let's stop and let's all go march this way, and bemoaned the increased cost that modernizing our nuclear weapons enterprise sustains because of the whipsaw from one direction to the other direction. We're now to where we have to pick a direction, we have to fund the direction, and we have to execute the direction in order to ensure that we have an effective nuclear deterrent for our adversaries. And that's just to give us a nuclear deterrent that's capable as to what we currently plan for and have as of today. Our adversaries are already reaching well beyond our capabilities. And we're not doing that in this bill. There's not one new advanced capability that we're fielding, but our adversaries are. This is one of the additional aspects of let's have more delay. Now, I agree with the chairman. I have been incredibly frustrated with the waste of costs that we've had, largely as a result of us. Not because the nuclear weapon enterprise or the NNSA has been wasting money, it's because we give them conflicting policy goals and objectives and conflicting execution for trying to achieve what we all know what we have to achieve, which is an effective and reliable deterrent. This is just more of that. We already know, Secretary of Energy, we must do this. NNSA, Lisa Gordon-Hattondy, we must do this. Stratcom, we must do this. DOD, we must do this. So let's just go forward, get this done, and then we can at least look backwards and say that we have protected our country and done what was needed in order to ensure that we do have that deterrence that, as the chairman says, keeps us safe every day. And if I do have time left, I will yield to the chairman.
I thank my friend, the gentleman from Ohio. I agree with most of what you're saying. I think it has very little to do with my amendment, however. All I really want is for DOD and DOE to coordinate. And sadly, that hasn't happened sometimes in the past. The gentleman knows that my amendment really doesn't threaten the 80 pit requirement. It really doesn't threaten 2 sites. All I want to know is that when we build the second site, that it not be delayed or have excessive cost overruns. And that requires coordination between NNSA, DOE, and DOD, which sadly hasn't happened sometimes in the past. So really, this is just an independent study. That's all it is. And the gentleman is entirely correct. So often the problems in the past have been our own fault because there hasn't been coordination. So I agree with the gentleman. I actually agree with most of the comments of my friends on the other side. This is just a study to make sure we do it right and to make sure that DOD and DOE are really talking to each other and that they agree. The first priority has to be to make sure that Los Alamos can do it, because they haven't built the 30 pit a year thing yet. Not quite sure exactly how they're going to do it. So once they're successful, let's make sure that we can do it right at another site.
Reclaiming my time then, the chairman has within his own authority to call a hearing, request all of these people to provide those assurances, and request that they come back and provide any additional information. We don't need to put in law asking people to confirm what they've already confirmed and what we're actually funding. But I understand that I appreciate that the chairman has articulated that he recognizes the need that we have in this mark, because we really are to a critical juncture. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Garamendi.
The history of this restarting the pit production is a history of uncertainty as to how best to do it, where to do it, and certainly a history of extraordinary inability to estimate the cost of the efforts that have been made in the past and ongoing. The chairman's proposal is what we ought to do with every very expensive project in which there's uncertainty, and that is bring in an independent organization that doesn't have skin in the game, isn't part of the process, but is capable of an analysis of what is happening, how it can best be done, and what the costs are. The chairman said it very well. Los Alamos is the laboratory, the starting point of how these pits are going to be produced, the kinds of techniques, technology, equipment, safety. All of that is being developed at Los Alamos, and it is not yet complete. To move forward with Savannah River without knowing those costs and those activities and risks is, in my view, foolish. Nevertheless, this amendment doesn't stop that from happening or slow it down. It simply says some other entity ought to take a look so we have some knowledge about the status, the cost, as well as the appropriateness of the various technologies and techniques that are going to be used in producing the pits. So I think it makes eminent sense. And we're talking about a big ticket here. We're not talking about a few $100 million. We're talking about tens of billions that will ultimately be spent. So I think this is the wise way to go. And there's no harm, never any harm, in gathering more information about a major defense project. I support the amendment.
Thank you. I recognize myself to comment on this, and speaking in support of the amendment. I think this amendment captures a lot of the conversations we've had around nuclear issues, and I have worked with Mr. Turner and others to get to a place where the committee can work together and move forward in a positive direction. And I will say there's one set of those arguments is about whether or not we need the nuclear arsenal that is contemplated by the Nuclear Posture Review. As everyone knows, I don't agree with that assessment. I do recognize that it was the assessment of both the Obama administration and the Trump administration, but I've disagreed with it. But I'm putting all of that to the side for the moment. We had that debate last year. It came out the way it came out. It's not going to change this year. In the future, we may want to discuss it, but putting that aside for the moment, even if you accept the Nuclear Posture Review and accept, okay, this is what we have to do, I have considerable concerns about whether or not that money is going to be spent wisely and efficiently by the NNSA. And Mr. Turner is also correct that a good chunk of this is our fault. I believe Mr. Cooper coined the phrase the zombie earmark on the MOX facility, and we certainly contributed to that. I do not, however, as I look at the record, find the NNSA blameless in this process. When it comes to the MOX facility, it's important that we understand what they were talking about doing there. And I actually went over the course of the last year, and I visited Los Alamos, and I also visited Savannah River. I thank the New Mexico delegation for hosting me in New Mexico, and I thank Mr. Wilson for hosting me in South Carolina. And the effort here is to build more pits. Let me also say that even with my sort of lesser viewpoint of what we need in terms of nuclear weapons, we need more pits. I do not dispute that in the least bit. Whether or not it's 30 or 80 is, a different debate. Again, we had that debate last year. It came out the way it came out. My concern is that we develop the ability to build pits, period, that we don't sort of spread ourselves all over the place and wind up without even having the 30 that pretty much everybody agrees that we're going to need. I think it's by 2024, soon at any rate. So, apologize for this, but if you go down to Savannah River, what they're talking about doing, first of all, just a little history lesson on the MOX facility. The idea, there was a reason for it, was to reprocess plutonium through the MOX facility to make fuel for nuclear power plants. Now, there was always a flaw in that, and that is that none of the nuclear power plants in the United States actually use that particular type of fuel, and there was no clear plan for how that fuel was going to get to nuclear power plants overseas that did use that fuel. But that went on for quite a while. But then it was determined, and I want to say at least 6-7 years ago, that there is no way on earth that they were going to be able to generate fuel that was actually going to be used in a power plant. And they continued to build the facility to the tune of $5 to $6 billion. And the NNSA continued to ask for the money. Now, they did ask for the money, that they said they needed this money to shut down the program. And I know nuclear stuff is complicated and all that, but $5–6 billion over the course of 7 years to shut down a program doesn't strike me as overwhelmingly efficient. The building that is now down in Savannah River was built for the MOX facility, and it's a very impressive building. It's not quite complete, but there's a whole lot of concrete in a whole lot of places. And what they're talking about doing now is converting that building to make it so that it can make pits. That's not an easy thing to do. Now, everyone down there assured me that they could absolutely do it. This isn't like, I don't know, remodeling a bowling alley into a restaurant. You got to move a lot of very thick concrete walls around, and you got to make sure it works. Seeing what they did at Los Alamos, it's very difficult to make these things. So I am worried that we are going to spend billions of dollars, just like we did on the MOX facility, to get nothing. And that would not be good, whether you support my position on the nuclear posture review or if you support Mr. Turner's position on the nuclear posture review. If you ask me, I have to bet $100 on whether or not Savannah River is going to be able to successfully produce pits in a way that gets us to the 80 pit requirement by, I think it's 2030, 2027, someone said. I thought it was later than that. But anyway, I would confidently bet $100 that they're not going to get there. Okay, and I might well be wrong, but the doubts are deep, well-founded, and plenty of good solid backing for those doubts as we go forward and try to figure out how to do this. And all this amendment says is you're going to need to do a little bit more to take away those doubts so that we aren't spending money in a way that's not going to produce pits. So I have my worries about NNSA, and I'm standing down on that fight for the most part this year. But what I hope is, regardless, again, for how much money you think we want to spend on nuclear weapons, let's just make sure that we don't send another $5 to $8 billion down the toilet like we did at the MOX facility, because that doesn't serve any of our interests. So this strikes me as a reasonable approach to say, let's keep an eye on you, because as bad as Congress was in terms of what we've directed the NNSA to do, they haven't always been as efficient as I think they should be either. This is an accountability measure, and I think it's a very common sense accountability measure, and I support Mr. Cooper's amendment. Who seeks recognition? All right. Sorry. The first time we're going to have a vote on amendments, so I have to make sure I've got the script right here. If not, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Cooper. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. What do I say now? I think I know it. The further proceedings in this amendment will be suspended until the end of the mark, in which we will have the roll call vote, or more accurately, a roll call vote is ordered, but we'll call this roll call vote at the end of our consideration of the subcommittee's mark, which is kind of what I said. So we will now move on.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry,
Mr. Chair?
Who's talking? Oh,
Way down here.
Mr. Mitchell, yes.
I'd like to make a unanimous consent request that we dispose of what another chair called the rigmarole. We all know the spiel on postponing votes, and just say we're going to postpone till later and save your breath and save time.
Okay. From a procedural standpoint, I do have to let people know that that's what's happening. Otherwise, it sort of hangs out there. I will try to be crisper and clearer in the future in getting to that point. All right. Thank you. It is now in order to consider number 424. I forget what we call those things. Amendment number 424 and log number 424. And for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. And without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment. Votes have now been called. I'm actually correct about that this time, so keep an eye on it and make sure you come and go and get the votes in, and we will continue to proceed. With that, Mr. Garamendi is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman and members, this amendment pretty much follows along on the discussion we just had, and it's really the acquisition of knowledge and information. As we discussed a moment ago with regard to the costs and the issues surrounding a pit production in Savannah River, this amendment would give us an independent study on extending the Minuteman III ICBMs, their utility and their usefulness into the future. Some might argue that knowing how long and how useful these Minuteman III ICBM missiles would work would somehow delay, cut, or otherwise impede the ground-based strategic deterrent program. I think not. But it would sure be good for us to know, do we really have a problem with the Minuteman III aging out anytime soon? There's some indication that they won't, in which case the question arises about the development of a new missile and when that new missile might be needed. So why do we so oppose information? Why do we not want to know about the Minuteman III and its usefulness over time? Can its utility, can its usefulness be extended or not? So that's what this is all about. This was actually in the mark last year and dropped out very, very late in the morning, or I guess early in the morning actually, about 2 a.m., in a very confusing debate that went on at that moment. So I'm trying to gather information, and I would think it's in the interest of all of us that we have all of the knowledge possible as we undertake a very, very expensive and strategically important process of how do we provide the motors, the rockets, for our ground-based strategic deterrent program. So that's what it's all about. It's another study. This one, like the previous debate on the pit production at Savannah River, is critically important piece of knowledge that we need to carry out our tasks here. So I would ask for an aye vote on this study amendment.
Thank you. I'll just make one quick comment. We did have this debate last year, and the big point that's different, we have studied the lifetime of this missile. There's no question about that. Those studies have focused on whether or not it could last 80 years. What this is saying is there is some indication that it might last less than that, and 40 or 50 years could buy us some time and potentially save us some money. So I know the arguments will come. We've studied. Those studies have been over an 80-year period. This is for a period where about half of that. So that's the difference in what Mr. Garamendi is offering. I do support the amendment, and I now call upon Mr. Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm good friends with Mr. Garamendi. We've worked on quite a few issues together in this markup, but I have to respectfully oppose this amendment. My personal opinion, after 3 decades in the Air Force and working at times in the nuclear force of our Air Force, it is of my opinion, my humble opinion, that we can no longer delay modernizing our third leg of the triad, our ICBM force. It is beyond time to do it. We're talking 4.5 decades old with our ICBMs now, and our Air Force, our DOD have said it's imperative that we start this modernization now. Now, as the chairman says, we have had multiple studies on Amendment 3, life extension possibilities, and the Air Force has come back repeatedly saying a service life extension program is not cheaper in the long run than putting in the ground-based strategic deterrent program now. We need the modernization now in so many words. We also had this exact language closely last
last chairman's mark last year, and it was dropped in conference. And it is my opinion, too, talking to our senators, they will not entertain this as a reasonable offer. They want to press forward our Senate with our modernization as well. So the Air Force is committed to the Ground-Based Strategic Deterrent Program. Our current mark fully funds it. It has $15 million in MILCON to support critical planning and design work. The Minuteman III was first put into the ground 47 years ago. That's the Minuteman III. It's already undergone 2 service life extension programs. So the Air Force maintains concern over the industrial base's ability to support the SLUP and the ability to actually do a third SLUP on these ICBMs. Further, our strategic command puts this down as a top priority. The need to put in the new ICBM will improve our survivability. So we can no longer kick the can on this program. So I'll just close with this. We need a modernized triad for nuclear deterrence. Strategic deterrence is the top priority of our military, and our military experts and studies show we cannot do a third service life extension. It's the time to look forward on this and not backwards when it comes to our triad. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
I yield. I yield back totally.
He yielded his time. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As much as I appreciate the statements by Mr. Garamendi as to his purpose, it is true. We have studied this. There have been studies before. We are studying all over the time. Another study would do nothing more than, once again, change and delay the implementation of what we are trying to get to. And it is very clear, as the military has said, the Air Force has said, it is not cheaper to extend this program than to develop the ground-based strategic defense program. We are at this situation, since this work is done very close to me, we are in the situation where the blueprints of many of the parts that are used in the Minuteman III no longer exist. The staff at the depots have to create it. The staff at the depots actually have to get parts off of eBay and then modify them because the companies that produce the parts in the first place are no longer there and they're not producing it. So what we are doing, if indeed this is to get information, that's nice, but if this actually results in a delaying of the program, so once again, our entire program of modernization is going to be off sync, that's counterproductive. That doesn't save us any money. We have had these studies. We have made these decisions before. Now it is extremely important that we move on, and I appreciate the chairman's time. And Mr. Chairman, if you recognize in about 3 seconds, or would turn around, or even the staff would look at something, I'm ready to, I yield back.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Cheney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to echo my respect for and appreciation for what my colleague, Mr. Garamendi, has been able to work with us on a number of other issues. But as you know, Mr. Chairman, this is very similar language to language that was offered last year. And at the time, I asked that these reports next to me that have covered exactly this issue be entered into the record. I would ask unanimous consent that they be entered into the record once again. We simply are in a situation, Mr. Chairman, as my colleagues have pointed out, where we know the answer to this question. I think that the issue is not, frankly, that we need more reports. I think it's that my colleagues don't like the answer to the question. And the answer to the question is we cannot delay any longer. Again and again and again, there has been exhaustive analysis done on whether or not this service life extension is feasible, is advisable, and is cost-effective. And the answer in all of those cases has been no. We must move forward modernizing. We cannot defend either from the perspective of what needs to be done in terms of maintaining our deterrence in the face of great power struggle and conflict, or from the perspective of saying we need to study one more time. We can't defend a delay here. Our responsibility is to ensure that this modernization be completed, and that's modernization, by the way, that administrations of both parties in the last 4 nuclear posture reviews have said is absolutely crucial.
So I would just urge my colleagues not to go down the path of simply saying we're going to study and get more information. We have all the information we need, and there isn't even any disagreement in these reports. They all come to the same conclusion. So I don't see how we can responsibly carry out our obligation to provide for this modernization if we simply say we're going to delay this and seek yet one more report. So I would urge my colleagues
The
to vote
gentlelady
against this
yield for a question.
yes, I will yield.
Thank you very much. Perhaps in that stack of reports there is testimony from the House Armed Services Committee last year in which General Clark said there is one more opportunity to do that for these weapons. He was referring to a service life extension. What I'm trying to get at here is, what did General Clark mean? Is there an opportunity to extend the Minuteman III to 2050? I think those reports speak to 20.
Regaining my time, Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would say what is in this report is, in this stack of reports, language including language from the ICBM modernization report that was done in 2013, frankly, by the GAO, that makes clear that the assessment's got to be done, that they've got to look at the alternatives, but that we've got to ensure that a cost-effective approach is adopted and is agreed to. And subsequent to that, in 2018, in the Nuclear Posture Review, it was clear that we must and will begin to field the replacement. 2019, AFPC Strategic Primer. We've got to continue our support for the ground-based strategic deterrence. Sustaining the U.S. nuclear deterrent, a study that was done by CSBA, made clear in 2018 replacing the Minuteman III is the best option to sustain the land-based leg of the triad. And I'm happy to go through this entire list in terms of the importance of the ICBMs, the importance of ensuring we modernize, move to the GBSD, and that it's vital, that we simply cannot have any further delay. And so I think that at this point, the notion that somehow we need to study this further is just simply not sustainable. So again, I would urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. And I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish we had the ability to vote on causing China to delay their hypersonics or their ground-based road mobile or tunnel mobile ICBMs. I wish we could vote on Russia delaying their already deployed hypersonics land-based cruise. I wish we could vote on Russia delaying their Skyfall, is nuclear world seeing cruise missile like this, but can't delay what our opposition, what our adversaries are doing. The only thing we can do is unhindered and with full support proceed to ensure that our capabilities are protected. Now, Mr. Garamendi, who I have a great deal of respect for, if you really want to know what General Clark said with respect to an obscure statement of an opportunity in testimony, I'd be glad to join with you on a letter, because a letter sounds like an appropriate response to General Clark. I'm not quite certain what it was that you said. But we do know unequivocally what General Hyten said. When General Hyten came before this committee, March 28, 2019, commander of the U.S. Strategic Forces at the time, Strategic Command at the time, is now vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs. He said, Minuteman III life extension is not cost effective, nor it will provide a weapon system, and this is the pause. This is the important part. This is why I talk about China and Russia. Capable of adapting to advancing technology and changing adversary threats. I'm not worried about 2050 or 2080. I'm worried about like right now. China and Russia are proceeding at such a rapid pace that we need to, unhindered and with full support, modernize and move forward. Now, you've requested in this an independent study. Now, as someone changed saying, this has been studied and been studied and been studied. You usually do an independent study. We
don't trust those studied the first time, or when there is contradiction among the studies, or there is contradiction of even of the policy. Nowhere in DOD does anybody step forward and say, I don't have confidence in these studies, or do I not think that we need to move forward in this? There is no within DOD. The only conflict is a political conflict. It's not substantive, it's not technological, this is not one of a mischaracterization of our adversaries. This is just a political discussion. And from a political basis, we need to get behind what's in this mark, which is move forward to ensure that we have a reliable and capable nuclear weapons deterrent. But if you have a concern about General Clark's statement, I'd be glad to join with you on a letter inquiring as to what his statement was. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Just one final comment final comment by me is I think the issue as we're talking about what Russia and China are doing, let me just be clear. We have to have an adequate nuclear deterrent in the U.S. The debate is over what is that adequate nuclear deterrent. As I've argued before, we have, I don't know, somewhere in the neighborhood of 4,000 nuclear weapons. The purpose of those nuclear weapons is to deter our adversaries, without question. What I do question is the idea that we have to build more and more and more in different weapons in order to accomplish that deterrent. Now, if they're building, how does that 4,000 nuclear incapable of that's the debate that at some point in the future would look like having. But I want to make it clear position or any position committee, we should not have an adequate deterrent. The opinion is what's that adequate nuclear deterrent look like? Anyone else seek recognition on this particular amendment? If not, if you will bear with me for a moment, I need to put my glasses back on and get to the script. If not, the questions on the amendment offered by Mr. E. So many will say aye. Aye. Chairs opposed say no. No. Any other chair that knows have. I know where Garamendi went. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got to note it. Well, now we really do need Mr. Garamendi.
If you're not here, you can't do it, right?
If anybody knows where he is.
He had to go vote. Had to go vote.
Yeah, played plans. We will have to go into a recess for. Well, can we do the en bloc, or do we have to?
He was defeated.
Okay. Beg your pardon. So we will go into recess for 15 minutes until we can get everybody. Mr. Garamendi has the next amendment. He's next in order. So we'll have to go into recess for 15 minutes. We'll be back in at.
Great, I'll go vote.
1:25. Wait, is it 2? I can't tell what time it is. Well, we got a couple more amendments. Yeah, I know. At some point we will, but we'll get to that when we get to it. But we got to go through the amendments before we get to the end of this.
Adjourn for 15? I'm going to go vote.
We are in recess for the next at least 15 minutes, and then we'll reconvene. Everyone can go vote. We're going to reconvene in 10 minutes and figure out how we want to proceed at that point. And there we are. Just got to wait a certain amount of time. Okay, so we are reconvening, and what we are going to do, I think, well, I know we're going to give it a shot anyway, is Mr. Garamendi has agreed to withdraw the last amendment that he has on Stratcom. So we are done with amendments on Stratcom. So the business in front of us now is to vote on Mr. Cooper's amendment. We are going to do this in sort of a Senate floor-like fashion, in a very slow-moving. Well, let's put it this way. We're going to, and I know the staff is going to want to kill me, but we're going to call through the roll. We'll get who we can get, and then we will hold it open as members come back in. And if we could email, text, get a hold of everybody and let them know this is going on, that they could get back in, and we're going to give everyone a chance to vote and make sure we get every vote. And my understanding is the only person who's not here at this point and not going to be voting is Mr. Gallagher. So we'll get everyone's vote before we proceed. But we're going to move to the roll call on Mr. Cooper. So I have a script here, I think. Spencer, you want to show me where I'm supposed to be? It's always good to just show me in later. Sorry. Okay. So we are now going to proceed to votes on those amendments where a roll call vote was ordered. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 266 offered by Mr. Cooper. We shall now resume those proceedings. For those of you who don't recall, Mr. Cooper's amendment is to require a 90% assurance that it can in fact work, basically, to build pits at Savannah River. And we had that debate. So the question will now occur on that amendment, and the clerk will call the roll with one quick second. We've got some people participating remotely as well. So we'll go through them as well, and then once we're through the first series, we'll go through a second series, and then we'll give members the opportunity to come back in and identify themselves and vote. So the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
Aye.
Chairman Smith votes aye. Mr. Thornberry.
No.
Mr. Thornberry votes no. Mrs. Davis.
Aye.
Mrs. Davis votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Langevin.
Aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Rogers. No. Mr. Rogers votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Aye.
Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Conaway. No. Mr. Conaway votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn. Ms. Spear.
Aye.
Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Gabbard votes aye. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks.
Okay. All right, I'll do that.
Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Byrne votes no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Con.
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
I'm waiting for Nork.
Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Keating. Mr. Keating. Dr. Desjardins.
Dr. Desjardins. Mr. Vella. Mr. Vella. Dr. Abraham. Dr. Abraham votes no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim votes aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes no. Ms. Horn. Ms. Horn votes aye. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Cisneros. Mr. Cisneros votes aye. Ms. Houlihan, I'm sorry, Mr. Gates. No. Mr. Gates votes no. Ms. Houlihan. Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Mr. Bacon.
We got a new one?
Mr. Bacon. Mr. Crow. Mr. Crow votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Oh, it's only roll.
Mr. Banks votes no.
I'm sorry, the clerk will suspend for just one quick moment, and I apologize for the confusion. This is the only vote that we are going to have in committee, okay? So once you get this vote done, we are then going to move into the full committee mark, which will debate the amendments that will be shown in order. The vote that's going on the floor, I urge you to pay no attention to the alphabet. Vote whenever you want to vote. But so as soon as you're done voting here, you can go vote there, and then we're not going to have any votes back in here for quite a while. This is the only vote. So vote-wise, you will not miss a vote in this committee once you are recorded voting on this amendment. The clerk shall proceed.
Yeah. Yeah. My name.
Oh, yeah. Ms. Torres Small. Ms. Torres Small votes aye. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell votes no. Ms. Sherrill. Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes no. Ms. Escobar. Aye. Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Walt. Mr. Walt votes no. Ms. Holland. Aye. Ms. Holland votes aye. Mr. Golden.
Aye.
Mr. Golden votes aye. Mrs. Trahan.
This is the plutonium.
Mrs. Gloria.
Just got in.
Mrs. LeVeaux votes aye. Mr. Brindisi.
Yeah, the plutonium.
Mr. Brindisi. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop.
I'm trying to vote in the middle of this. And you're voting on
Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner. Sorry. Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Garamendi.
Aye.
Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Lamborn. No. Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Whitman.
No.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Brooks.
No.
Mr. Brooks votes no.
You're doing good.
Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Keating. Mr. Keating.
I'm not.
Mr. Keating. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Vella. Mr. Vella.
Aye.
Mr. Vella votes aye. Mr. Bacon.
No.
Mr. Bacon votes no. Ms. Cheney.
Ms. Cheney. Mrs. Trahan. Mrs. Trahan votes aye. Mr. Brindisi. Mr. Brindisi.
All right, if the clerk will suspend for just a moment. So now what we have to do is as members come back in, and we've got the staff reaching out to the members who have not yet voted. We will have them vote, and we are going to continue to hold this vote open until we get those votes. And with that, I'm going to go vote on the floor. And Ms. Davis, if you could just sort of every few minutes, let's keep an eye, make sure we remind people as they come in, if they have not been recorded, to record them. And at some point, actually right now, why don't you read off for us the list of members who have not yet voted?
Mr. Wilson. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cook. Mr. Keating. Ms. Cheney. Mr. Brindisi.
No, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. All right, so we'll if we could try and track those folks down, get them back in here as soon. Mr. Wilson, how would you like to be recorded?
Mr. Wilson votes no.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go vote as members come in. If we could just sort of direct them toward make sure we get those votes counted. As soon as we're done with everyone voting, we will move on from there. But for now, the vote remains open.
No, we're holding it open for everybody.
Mr. Brindisi votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Cooper, your vote has not been recorded yet.
Mr. Cooper votes aye.
Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Bishop votes no.
I gotta smell mine right now. I had a good sandwich. It's all trapped in.
Kelly came in, yeah. Yeah. Okay, but he was already.
You already recorded?
Yeah.
Oh, so we need these four?
Yeah. Keating, Cheney, and Brindisi. You sure he did? Okay, I got those. I know who they.
It's like the Senate, you can just come in and do a thumbs up.
You voted, Jim, didn't you?
Should I say?
One second. Because they should see you come up, and then they'll call your name. Mr. Smith went to go vote too, so it's still open.
Yeah. It says 5 minutes.
Mr.
Yep.
Keating.
Yes.
Mr. Keating votes aye.
How is
There you
Mr.
go.
Cook recorded? This-
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
How is Mr. Cook recorded?
Mr. Cook is not recorded.
Mr. Cook, you want to vote? Be sure and vote right now. Can you vote now? Just vote.
Okay. Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook votes no.
Okay. Keating's on the screen, right? Is that Keating? They have all. Oh, I thought that was Keating.
I don't know, because he wasn't here. He didn't call him. He left him. They asked him, and
It's fine.
I don't know how they're going to do that.
Okay, that's what I thought he was. I think it's his name. Ah, who she is. Mrs. Cheney. How was Mrs. Cheney recorded?
Ms. Cheney is not recorded.
I vote no.
Ms. Cheney votes no.
I said I had your proxy, but they didn't buy it. I tried to do a proxy vote, but they wouldn't take it. I said, she just changed her mind. She said, yes. You want me to go with you? No. Oh, I voted. My construction company said they'd be over. Why vote no? Yeah. Here. Okay, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 31 and the noes are 25.
The amendment is adopted. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cooper, for the purposes of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces.
The question is on the motion. If the gentleman from Tennessee, so many as in favor, will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Ayes have it. A quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. All right. The committee will now consider the chairman's mark pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member. We will postpone recorded votes and amendments until a mutually agreed time. I've kind of already made my opening statement, so I will skip past that, but I will now turn to Mr. Thornberry for any comments he may wish to make.
Mr. Chairman, I likewise made my comments at the beginning of the markup, so I would yield back.
Before moving to amendments, is there any discussion of the chairman's mark? We will now consider en bloc package number 1. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority. Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. And now it's that ever exciting point in the markup when it's my turn to read through the list. So en bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Log 25R1 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 71R2 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 81R2 by Rep. Golden, Log 99R1 by Rep. Horn, Log 121R1 by Rep. Garamendi, Log 129R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 153R2 by Rep. Davis, Log 182, by Rep. Holland, Log 182 by Rep. Davis, Log 207R1 by Rep. Walls, Log 216R1 by Rep. Waltz, Log 228 by Rep. Crow, Log 229R2 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 241R1 by Rep. Brooks, Log 246R1 by Rep. Hartzler, Log 251R1 by Rep. Brooks, Log 255R1 by Rep. Spear, Log 305R2 by Rep. Slotkin, Log 312R3 by Rep. Mitchell, Log 333R3 by Rep. Mitchell, Log 373 by Rep. Bergman, Log 380R1 by Rep. Thornberry, Log 386 by Rep. Khanna, Log 396R1 by Rep. Courtney, Log 405R1 by Rep. Courtney, Log 410R1 by Rep. Courtney, Log 432 by Rep. Khanna, Log 449R1 by Rep. Davis, Log 459R3 by Rep. Bacon, Log 470R1 by Rep. Desjardins, Log 478 by Rep. Moulton, Log 489 by Rep. Desjardins, Log 491R3 by Rep. Bacon, Log 501 by Rep. Trahan, Log 503R1 by Rep. Torres Small, Log 505R3 by Rep. Torres Small, Log 508R2 by Rep. Torres Small, Log 525R3 by Rep. Holland, Log 537R1 by Rep. Thornberry, Log 550 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 557 by Rep. Gallego, Log 559R1 by Rep. Moulton, Log 569R3 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 572R2 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 589R1 by Rep. Cooper, Log 594R1 by Rep. Byrne, Log 627 by Rep. Brown, Log 628 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 39R1 by Rep. Vila, Log 175R2 by Rep. Waltz, Log 236 by Rep. Spear, Log 543R2 by Rep. Golden, Log 575R2 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 213R1 by Rep. Mitchell, Log 294R1 by Rep. Brindisi. I keep turning the page and hoping that there will be an end. Haven't gotten to it yet. Log 379R1 by Rep. Thornberry. Log 585R1 by Rep. Gallego. Log 38R2 by Rep. Conaway. Log 144 by Rep. Conaway. Log 306 by Rep. Gallagher. Log 318R1 by Rep. Banks. Log 578R2 by Rep. Banks. Log 179R2 by Rep. Waltz. Log 574R2 by Rep. Banks. Log 284 by Rep. Kem. Log 309R1 by Rep. Slotkin. Log 590R1 by Rep. Torres Small. Log 507R1 by Rep. Trahan. Log 257R2 by Rep. Whitman. Log 360R3 by Rep. Crow. Log 442R4 by Rep. Kem. Log 23R3 by Rep. Bacon. Log 110 by Rep. Kelly. Log 464R2 by Rep. Bacon. Log 523 by Rep. Courtney. Log 545 by Rep. Kelly. Log 570R2 by Rep. Moulton. Log 243R1 by Rep. Brooks. Log 143R5 by Rep. Lambourne. Log 149 by Rep. Courtney. Log 276 by Rep. Cheney. Log 283R1 by Rep. Brindisi. Log 444R2 by Rep. Houlihan. Log 499R3 by Rep. Torres Small. Log 275 by Rep. Crow. Log 304 by Rep. Houlihan. Is there any discussion of the on-block package? Yeah, actually. If there is no further discussion, the question is on adoption of on-block package number 1. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. All right. We will now consider log 63. I'm sorry. I did not get the new list here. Or I didn't open to the new list here. I apologize. We will now consider log 150 by Mr. Langevin. I'm sorry. For what purpose does Mr. Langevin seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment, and Mr. Langevin is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would prohibit the deployment of warheads beyond the New START levels. I'm gravely concerned with the administration's reckless behavior with respect to arms control and our relations with Russia. Last year, the President left the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. Early this year, he illegally left the Open Skies Treaty. Last year's NDAA, which he signed, explicitly called for congressional consultation and 120 days' notice ahead of a formal announcement, neither of which he provided. So, Mr. Chairman, Congress must step in and protect our last non-proliferation treaty with Russia, New START. So we now live in a world with 9 nuclear powers. More than negligent, I believe it is absolutely dangerous for the administration to continue wavering on non-proliferation commitments. Mr. Chairman, this amendment, though, also falls within the jurisdiction of the Committee on Foreign Relations. I certainly respect the great leadership Chairman Engel has shown over the years on non-proliferation issues, and I've agreed to work with him as this bill moves to the floor. So, therefore, with that, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman withdraws the amendment. So it is now in order to consider log number 239. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition? Well, that's not helpful. Mr. Gallego, are you prepared for your amendment? We're going to skip the two amendments, so you're ready? Okay. So we'll now consider log 453. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is an amendment that I'm bringing with Mr. Bacon. Will protect our force posture.
Rubin, sorry. You have to offer, you have an amendment at the desk.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we'll dispense with reading of the amendment. And now the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my fellow members. Mr. Chairman, this amendment that I'm bringing with Mr. Bacon will protect our force posture in Germany and Europe. At this time, we can't afford to reduce our presence in Europe. Russia is a major threat to our country and to the free world. Our deterrence posture in Germany is a key reason that Russia no longer controls most of Eastern Europe. Our German bases have treated thousands of our service members who have been wounded in Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere. Our air bases in Germany enable the rapid deployment of our troops around the world on almost no notice. And our force posture throughout Europe is designed and well placed to deter any Russian attack on NATO. We're still in the middle of our MILCON restoration in the European Deterrence Initiative, so I'm pleased that we have an infrastructure savings clause in here also. I want to thank Mr. Bacon for his support, and I urge a yes vote in favor of defending against Russian aggression and attacks.
Mr. Gates.
I'd like to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Gates is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to begin with a request to enter into the record New York Times piece from January 13th, 2012, entitled "The U.S. Faces New Challenge of Fewer Troops in Europe." I seek unanimous request for that. Unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
And Mr. Chairman, the reason I would like this entered into the record is because it chronicles the Bush administration, the Bush-Cheney administration's efforts to withdraw elements of our troops from Germany. So apparently, the Bush-Cheney administration believed that this continued sustained level of troop presence in Germany was not necessary to achieve the deterrence objectives that was mentioned, but that sentiment continued. In fact, it was Defense Secretary Leon Panetta, whose fine son serves with us in the Congress, who also supported the reduction in these troop levels in Germany to levels that would even be consistent with what the Trump administration is looking at now. So it seems to be that there's bipartisan support to reduce these troop levels, and what Mr. Gallego's amendment does is it ties the administration's hands. It says that no matter what the changing conditions are, the committee has taken the position that we must maintain our current level of involvement in Germany. I do not believe that our current presence in Germany is the reason why Russia no longer controls Eastern Europe. That was the argument the gentleman made, and I can't believe he was able to make it with a straight face. It's not as if our presence in Germany stopped Russia from marching into Crimea. They were able to do that despite our 35,000 troops in Germany. It's deeply disappointing that when you have Republicans and Democrats around the country seeking to put our nation first, seeking less U.S. involvement, that there seems to be tremendous bipartisan belief on the committee that we ought to be engaged everywhere at a tremendously high cost and with, I think, little impact on global affairs beyond the draining of our military, the overextension of our resources, and the limitation of our capabilities. If we do reduce our troop presence, I think that we could count on our European partners to step up. I think that the way they become stronger is by having to become stronger. I think that what we've seen in NATO has been helpful to the institution because more European nations are contributing a higher percentage of their GDP. So it's my sincere hope that the amendment will not be adopted. I yield back.
Mr. Bacon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the amendment, obviously. I served in NATO for 3 years. The Russian threat is growing. It's not declining. And I think a key
facet here is we've already reduced our NATO forces by 2/3 since 1990 till today. I think a 1/3 presence is necessary, and we can't afford to go less. In fact, I would favor more. Also, when you look at what forces do we have in Germany right now? Well, the Army has no combat troops. They strictly have logistics forces there to take in more troops in case hostilities arise with Russia. So by cutting ground forces, you're actually cutting your ability to receive more ground forces in a time of conflict. In regards to the Air Force, we have two bases that are two of the most strategic bases in that whole part of the world, Spangdahlem and Ramstein. They're not only critical for what we do in Europe, they're absolutely critical what we do in the Middle East and Africa. They're in the perfect location to take C-5s and C-17s without air refueling, then get gas, and then do their next landing be in the Middle East, Iraq or Afghanistan, or in Africa. So in other words, it's in the perfect location to support 3 different continents worth of operations. So if you're going to cut 9,000 troops, you're either cutting logistics forces with the Army, which hurts us for deterrence, it hurts us to put ground forces back in a time of conflict, or you're cutting one of these air bases that are strategic in supporting 3 different COCOMs that are heavily involved today. Now, I do agree with the President on this. Germany only is paying about 1.1% of their GDP to defense. I do think that we need to continue diplomatically putting pressure on our friends to do more. But we have to also realize they do things that aren't included in that 1.1%, like do much of the funding to support those two airfields. So bottom line is, I think this weakens NATO. This weakens us against Russia. We've already reduced our forces by 2/3. This will hurt our ability to respond in a time of conflict in the future. So I think we have to keep our presence where it's at in Germany. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I yield.
Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gates makes a very interesting argument that ignores the fact from the things that have happened between the Bush-Cheney administration and today. Little things like Georgia, Crimea, Ukraine. I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Mr. Gagel.
Yes, thank you, Representative Garamendi. Thank you, Representative Gates, also for engaging in this debate in such a civil manner. I think we should always recognize when that happens. One of the things I'd like to point out, and I think there are legitimate concerns in terms of us cementing troop levels in different parts of the world. The one thing that you should at least observe is that in this amendment that Bacon and I are introducing, this amendment ends automatically unless we decide to somehow come back on the date of, I believe, December 31st of 2021. And so what I point out to you, Mr. Gates, is that this is not something that we're going to say is always going to happen. This just gives us an opportunity to us as Armed Services Committee to really be able to reevaluate in proper amount of time what our force posture should be in Eastern Europe. And I agree to certain degrees that we may have to bring some troops back. We may have to rotate some troops closer to the Eastern Front. But let's do that in a manner where we can all plan it, where we can all agree, and not in, I think, a hasty manner that creates some doubt among our alliances. Thank you. Now yield back my time.
Thank you. One quick note as we're dealing with this third vote, then there'll be a little bit of a gap there. In a few amendments, we will have some amendments that face second-degree amendments. And just for everyone's memory, if a second-degree amendment comes up, we have to vote on it right then, not at the end of the process. So just for your planning purposes, keep your eyes out for second-degree amendments, because we will have to have roll call votes at that point, not at the end of the process. And with that programming note, I will recognize Mr. Thornberry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I support the Gallego amendment. I think it's well done. I fully agree that every NATO ally needs to meet their 2% commitment. But I was very concerned by the proposals that floated from apparently a couple people in the White House that not only would we bring a lot of troops out of Germany, but we would put troop caps on how many Americans could ever be in the country at any one particular time. And the effect of that would mean we couldn't do exercises, and as General Bacon pointed out, we also couldn't use Germany as a transit point for going to other theaters, whether it's the Middle East or Africa. It was not done. This proposal was not put together with the input or consideration of the Department of Defense. And so the way I read the Gallego Amendment is this does not say you can't move people out of Germany or Europe. It says you got to study it, and you got to consult with your allies, and you got to figure out what the effects are going to be. Now, I don't think that's too much to ask, especially since we've had some proposals that did not meet that criteria. So I think this is the right thing to do. I think it is imperative that whatever we do, we consult with our allies, work with them, but we also don't cut off our nose to spite our face.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a little bit different view, although I respect those differing views. Quite frankly, the United States of America has been defending Europe for 7 decades. The result of that defense of Europe by the United States of America forces is that Europe has become dependent on the United States of America for its defense and has not built up their own military capacity in order to defend themselves. I would submit that if we, the United States of America, gradually reduce our forces in Europe, that in turn causes Europe to start building up their own military forces, which in turn means that we collectively, the United States of America's military forces and the strengthened European forces, are in a stronger and better position to defend Europe and other parts of the world in which the United States of America and NATO have an interest. And so as a result, I am going to oppose this amendment because I believe that a stronger Europe made up of a stronger European military is better for our alliance. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna, are you with us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We got you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am supportive of Representative Gates's objection to this amendment. The reality is progressives have always been for the rational reduction of troops abroad to prevent further engagement in the Middle East and to bring that money home so we can spend it on jobs in our country, infrastructure in our country. President Obama in 2012, as you know, Mr. Chairman, recommended a 7,000 reduction of troops from Europe. That was President Obama's policy. Now, of course, everyone on this committee is opposed to Russian aggression, but the reality is that 34,000 troops didn't stop them from marching into Crimea. The way to stop Russian aggression is not going to be determined with whether we have 5,000, 9,000 more troops sitting there in Germany. If 34,000 couldn't stop them, I doubt 25,000 is going to be a deterrent in stopping them. What we need is a strengthening of our alliances, a clear sense to Russia amount through effective diplomacy that we are not going to stand for further aggression and interference in our elections. But that should not be a knee-jerk reaction to not reduce troop levels and bring troop levels home and adjust to the 21st century. I mean, we can't be relitigating the 20th century wars in the 21st century. So I don't support, as people here know, I've been one of the loudest critics of the president. I don't support the idea of retaliating against Germany, but I don't think it just because the White House proposes something, if progressives have always been for troop reduction, that we say, well, now we're no longer for troop reduction. I think we ought to have a thoughtful, rational conversation about how we bring some of these troops home, and I welcome that debate.
I can't support an amendment that restricts that debate.
Thank you. I have, just for members' information, I have Mr. Turner, Mr. Crow, and Mr. Cook. If there's somebody else who wishes to speak, let me or the staff know. I got Mr. Bishop. Mr. Turner, you're up.
I want to speak in favor of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Mr. Bacon's statements of the importance of the troops that are in Germany. And I really appreciate Mr. Gates' statement that these troops are insufficient and no longer needed to protect Germany, because they're not there to protect Germany. I've served as president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and Garamendi, Mr. Cook, Mr. Lamborn, Mr. Bishop, Mr. Larson, Mr. Wilson, on a bipartisan basis have served and Susan Davis, who I promised would have no significant work, who had to do great leadership there, are active in working with our fellow parliamentarians of our NATO partners. And I know, as Mr. Gates knows, that all of us on this committee are in and out of Germany and in and out of the bases in Germany, and that's not what our troops do in Germany. Our troops in Germany coordinate all of our stuff all around the world. Our nuclear deterrent, as the chairman, as Mr. Thornberry was saying, the forward deployment, our logistics. What we have in Germany is not to defend Germany. Now, this, and to all deference to Mr. Rakana, whether or not this passes, these troops aren't coming home. This is not about, oh, we're going to go reduce troops. The president, in raising this issue, and I think he rightly raised the issue with Germany, Germany needs to carry its weight. It needs to pay its 2%. It needs to be an active member of NATO, and it currently is not. And I think his words are absolutely important in engaging Germany and our NATO allies. This amendment does not thwart the president doing that. It says that we need to look to the military goals and objectives, and I think that's what's important about what we have at Germany. I think it aids the discussion with Germany on how they need to increase their participation and what they need to do in response to the president. I would encourage everyone to vote for this. Our allies every day ask the question, is America still with us? And voting for this and saying we're going to do an assessment of the military needs is absolutely appropriate. Now, I wish the president incredibly well in his negotiations with Germany on increasing their participation, on support of the United States, on having a deployable military. All of NATO is continuing that pressure upon Germany. But taking our vital operations that are vital to us and diminishing them does not increase our security or the security of our allies. So I would encourage everyone to support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. I will recognize myself for a couple of minutes, and it's a weird day. I really wanted to just make the point that Mr. Turner made just a minute ago, and that is that our troops are not in Germany to protect Europe. Major misunderstanding on that. They are there for the purpose that Mr. Turner pointed out, to be forward deployed and coordinate our global efforts. And that's the main reason now that we have troops based outside of the U.S. If we're dealing with a terrorist threat in Africa or the Middle East, having troops forward deployed on the other side of the world puts us in a better position to deal with those threats even outside of Europe. But also having those troops over there puts us in a position to build relationships with allies and build strategic partnerships also to confront our national security threats, so that hopefully we don't have to send 1 million troops into Europe to defend it, that we've built a system of alliances across the world, that enable us to meet our national security needs. And that's what worries me about the president's approach. Certainly redeploying troops makes sense. I'm worried about his stated hostility to alliances, and I'm worried even about the way he announced the idea of pulling the troops out of Germany, was once again demonstrating his hostility towards that alliance, the belief that Germany wasn't a good partner, so we should pull out to punish them. I think that is the wrong approach. I think alliances are crucial to our national security. Now, none of that is to say that we shouldn't potentially pull troops out of Germany. I think it's worth examining and talking about, and that's what Mr. Gallego's amendment says. So I do realize that the Democrats traditionally have talked about all of our troops forward deployed, and I agree with the sentiment that our foreign policy over the course of the last 60 or 70 years has been too military focused, that we need to look at other tools in our national security and foreign policy toolbox, diplomacy, aid, partnerships, alliances. All of that is more important than sending in the military. But focusing on pulling troops back from the rest of the world, to my mind, achieves the opposite goal. It's mostly advocated by people who feel like our military is playing too great of a role in the world. But part of what our military does is builds those alliances and makes sure that we don't have to actually use the military. And all of those things should be thought about before we announce that we're going to yank 10,000 troops out of Germany. And by the way, the president has not yet been clear on exactly what he's doing here, because on the one hand, we've heard from people who said we want to bring them back, but again, as I think it was Mr. Turner who made the point, they're not coming back necessarily. There has been talk in the administration about, well, they should go to Poland or Romania or Bulgaria. I don't think we should be sort of like spitballing publicly about what we want to do on this. I think we should have a cohesive plan and decide what our force posture should be, and I think Mr. Gallego's amendment appropriately puts us in a place to do that. With that, I will do two things. One, I recognize Mr. Crow, and two, Mr. Larson. I've always wanted to say this, you have the calm. I'm going to go vote. So you're in charge, and we've got Crow, Cook, and Bishop, and anyone else who wants to be recognized, let Mr. Larson know.
I will say I've never wanted to hear that. But go ahead.
Yeah, I never really wanted to say it either now that I stop and think about it, but here we are. Mr. Crow, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You made several of the remarks that I was going to make. I couldn't agree more with you that the transatlantic partnership for over 70 years has ushered in an era of peace and prosperity and stability between North America and Europe, the likes of which we have never seen before. That's not to say that we haven't had conflict, but that partnership is real, it's tangible, and it benefits both sides. This is not a one-sided affair. This is very much in the interest of the United States and the rest of the world to maintain that. This also, the notion of just pulling troops back couldn't come at a worse time. Talking to our NATO partners, our allies, there is very real concern about our commitment to that partnership that has endured, again, for over 7 decades. Doing this without consultation, without a process, sends a message that we are not committed and that we do not have a resolve to that alliance. And I am also in favor of making sure that we hold our NATO partners accountable for meeting their obligations in their defense spending, and that they pull their fair share. However, our alliance with them is not transactional. It never has been. It is not based on columns in a balance sheet. It's based on shared values, it's based on shared interests, and we shouldn't have that relationship contingent on dollar amounts. It's contingent on our shared interests and our values. Secondly, the process here was fundamentally flawed. When the Secretary of the Army, who oversees the bulk of those troops, actually learns about the President's decision while reading the Wall Street Journal, we know that the normal process, the interagency process that is supposed to be followed, the deliberation and the consultation that's required to make sensible, smart decisions did not occur. I'm perfectly willing to have that discussion, but let's have it in the right way. And lastly, as many of my colleagues pointed out, this is not just about Germany. This is about our ability to meet obligations throughout the entire world. Germany indeed is a hub, a transit hub for our operations in the Middle East and Africa and Europe and throughout Northern Europe, and a pull down in Germany would drastically affect our ability to conduct all those operations, and that is a discussion worth having in a systematic and deliberate way. That's why I will be supporting Mr. Gallego's amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Bishop for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Look, I want to add my voice to a lot of those things that have been said here as well, primarily because I was reading a magazine the other day which simply talked about what is happening in Europe is no longer what it used to be like. So when I was actually spending a couple of years living over there, we were always talking about it was the American tanks that were stopping there to prohibit the Russian tanks from rushing through the Fulda Gap. And the article said, well, that no longer exists, therefore we should make significant changes. I think we are being naive, though, if we think that that has really significantly changed and our presence doesn't make some deterrence in the situation. Because at that time when I was over there, the American presence stopped at the Iron Curtain. Today, it goes far beyond that. And if you look at where the map is right now, especially of the defense of Europe, it becomes significant because there are now the 3 Baltic states who are very strong allies of ours, and Poland, that is a very strong ally of ours, and right smack dab in the middle of all of those is Kaliningrad, which is still Russian territory from which any kind of Russian initiative could easily be launched, and the United States does have a significant problem because of the geography that is now there. We cannot take that for granted. We cannot simplify the significance of what is actually over there and then have to ask ourselves the question, if the United States were to make unilateral and precipitous decisions, would that actually have a tendency of encouraging Russian aggression, or would it discourage Russian aggression? And I think the encouraging is actually what would indeed take place, which is why we should take a very careful and sophisticated look at it through that particular way. I also realize, as many people are saying, we have some issues in which we must discuss with the Germans. What indeed should or should not be included in their 2%. Are they including non-military stuff in their 2%? We should ask them about the Nord Stream pipeline. But all of that, as significant and legitimate as those discussions are, really has nothing to do with the issue at hand here on whether we study this or whether we move precipitously. I'd also like to remind all of us who are here that our words are being listened to by the other members of the alliance in Europe, and these are not just idle words we're throwing out here. They do have significance in the way we are perceived and the way the future of the alliance will actually be perceived. And I'll just add one last thing. In my time in Germany, I found out that if you go to the areas which are most pro-American, which seem to have the greatest amount of popular support for us, it's the areas where the American servicemen served and still are serving. That is where people understand over in Europe exactly what America means, and they have an extremely positive attitude. So what I want us to do is not make this a simplistic idea. Is this still a continuation of the Cold War? No. But that the situation in Europe is still as tenuous as it was, but it's different. And that our position still is as significant as it was, and how we respond and how we act does make a difference in the alliance, does make a difference in how we will respond, and it does make a difference in how the old Soviet Union, now called Russia, will respond. So with that, I ask extreme caution and am supportive of the amendment, the original amendment, but making sure that we don't go overboard in a simplistic reaction to what is said. And with that, Mr. Larson, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Bishop. Representative Cook is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the Gallego amendment. If people haven't talked to Jerry Connolly, he was over at the last NATO conference. In fact, this makes, I think, almost 8 years that I've been going to the NATO conference. It was shocking this year, very, very shocking, because 2 countries in particular, and I'll call them out, it was France and Italy, and they're talking about backing out of NATO back then and having the European Union have its own military protective force. It's almost the script that Putin had written for him. Very, very, very scary. Now, I've been over there 3 times, military exercise a long time ago. I've been over, obviously, for a lot of it. And Germany is, without a doubt, particularly for the Army, but also the Marine Corps, it has the best training area in the world. You can do things at Grafenwehr, which is one of the bases over there. You can fire the main gun on the modern tank. You can't even do that in the United States anymore. Some of the training that you have there for the strikers and everything else
It's like we have to go all the way over there, and they are fantastic, at least in my opinion. This is very, very scary what's happening, because France right now is trying to split NATO. And don't forget, France has never been a big NATO supporter. Check your history. A guy by the name of Charles de Gaulle, how they were going to bail on that. And maybe some people forgot 6 June 1944, when how many Americans and Brits stormed the beaches at Normandy there. Extremely important. A number of people have mentioned the situation. If you haven't read that RAND report a few years ago with the Russian reaction and how in basically 3 days they could accomplish all their objectives, but now something even worse than that is this organization, which is now up to 29 countries, including many former Russian satellites, Warsaw Pact nations, is part of NATO. And we have open dialogues and everything like that. And to hear that we're going to turn our back, the Germans have been a little slow in paying and everything, but they are still probably the best trained of any of the armies over there. They have always been with us. And I think this dialogue sends the wrong message to our European allies. This is exactly what the Russians want, and we are giving it to them. Oh, we're going to cut our savings, blah, 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 blah. Go over and see a NATO exercise. Go over there and go to Grafenwehr. Go over there. I see John Garamendi because we've gone on a few Codels there. I had to bail him out of a jail in Germany, but I strongly support Mr. Gallego's amendment. I yield back.
We do not intend to ask. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? All right. Hearing no comments on the amendment itself, all those in favor of the amendment offered by Mr. Gallego will say aye. Aye. Opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. A recorded vote is requested. We will suspend proceedings on this until the end of the mark when we roll all of the votes. It is now in order to consider log number 329R1. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. Sorry, I'm on the wrong page. I'm sorry, I got to get to the right page here. What's the amendment, sir? Without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss his amendment. Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would fill a loophole that was created in last year's NDAA that exempted defense-funded basic research activities from information sharing requirements. This is a necessary step to ensure the security of our sensitive defense research and development. This is not about undoing the foundations of open and free academic research. This is about transparency and accountability. These are taxpayer dollars, and the DoD must have the ability to understand where this money is going and who is participating in this research, whether they are American or foreign. We have seen numerous incidents from both Americans and foreign nationals involved in the theft of intellectual property, espionage, and illicit technology transfer. It is exceedingly difficult for the department to accurately assess what vulnerabilities exist within these DoD research programs if they aren't aware of who is actually conducting the research. The Department of Defense trusts these universities to explore and develop critical military capabilities and national security challenges. The majority might say that basic research is just science.
and doesn't have implications on the development of military capabilities. But let me take a moment to highlight just a few examples of what, quote, basic research, end quote, grants really are, including Russian disinformation and propaganda campaigns. Also, nanoparticles that can take down unmanned aerial systems. Also, quantum communications that represent the next level of secure communications, to name just a few of the examples of what these research projects look like. I would call these critical defense capabilities, and I imagine most of you would as well. Yet the department knows more about the tourists that visit the Pentagon or work at the Starbucks on any military installation than they do about who participates in these research projects. This is about accountability, this is about security, and this is about our national and economic security, and I ask that all of you will please support this important amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I fully respect Representative Banks' position on this and many other things, including a report that we accepted in an en bloc about the Department of Defense involvement in Embassy China working groups. And folks should also know that in the IETC en bloc amendment today that we considered and adopted, we included and adopted Log 19 and Log 485, two very important amendments that get at some of the heart of the relationship and scientific relationship that and concerns that we have with China and with Russia as it stands as well. So we've already taken some pretty key and important votes to push back on, I think, the broad issue that we're all concerned about, and that is China and IP theft. So the MARC already includes these additional requirements, and these are important, and we should take pride in supporting those. But Mr. Banks' amendment would, though, further expand the individuals on whom the Department of Defense collects data to include people involved in basic research. Now, the U.S. has the best talent acquisition program for the last 70 years because of open basic research done at American universities. All basic research is already published and widely shared. It's already transparent. Anybody can get their hands on it because it's published and widely shared. So the data that these foreign students and these U.S. citizens have access to does not put national security knowledge at risk. Now, many foreign students have come to the U.S. to study at American universities and have gone to do great work in the United States. And I would recommend to every member of this committee to contact these research universities in your own state to find out who these folks are, get their names, and look at the work they've done. Fredrik Ryden from Sweden is a University of Washington PhD in electrical engineering who leads Alice Robotic in Seattle. And the company has brought in significant federal and private investment. Yifan Song from China is one of the founders of Cyrus Biotechnology and helped engineer the Rosetta software, which is named one of the top scientific breakthroughs of 2016. CJ Huang from Taiwan graduated from the University of Washington in 1966. I've known him go back a long way. I was 1 year old. I didn't know him. But he pioneered advancements in semiconductor lasers and fiber optic communications decades before the technology was fully understood. George Huang from Taiwan is the founder of Future Dial, a secondary cell phone marketplace provider. He has a PhD from the University of Washington and a master's from Washington State University. And Sal Dhanani from India is a founder and CTO of Telnav, the navigation solution provider for automated connected care platform for smart navigation, semi-autonomous sensor and AI road information, and a bachelor's in science degree from the University of Washington. The world's brightest students attend our universities to pursue an education. They participate in basic research that is open, that is transparent, and that is published. This amendment closes that off. There are a lot of good reasons why we should be tougher on American universities in terms of not being transparent enough, not being open enough when it comes to sensitive research. And we've had this discussion. We need to continue to have that discussion with the universities so they improve their own internal controls. But this is about cutting off access to basic research from some of the folks who will prove to be some of the finest minds in the world and having that opportunity to study at our universities here in the United States. So I am recommending that we oppose this particular amendment, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Mr. Conaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have immense respect for the gentleman from Washington State. However, most of the folks he talked about came to this country, took advantage of those educational opportunities before Xi Jinping and the Communist Party shanghaied the entire nation of China. And they are after our crown jewels. And I don't know if it starts with basic research or it starts with high end, but to not protect ourselves from the announced intent of Xi Jinping in this regard is, in my opinion, foolhardy. So, I understand what both sides' argument. I don't know the necessary intricacies of what you're saying, but for us to unilaterally continue to disarm in the face of Chinese aggression, going after all of our folks and even someone of Chinese descent, according to Xi Jinping, is beholden to the Chinese Communist Party for whatever they've developed here in the United States. And so I support the gentleman's amendment and yield back. Thank you.
Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to speak in opposition to this amendment. I'm an engineer by training and a very big believer in basic scientific research that happens at our colleges and universities. In my home state of Pennsylvania, we have a number of universities that are on the cutting edge of both basic and applied research that helps our defense industrial base. And I very much appreciate that Mr. Banks is concerned about the possibility that our near-peer competitors, especially China, are eager to steal our nation's intellectual property and use it for their own national security advancement. We should absolutely know who works and has access to DoD research. In fact, working with some of our Pennsylvania universities, I've been supportive of a bipartisan effort to improve information sharing between DoD and our universities so that the latter can understand and take action on foreign intelligence threats. This amendment, however, would allow DoD to start tracking both U.S. citizens and foreign nationals engaged in basic research, not applied research, which can be national security sensitive, but basic research, which is by its very nature for the public good and widely publicly available. I am concerned that this amendment would add an enormous administrative burden for both the DoD, pulling resources away from identifying and addressing foreign intelligence threats to our most sensitive research and development, and for our universities. I will be the first to say that we need to aggressively develop STEM talent here in our United States, but the fact remains that there is a global competition for the talent needed to address future capabilities and threats. Let's not make U.S. universities, long the world's leader in this type of research, inhospitable to basic researchers, both American and foreign nationals. I yield back and thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this amendment. Sensitive research at American universities has long been targeted by our strategic competitors. This committee has already taken steps to protect applied defense technology research, but we must now act to protect basic research defense applications. We can preserve the free and open academic system that has made America the global technological center, while also acknowledging that China is trying to exploit American research at every level. Again, I strongly support this amendment and urge its adoption. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Sherrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is something we've looked closely at in the Science, Space, and Technology Committee as well. Our nation's tradition of welcoming international scholars makes our universities some of the best places to study, conduct research, and contribute discoveries that fuel jobs and economic growths. In fact, my own state of New Jersey has more scientists and engineers per square mile than anywhere in the world. Innovators such as Alexander Graham Bell, Nikola Tesla, and Albert Einstein sought the U.S. for its opportunities, freedoms, and welcoming attitude. So while I take concerns about inappropriate foreign influence in research seriously, I believe that openness, the free exchange of ideas, and the ability to continue to attract top talent from around the world are essential not just to our university's research enterprise, but for our country's continued ability to be the world's leader in innovation and knowledge creation. Over the past 10 years, more than half, 7 out of 11, of the Nobel Prize recipients from Princeton University were born in other countries. More broadly, immigrants have been awarded nearly 40% of the Nobel Prizes won by Americans in chemistry, medicine, and physics since 2000.
The American Physical Society, a membership organization of academics and students engaged in physics research, conducted a survey in 2019 to evaluate international student applications to U.S. physics departments. I'm going to largely quote from the results of that study published by APS. While there's a small group of top-tier institutions that are insulated from any sustained decline in international student applications, outside of this top tier, physics departments across the U.S. have suffered an average 2-year decline in international applications of 22%. A substantial gap is now opening between top-tier universities and all others in their ability to attract international students. That means we are even further concentrating research and innovation capacity in and around a few institutions. However, institutions outside of the top tier play essential roles in training the U.S. STEM workforce and in U.S. innovation. More than 70% of all U.S. physics PhDs are from institutions outside the top 15, and since 1990, 6 Nobel laureates in physics received PhDs from institutions outside the top 15. Unfortunately, because of the decreased foreign student enrollment over the last few years, many institutions now face destabilizing declines and are making significant changes to adapt, including lowering standards. I don't want my remarks to be misunderstood. We must double down on our efforts to improve our K-12 STEM pipeline and ensure that every American student who wants to has the opportunity to pursue advanced STEM degrees. We have so much talent in our own nation that we fail to tap into, but we will continue to benefit from the best talent from around the world, and for now, we rely heavily on them. This is not an either-or. So the important question is, why are international applications decreasing so precipitously? And the survey asked that question too. Of those students who aren't even trying to come to the U.S., 32% report that they believe the U.S. is, quote, unwelcoming to foreigners. 20% believe they have better long-term employment opportunities outside the U.S. So I encourage my colleagues to look at the full survey results and come to terms with the consequences. U.S. physics departments are already losing their global attraction. Our competitors are increasingly attracting global talent to their benefit and to our detriment. The amendment being offered today would only exacerbate this worrisome trend and put us on a path to becoming a second-tier nation for research and innovation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the gentleman from Indiana's amendment for the reasons articulated by Mr. Conaway. There is a story we tell ourselves about China, that they're just like us, that if we trade with them more, if we invite them to our academic institutions, that they will embrace liberal Western democracy and jettison their authoritarian impulses. The truth is, nothing could be further from reality. What we see in China is a dedicated strategy to target our academic institutions, to flood them with cash, and then to try to extract talent that they can use in a way that puts the United States in a diminished position. We know this from countless reports. We know it from the information that we receive as members of this committee, and certainly Mr. Conaway has unique experience getting this information through his role on the Intelligence Committee. I would suspect that if there are concerns about particular types of research being necessary for the public good, that Mr. Banks' amendment allows for that, so long as DOD is guaranteed that this is not something that would jeopardize our national security. And I would yield the remainder of my time to the gentleman from Indiana to respond to any comments he would choose to.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Let's not fool ourselves. Basic university research funded by the Department of Defense or our intelligence agencies has a significant national security impact. If taxpayer dollars are going to fund this research, and the research is for national security purposes, should we not know who is involved in that research? And right now we don't. It's not reported to the Pentagon. The most astonishing committee hearing I've ever been a part of was an IETC hearing with university research officials and Pentagon officials, where I heard exactly that. They don't track who is involved and they don't report it to the Pentagon. This amendment doesn't prevent any college student from participating in university research, but it does require that basic university research funded by the Department of Defense for national security purposes would track and report who's involved in that research. Mr. Larson read, who I respect greatly, read many names of researchers on a college campus in Washington. If he has a list of those names, shouldn't the Pentagon have a list of those names as well?
and track who's involved in that research. And if these research projects are transparent and made public in the way that they are, then what's the resistance to knowing that who's involved in those projects? Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a tough call, and I'm concerned about how this debate is falling along partisan lines, because we do live in a different age with the stated policy of China and Xi Jinping to steal our basic scientific research that does have an influence on our national security. At the same time, I come from Massachusetts. I have a degree in physics from Harvard. I represent a part of the world with the greatest concentration of top universities, and yet it was a Harvard chemistry professor who was recently charged by the U.S. attorney for undue influence from China. And it's pretty clear that we didn't have any oversight over that. So I'm very concerned about any restrictions to freedom of thought, to basic scientific research. But if this is just oversight for DoD dollars, we're paying these researchers to do research that is in fact important for national security by definition, that's why DoD is paying for it, then I'm not sure it should be such a great concern. One of the things we've learned on our Future Defense Task Force is that there are a lot of areas that are just considered basic scientific research now, such as biotech, that have huge implications for the future of national security. So we've got to strike this balance right. I'm not convinced how I'll vote on this amendment, but Mr. Banks, I'm wondering if you can just answer some of these questions about how your amendment will protect us while also ensuring that people still want to come to the United States, that this is still the premier place in the world to conduct basic scientific research, and how academic freedom, an essential part of our democracy, baked into our Constitution, will be preserved. I yield.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. It's been, by the way, the honor of my service in Congress to co-chair the Future Defense Task Force with you, Mr. Moulton. We've learned so much about the threat over the 6 months of that endeavor. And by the way, it's interesting that so many of us have jumped to the conclusion this is about Chinese students. This could be students from any adversarial country that comes to the United States and participates in university research. My amendment doesn't prevent any student from being involved in the research. It just requires that those who are involved in that research would be reported to the Department of Defense, especially considering that this research is funded by the Department of Defense to begin with. So that's all this amendment does. I mean, Mr. Moulton, you make a compelling point. This is what we're doing today with this National Defense Authorization Act. This is the primary role of us as members of Congress as an oversight function, and that's exactly what this amendment does in providing oversight for taxpayer dollars to go to fund research on college campuses, to report students involved in the background of that research to the Pentagon, which does not happen today for basic research. I'll yield back.
Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me ask folks to think about some basic concepts. We're talking about oversight. We're talking about information necessary to have oversight on funding that DoD is putting into basic research. So we know who's doing the research. So we know if they're students from an adversarial country, if they're participating in DoD-funded research. I thought that was our role here, was to be able to have that kind of oversight. So I'm a little confused that now we're saying that somehow that's going to restrain or limit foreign students from participating in basic research at universities in America. We've had ample instances we've seen of violations from the reporting requirements as they exist by the Chinese. Is there anybody in this room that does not believe that China is an adversary of the United States? There's every plan possible to become a world power at our detriment. Is there anybody that doesn't believe that? I had the opportunity to serve with Mr. Banks and Mr. Moulton on the Future Defense Task Force. It was very enlightening. It was enlightening because basic research such as gene mapping and how important that is in the future is a very basic research following gene printing, following gene mapping. There are two primary competitors in the world on that, the United States and China. Who do you want to control that in the future, or at least be able to be on the map with it? Do you want that primarily controlled and managed by China? Do you want to be holding for China for that basic research? Anybody in this room had an Impossible Burger? If you have, by the way, yeah, believe it or not, gene printing produced the ability to produce a burger that tastes like meat and it's not. Basic as that to very high-tech things like working in manufacturing and agriculture. And they compete with the Chinese. We've seen China. We hope through the WTO they would come and act like the rest of the world or in some manner. Did that work? We've seen what they're doing in Hong Kong. They made an arrangement. Is that working? Had they failed to live up to what they committed to regarding Hong Kong? They've clearly violated our laws on numerous occasions regarding reporting of the funding they're putting in the universities. It's somehow a basic requirement that reporting, if you have Chinese students, Chinese nationals participating in basic research, somehow should offend them or us? Let us not be naive about this. We need to know if adversarial nations have individuals participating in basic research. I don't understand why there's some shock. So I would please, we've got a lot to do, and we've got things to move on. Let's just put this forward. It's not the end of the world, and let's deal with stuff that's more important. This is not one of those things you just have to fight about, as Mr. Moulton indicated, on a partisan basis. I yield back. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent one of the biggest biotech districts in the country. Between biotech and high tech and the like, any number of my companies are represented by foreign-born CEOs. Having said that, I also serve on the Intelligence Committee. And I would suggest to everyone that we have reason to support this amendment. And I would suggest further that if you look at, for instance, Chinese students, a third of the university students in this country come from China. We have a very open society. China uses LinkedIn to lure U.S. professors and members of various defense contractors to come to China to provide opportunities for them to give speeches. And you can go from there. So I don't think this is malignant. I think that it is, in fact, something that we should recognize is very important for us to know about, since it is DoD money on intelligence issues and is basic research. So I will support the amendment. I yield back.
Ms. Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, this has been interesting because I think I certainly started in one place on it, but I wanted to understand sort of what the guardrails are in your proposal, Mr. Banks. What is it that we're looking for, and what restraints or what, more nefarious kinds of activities could occur around this, which we would not want to have happen to our scientists, and I'm probably truth for any other country. Could you respond to that?
Yeah, I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Maybe we're making much more out of this than what it is. My amendment last year to the NDAA dealt with, we're talking about definitions, it dealt with applied
research on college campuses. This amendment, sort of a, in my opening remarks, I talked about a loophole because now we better understand that what that didn't include last year is basic university research. So I read a few examples. I want to read one. So many of us jump to the Chinese student conclusion, and that's serious. But another example would be another example of basic university research that I'm talking about. This funded by the Department of Defense. This is a real example: Russian disinformation and propaganda campaigns. So that what I would submit to you is how do we know that a Russian student participated in a DoD-funded national security interest-related university research project about Russian disinformation and propaganda campaigns? Right now, we don't know that. And all my amendment would do would be to force the Pentagon, is if you use our taxpayer dollars and give it to university for national security-related research, basic research like this example, then the Pentagon should create a database and collect which students are involved in that research. That's all this amendment does, and it's something that I've had a hard time wrapping my head around why we don't already do that.
I think my concern would be, to take my time, is that I don't know that you find that out in a simple way. Do you ask them? Are you doing this kind of research? I just think that it might, in order to be able to implement this, you might be asking people to do something that certainly even for a student in our country is not appropriate. And I don't know what those guardrails would be or whether this is an appropriate time to write them in, but I'm just wondering where it takes us. And that's the slippery slope that this kind of thing can do.
Yeah. This has been a good debate. It's been a long debate. If somebody has something else quick, I think it's been well aired. Are there any further comments? Let's debate. Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. It is now in order to consider log number 533. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I call up my amendment, log 528, and ask for its consideration.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all know our broken immigration system continues to incentivize illegal activity and put vulnerable populations at risk. Cartels lure desperate people using fake promises, even telling them that they can use children as a form of visa. Congress has repeatedly refused to do its job and invest in securing our borders. This came to a head last year. HHS and CBP broke all-time records for unaccompanied children in their care. Money for housing kids nearly ran out because Democrat-controlled House refused to act. Instead, my colleagues on the majority called it a fake emergency. Faced with years of congressional inaction, President Trump was right to declare a national emergency. But the bill before us includes a short-sighted change to national emergency authority that will upend the progress the president has made to secure the border. The bill adds burdensome requirements to intentionally limit the amount of military construction funds available to an emergency regardless of the nature of the emergency, again, barring COVID-19. Section 2801 changes current law to insert potentially dozens of other laws, including environmental laws, into the military construction process and overrides existing authorities granted by Congress. This innocent-looking language will be a boon to activist lawyers looking to go after a single missed form. Today, the crisis is at the border. Tomorrow, the president's emergency authority to use military construction funds may be needed for an even worse crisis. This language ties the hands of the United States to respond to any future emergency, including natural disaster or another terrorist attack. The only exception is for COVID-19 crisis.
That carve-out tells me a lot. That carve-out means the majority knows they don't want these unrealistic restrictions imposed on an emergency in progress. It tells me it's a political game. Again, I oppose this language tying the president's hands. I'm not happy that defense funds are being used for border security. But Congress has neglected our responsibilities in this area for so long, the president has had no alternative. I understand the majority is committed to keeping this provision. While I'm strongly opposed to the provision, I believe it's best to postpone its further consideration. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my amendment and yield back. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. It is now in order to call up log number 009. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Pardon me, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, the amendment I'm proposing, I'm sorry. Mr.
You have an
Chairman, I have
amendment
an
at the
amendment
desk.
at the desk.
Yes.
I apologize.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the chair recognizes the gentlelady to discuss her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the amendment I'm proposing would strengthen our response to an issue of bipartisan concern in my state, PFAS contamination. The committee and this Congress took historic action last year in the NDAA to address contamination by PFAS forever chemicals in a number of important ways, by requiring DOD to stop using PFAS-laden foam immediately in training and exercises, stop using PFAS firefighting foam by 2024 altogether, come up with a plan for PFAS disposal and cleanup, and to test for PFAS exposure in firefighters. And finally, it included my PFAS Monitoring Act requiring for the first time that the EPA include PFAS in the chemicals that municipalities must test for drinking water. In this amendment today, we would push DOD to clean up PFAS contamination according to the most stringent available standard, whether set at the state or federal level. This matters because Michigan and other states with significant PFAS contamination can't afford to wait for the EPA as it drags its feet on the federal standards. Michigan is moving forward to set our own drinking water standard, consistent with the best available scientific evidence. And if the Pentagon cleans up PFAS contamination in our state, I want that cleanup to abide by Michigan standards. This issue is so important to my state that I raised it directly with the Secretary of Defense when he testified in front of our committee in February. I asked him if he'd abide by the most stringent standard available. He said that as long as the law told him to, he would clean up research and do development up to that standards. I asked the same thing of DASD Maureen Sullivan. Neither were opposed to this amendment principally. It aims to require DOD to clean up PFAS contamination based on the safest standard available. That's all it's asking to do. It would cut through the bureaucratic arguments, and that's all I'm asking. Last year, we ensured that DOD would have to abide by the strictest available standard when engaged in cooperative cleanup agreements with the state. This language takes the common sense step of extending that to all PFAS cleanups that DOD performs. I urge its adoption and yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Larkin. Mr. Lamborn, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the intentions behind this amendment, and the gentlelady said it well when she stated that last year we put in a number of good provisions addressing PFAS before you. In this year's NDAA, we are continuing that. We have 9 provisions already in the bill, and we have several provisions, 3 or so, that are in the mark as of today. So that's about a dozen more provisions that we're doing. I think that this one, though, is a bridge too far, and I would ask for opposition against it. And the reason is, well, there are several reasons. One is you would have a potential patchwork of different standards around the country that DOD has to comply with. California could have a very different standard than next door neighboring Nevada or Arizona. That would be inconsistent and would derive extra costs. That's the first objection. Secondly, CERCLA, which is very strict already, already has stringent standards. This goes beyond even what CERCLA would require for Superfund cleanup. And that's a problem in my opinion. EPA, despite what was just said, is taking action against PFAS and PFOA. On May 18th, about 5 weeks ago, they added 172 chemicals that are PFAS related to the toxic release inventory.
We're trying.
So EPA is taking steps. I think they're taking rational and measured steps according to science. And measures like this that are a bridge too far would go beyond what science has determined. Some states, you said it yourself, are itching to do more, and they would go beyond what science has determined is the acceptable risk. So for all those reasons, a patchwork of national and state standards, and the fact that we are addressing this in the NDAA last year and this year in many ways already, and EPA is addressing PFAS before you. You know, I have this in my district. I'm very concerned. I've been following this, and from firefighting foam at a Air Force base that has gotten into groundwater. So I know this is a real issue, and I know in Michigan it's a real issue. But this would just set up a lot of inconsistencies. And lastly, I'll just say that for the states that would have high and strict standards like California and Washington and other states, that would drive extra cost for the military, especially Air Force bases located in those states. And, you know, that would have real implications for the placement of those bases in those states in the future. So for all those reasons, I think that we should oppose this. And Madam Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lamar. And Mr. Mitchell, you were next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot of things Ms. Slotkin and I agree on. We come from neighboring districts. I have a base in my district, and we share a lot of perspectives on it. I have to agree with Mr. Lamborn that there are significant provisions, additional provisions we put in both the base bill and amendments. My count's about a dozen as well, in order to deal with the PFAS issue and address it on a consistent national basis. A patchwork does a couple of things. Not only does it cause problems for the Department of Defense, creates all kinds of operational issues at bases. The other question I'd ask is, what other areas will we decide that we now want to have a patchwork of standards for various environmental issues? Are we going to have California set emission standards for the bases out there different than the rest of the country? Go through your list of other areas that states or legislators want to create different standards for the Department of Defense to comply to have a defense facility. At some point in time, we have to say we've got to have a consistent set of standards. Let us not also pass off the value of science and actually looking at what we do with PFAS, and simply say we'll just set standards because tighter standards are better for everyone. They may not be achievable, they may not be necessary, but certainly at this point in time, a patchwork doesn't help the department do the job they first and foremost have to do for us. So I oppose it and would ask that my colleagues join me. And I have to say, if we decide that we're going to go forward with it, I will ask for a recorded vote because I think we need people on the record of how we're going to move forward with this. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Garamendi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. CERCLA already requires the Department of Defense to apply state standards if those standards are higher. The problem is that the Department of Defense has not done so. Now, speaking for California, which does have generally strong standards, I would suspect that if your constituents were aware of PFAS contamination in their community, they would want the highest standards. They may, in fact, want California standards rather than the federal standards, if they knew what was going on. This amendment is really a very important one for all of us, because all of us represent local communities.
Does the
And
gentleman
this
yield for 10
standard allows
seconds?
us the opportunity to, or this amendment allows our local communities to achieve and to have the highest standards that our individual states might have, and would prohibit or require the Department of Defense to apply the higher state standard, if in fact the state standard is higher. I cannot imagine any of us going back home and saying, not to worry, we're going to take the lower standard rather than the higher standard for our community. I know what I want for my community, and I happen to represent a community whose military base has contaminated the water supply. Now, it just happens it's California, and we happen to have a high standard in California, and therefore, yep, we're going to make sure the Department of Defense applies the higher California standard than any other standard that the Department of Defense might choose to apply. So, Mr. Mitchell, you're about to have a fit down there if you don't get a chance to comment, so why don't you take 30 seconds of my time, and then we can debate this.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Garamendi. We've done that before.
The gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for, thank you.
Of course.
We'll go for 15. I'll make your promise. I won't suggest that any of your constituents are ill-informed if you don't suggest that Michiganders are. That would be great. I think they are well aware of PFAS. It's been extensively discussed by both in the media as well as by elected officials. I don't think anybody passes it off as not a concern. I think rational science ought to be applied to it. And simply setting standards because we want to pick a number doesn't necessarily apply as science. But thanks for the time, and I'll stay in Michigan, you stay in California, we'll both be happier. I yield back, thank you.
Well, you might want to look at your neighbor who is proposing a higher standard for your neighborhood. So I'll let it go at that.
It doesn't have the base, but thank you.
Would the gentleman yield?
I know you're trying to bring me under control, Ms. Davis, but prior experience would indicate that's not possible.
That's my job.
Somebody.
With that, I yield back.
Okay, thank you. I think Mr. Cisneros is next, Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, somebody who served in the Navy using PFAS, the technology has improved. It's time for the country to move on and to move onto this newer technology that's a lot safer. And with that, I yield my time to Rep. Slotkin.
I appreciate the comments of Mr. Lamborn and Mr. Mitchell. We do work on lots and lots of things together. Mr. Lamborn, if I am being greedy about PFAS amendments, I am proud to be greedy. I know that we've done a lot of really good work in this bill, and I appreciate the bipartisan nature of it. I really do, and I know that that means it's going to succeed. And last year we did a lot of work too, but it's only because we're literally playing catch up after 30 years of us knowing that this chemical is harmful and it being all over many of our communities. I have 4 PFAS sites in my own district. So I'm proud to be greedy. I don't think that we're doing anything different than what we did last year, where we did say that we'd sign cooperative agreements up to the strictest standards. So I don't think the patchwork argument works because we've already gone and done that with DOD cleanup and these cooperative agreements last year. I don't think that this is unnecessary and duplicative of CERCLA. And to my friend Paul Mitchell, who does represent the base, or one of the bases in Michigan, along with actually Mr. Bergman, the science from Mr. Mitchell's alma mater is what is behind the governor wanting a higher standard for our PFAS cleanup. I appreciate the debate, I appreciate the conversation, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Conaway.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to Ms. Lamborn. I thank the gentleman, and I would just ask the sponsor to take yes for an answer. We really addressed this in dozens of ways last year and this year. If we get beyond what science has established, and I'm not sure that all 50 states will do that. Some will have the potential of going beyond what science has established and call for stringency that is not yet verified by science. And if that's the case, that's going to drive remediation expenses that are not yet called for. And knowing how important readiness and operations and maintenance dollars are in our budget, I want to make sure that when those dollars are spent for remediation, it's been established by science. And I would hope the chairman of the Readiness Subcommittee would agree with me on that. So let's stick to science. I trust the EPA. We may not, you may not like every single appointment, but we're talking about thousands of scientists who work at EPA. Many have been there for decades, for multiple administrations. and they're working on this. 172 chemicals were listed in the toxic inventory on May 18th, last month, or 2 months ago. So we are making real progress, and I just think this is going to drive potentially needless expenses if we go beyond the science. With that, I yield back to the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you.
I yield.
Apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does anybody else seek recognition?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kemp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a moment to thank Congresswoman Slotkin for pushing this forward. This is extremely important to my community as it is to all of ours, and I'm proud to be able to be a supporter here, so I'll be a strong yes on this one. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Bishop.
Yeah, I don't want to take a whole lot of time on this, but I need to speak out in favor of Mr. Lamborn's position, because since I don't know about the details of this, I went to the water district that's around the base where I serve and asked them on their situation and what they are doing. And on their behalf, what they ask is that since they are doing the monitoring already, and there has yet to be a threat, they don't expect one in the immediate future. They actually don't expect a long-term threat either. They just want to have some kind of consistency in the standards to which they are supposed to be using. They simply want it held to a national legal standard, not necessarily being changed at the whim of someplace else. If it changes in Part A, do they have to go to that standard, or do they stay where they are? That was their concern. What they actually asked me to say is simply that the position of the maximum containment levels in groundwater that APA and DOD considers should be based on good science and not speculation on the effects of human health. And for them, they wanted some consistency. So I need to add that as their viewpoint. Yield back.
Thank you. All right. All those in favor of the amendment offered by Ms. Slotkin will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Mr. Mitchell. Roll call vote is requested. We will hold this roll call vote over until the end of business, when it will be put in order with the rest of the roll call votes. And it is now in order to consider log number 73. And for what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Oh, sorry. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the chair will now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment would strike the provision on the collective bargaining authority included in the chairman's mark and replace it with the prohibition on the departments using FY21 funds to carry out the authority to prohibit DOD civilians from collective bargaining. Very simply, this is about the executive order that President Trump issued back in January on the 29th that potentially stripped DOD employees of their collective bargaining rights. In addition, the Secretary of Defense would be prohibited from excluding any DOD agency or subdivision from collective bargaining rights until 30 days after a report. When the original Trump order came out, shortly thereafter, it might have been even the next day, the Secretary of Defense was testifying before us, and I had an opportunity to ask him, was he aware of this order coming out? And he responded, no. I asked him if he requested it. He also said no. And that goes to the heart of this. We followed that up asking, were there any issues on the collective bargaining agreements that would interfere? Not only did he say no, but the relationship that he described between what he had in the past and currently as Secretary of Defense, the relationship, he thanked those employees. So the idea of putting this out there is kind of bewildering. But on the reverse side, it can be very damaging to the relationships that have built up over the years. Especially now in the COVID, the idea of working with the the collective bargaining agent, in this case the unions, has been actually quite good. They've been able to work through these issues. So the idea of stripping that from the employees so the voice of the workers would no longer be heard is counterintuitive to the exact reason why it is there. The Department of Defense has 650,000 civilian employees. Just shy of 500,000 are represented by unions. The bargaining unions that are allowed to bargain have been there since it was first created in 1962. The FSLMRS, which is the agency that oversees part of this, has the ability to not let unions collectively bargain for certain agencies. An example would be FBI, CIA, NSA, and these are because of the national security sensitivity of what's going on. And it has worked well. And that's the point that I want to leave this as. Why are we stirring the pot, creating this animosity at such a time that they're the essential workers? They're the ones that everybody in this room thanks for being on the front lines. They're the ones that continue to work. And I think that's incredibly important for us to send a message to them that we are with you in this, particularly during COVID. I think it would send a horrible message. And the fact of the matter, if there were somehow an issue which nobody can remember, the president still has the authority to send them back to work. So with that, I would urge adoption of this simple amendment and say thank you to those who have been on the front line of the COVID. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norcross. Is there any other member who wishes to speak on the amendment? Representative Byrne from Alabama.
Thank you. My friend from New Jersey and I usually have these debates in the committee on the Education and Labor Committee. It's interesting we're having here. This issue comes up under Title V of the United States Code. It was adopted in 1978 by a Democratic Congress, signed by President Jimmy Carter. It is a very limited authority to the president and can only be used where the subdivision of security work and provisions cannot be applied to that agency or subdivision in a matter with national security requirements and regulations. So what the president did with the authority that every president has had, Jimmy Carter, to the Secretary of Defense. As the gentleman noted, the Secretary of Defense did not ask for it. We've actually checked over there. They have no plans to use the delegated authority. So this is not given the authority, and they said, we don't plan to use it. I don't think that there's any negative impact that's been demonstrated, nor is there any harm from a president delegating his power to a Secretary of Defense with regard to people that work in the Department of Defense. As a critical matter, the Secretary is closer to the issues that might be involved there than the President, so it actually makes sense that he would make that delegation under circumstances. So I understand where it's coming from. You were surprised, the Secretary of Defense was surprised, we were all surprised, but in the time that since then, nothing's happened, and the Secretary of Defense attention to everything happened. So to me, we're in search of a solution for a problem that does exist, and I don't like limiting presidential authority under emergency circumstances, which is what this is. I want to keep presidents with that authority because there may be circumstances where they absolutely have to. Now, you do this with this president. Let's go to the president after this president. Whether it's January of 2021 or 2025, that person would be a president. So be careful about making decisions with something that's been in the law this long that are particular to one president. We made that mistake when Obama was president. And so, and I told you at the time, there's going to be a president after President Obama. Let's not think of these things in the context of just that president. No, your amendment is limited to a limited time period, but you're setting a precedent for the Congress to temporarily limit a president's authority in an emergency situation, and I think that is a very, very dangerous, slippery slope. take out the name Donald Trump, and if it helps you, put in the name Joe Biden and say, do you want to limit Joe Biden like this? I don't think you do. This is your effort to speak out against what the president
Gentlemen,
And so, just one more second.
Sure.
So I just asked us about that. Now, certainly will yield, but retain my right to get it back.
No, I appreciate it. We've worked together on labor and education. You're right. The ability of that president, but exercising that authority to give it to Secretary of Defense is like being gun to putting it in the head. I'm not going to pull the trigger, but that gun is in your head, and that is the fundamental difference. Is the president still holding back authority if he needed it? Because at the end of the day, we have to remember we're in COVID, and these are the people we thank every day who now feel attacked that the gun is to their head. We're not going to shoot you, but you have that gun to their head.
Well, claiming time, I don't want a gun to anybody's head. Really don't. And I particularly don't want to have some sort of threat out there. Department of Defense. You're absolutely right. We depend on every day. They come here and give us information, and of course, they're defending the country. But remember, this is limited to emergency circumstances. And the president's not keeping the authority, delegating authority to the Secretary of Defense, who is closer to those very people, who's going to know, is there some reason to use this, or is there a reason not to use it? And so far, with the passage of time, no reason to use it. Frank confidence in man, Secretary, that he's going to exercise that judgment soundly. So, respectfully, oppose your amendment. I'm thinking long term with this, and with that, Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from California, Representative Garamendi, is recognized for 5 minutes.
It's unfortunate we're even having to deal with this. The law's been in place for a long time, and the law limits the authority generally to certain non-critical parts of the Department of the government, period. For those critical, immediate parts of the government, it's clear. The president's delegation appears to open the door to much broader limitations by the secretary. It just seems to me that what we need to do here with this amendment, or what we are doing with this amendment, is pushing back and saying, wait a minute, don't go create a problem. Mr. President, you created a problem. We want things to be as they were. We don't need to stir the pot, as Mr. Norcross said. Things are moving, things are fine, there's not an issue going on, but the president did his executive order, and now there's the potential for some sort of a labor management brawl in the future if Mr. Esper decides he wants to have a labor management brawl. I don't know about guns to heads and all that, but I'm going, why are we having to deal with this? Well, because the president did an executive order. And we're saying, no, we don't want that executive order. That's where this amendment comes in. And yes, indeed, it is limited to the fiscal year 2021. And yes, there will be a new president that will have to, if this becomes law, will have to endure a full 9 months. No, 8 months. Well, not 8 months plus of this particular section. So I think we ought to pass this. I think we ought to say, Mr. President, why did you create this problem? We don't want this problem. This amendment says you're not going to create a problem. So, Mr. Norcross, do you need more time?
I'm good.
Then I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment?
It's your call.
All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call is requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be suspended until the end, when we will have a roll call vote on it. It is now in order to consider log 563 For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
I have an amendment at wherever the mythical
The desk.
electronic desk is, wherever it is, it's there.
Yes. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the recognition. Look, at the Fallon Navy Range and Training Complex in Nevada, we know there are significant gaps in both their air and ground training capabilities. The shortcomings are not in dispute. They are given. Remaining with the status quo doesn't solve any of the problems. But with all of the land provisions that were included in this particular amendment, it is important to know that the product of each of those transfers that would lead towards fixing their gaps in their training capabilities were the product of their own counties and their city's master plan and zoning process. It's 100% a product of the people of Nevada. They coordinated with the state of Nevada through the Nevada Division of Conservation and Natural Resources, the Nevada Division of Wildlife, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They even continued to have and continue to have ongoing discussions with the tribes that are living in that, surrounding that particular area. They provided all sorts of changes that would be provided. For example, the prehistoric salt caves that are there in the Dead Camel Mountains would be put into a trust, in which case those caves would have greater protection under this change and with the Department of Defense than they have right now with the federal government and the BLM that actually owns that land in the first place. So there's actually 1 million acres of new protected land included in this approach, once again with the goal of fixing the shortcomings that are not in dispute with the ground and air training capabilities. Navy doesn't object to any of those transfers. Navy is favorable to this. The state of Nevada doesn't object to it. The senior representative from Nevada, it's his bill, he is certainly not objecting to it. It seems like the only place that there is an objection to what is going on here is by special interest groups that look at the military of the United States as a deep pocket for some other proposals going somewhere. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I am done with my presentation and may make an motion in a minute, but I want to see if somebody else has something to say.
Fair enough. Mr. Gallego.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. I understand this amendment offered, Mr. Bishop, is based in part on legislation that's been introduced by Mr. Amoti, and I've been briefed on it. I also understand that Congressman Amoti is open to working to resolve still outstanding issues that directly impact the Waco River and Fallon Paiute Indian tribes. I share the desire to find a way forward that resolves these issues in a way that satisfies all parties, including both tribes, the Navy, and the state of Nevada. As a member of both this panel and the Natural Resources Committee, I look forward to working with Mr. Bishop, Mr. Amoti, as well as Mr. Horsford, Chairwoman Holland, and Chairman Grijalva on this legislation. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, with that, and I appreciate the comments by Mr. Gallego, he obviously is auditioning for those disclaimer statements that are given in commercials. You've done a darn good job at it. I asked to withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. It is now in order to consider log 642. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment. The gentleman from Florida is recognized to discuss his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is similarly flavored and will likely achieve a similar outcome of the prior amendment when dealing with the need for requisite space for our research, development, test, and evaluation mission. The Eastern Gulf of Mexico is unique in all of the world in that it presents the opportunity for live fire testing that not only is air-to-air, but also can be launched over water and then with detonation on land as a consequence of the unique topography and unique real estate in this area. Unfortunately, in 2022, the Go Mesa protections that the Congress has adopted against oil and gas exploration will expire, and a lot of our energy special interest groups are real excited about that and doing everything they can to facilitate its expiration. I think that HASC should take a strong position in support of this type of testing, research and development, that we should face back the attacks on the Gulf Test Range, and particularly given just the way the oil commodity markets have worked now, it seems like no better time to extend these protections. I do intend to withdraw the amendment because I have not come, as the chairman has requested, with a waiver from the Natural Resources Committee. I do hope that we're able to work together in the Rules Committee for floor action on the issue, but prior to withdrawing the amendment, I wanted to yield to Mr. Bishop for a moment.
Well, thank you. Let me just say this. Even though I voted on the floor against this particular motion, I want to commend what Representative Gates is actually doing here as an effort to try and bring closure to an issue that we have been talking about now for about 3 years, right? And that, in my mind, there is a significant and an easy compromise that should be done to actually solve this issue now and forever. Because let's face it, this area was put off limits for military purposes and military protection. And where that military protection area is still needed, it makes total sense that it should be off limits for any other activities. But there is a way of going about it that doesn't have to be dramatic, and I think 3 years ago, it was some people from a different point of view that were objecting to coming up with a solution. I think today there is people from a different point of view from that objecting to coming up with a solution, but I still believe there is a solution out there, and I appreciate Mr. Gates' efforts on behalf of his constituents and the military in his district to try and work on this issue. And I want him to know that I still think there is an easy way of solving this problem. We just don't have the right people in the room sitting down to agree that it's the easy way of doing it. And I appreciate with that, and with that, I will yield back to Mr. Gates.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I would only conclude by suggesting that with what we've learned in the committee about the need for more expansive ranges and more capable ranges to accommodate hypersonic and supersonic testing, I can't imagine that the reasonable solution would constrain the operations of our military as much as we would want to enhance it. But again, I'm grateful for the guidance of the ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee, and I'm grateful for the chairman's continued guidance and support on the issue. I withdraw the amendment and yield back.
The amendment is withdrawn. It is now in order to consider log 6. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? Sorry, Anthony, you're up. Apologize for that. We moved kind of quickly there. And while we're giving a moment here, this amendment is going to have a second-degree amendment. The guy over there is calling a vote here. We're going to try to work our way through that second-degree amendment. If we can get through it quickly enough to vote on it, we will. If it looks like the debate's going to last so long that we can't get to the vote on the floor, we will recess temporarily to take the last vote, come back and take the vote then. So be prepared for that. And Mr. Brown, for what purpose do you seek recognition? Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment. And the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Brown, is recognized. He does need to, I think, turn on his microphone. But he is recognized to explain his amendment.
Okay, you're a big shot. I get it. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to thank Congressman Bacon for his partnership bringing forth this important amendment. And I also want to thank so many members on the committee on both sides of the aisle who have reached out over the course of the past few weeks in an effort to find common ground on a solution to renaming installations who are named after officers and soldiers of the Confederate armies. I want to thank those who have been working in reaching this solution. This amendment would establish a firm process to rename military bases and infrastructure honoring leaders of the Confederacy within 1 year. Military leaders, active duty troops, veterans, civil rights organizations, and everyday Americans have long called for changing the names of these installations. This is not an issue that requires a great deal of study. A vast majority of Americans support this. A vast majority of members of Congress support this, and a vast majority of senior leadership, both civilian
and military at the Department of Defense and the service components seek this change. We're grappling with the country's painful past and must acknowledge that the history and cause of the Confederacy is centered on slavery and oppression. Highly visible instances of racial violence and racism have underscored the immediate need for change. Already, the Marine Corps and Navy banned the Confederate battle flag from all installations, ships, and aircraft. Defense Secretary Esper is considering banning Confederate imagery across the military. My amendment, Mr. Chairman, requires the Secretary of Defense to identify installations, facilities, and infrastructure honoring Confederate leaders to be renamed. It recommends the Department consider Medal of Honor recipients, combat heroes, trailblazing troops from minority groups or individuals with links to the community where the base is located for the new designations. The symbols and individuals that our military honors does in fact matter. It matters to the culture of inclusivity and unity needed for our military to get the job done. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Thornberry.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk to Mr. Brown's amendment.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the chair now recognizes Mr. Thornberry to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just so you and the members know, my impression is we will have very few speakers on our side of the aisle on this issue. I first want to thank Mr. Brown and General Bacon for their work. There have been several variations of this amendment. I think they've tried to get it right, and what I really appreciate is the spirit in which they have gone about that task. And I'd also say I would never praise or condone violence or destroying property, some of the things we've seen. But there's been a lot of good that has come in recent weeks from a greater focus and increased understanding of lingering racial bias in this country. And I'd just say for me personally, I thought the statements by some military leaders, particularly General Vince Stewart, who many of us worked with in various capacities, at DIA, well before that Marine Corps, DIA, at Cybercom, was very powerful about what he and his family have faced. General Brown, the new Chief of Staff of the Air Force, very strong statement. And those kinds of things have provoked discussion and a kind of self-examination that I think we need to have. To me, the most powerful and desirable outcome is increased understanding and changed hearts. Because we're in the lawmaking business, we tend to first turn to legal mandates. And sometimes that's necessary. But sometimes, rather than just decide ourselves and dictate to the country, if we can prod discussion, if we can encourage that sort of self-examination, it's going to have deeper and longer lasting effects. And so that's the attitude that I take in this amendment to what Mr. Brown has and General Bacon have started, trying to push and prod into more discussions, more examinations, rather than just issue a mandate without the kind of local discussion and consultation that would be most helpful. So basically, I take Mr. Brown's amendment, and there are really three differences between his amendment and mine. Number one is he says you got to change the names of the bases. I say you must examine whether to change the name of the bases and explain publicly why you do or do not do it. And my hope is that that sort of public report with a rationale will help foster the kind of public discussion and examination that I mentioned a while ago. The second difference is my amendment requires consultation from the very beginning rather than require consultation towards the end when you're just trying to figure out what to change the name to. I think it's important for local community service members, retirees, civil rights groups to have the first conversation about whether the name of the base should change, and partly because I want everybody to have to hear someone say, this is the way I feel when I drive up to Fort Hood or Fort Bragg. And if you don't have that sort of consultation, then you're missing out on part of, at least in my view, what needs to happen. Third difference is time frame. Mr. Brown's amendment makes it a 90-day report, and then it's all got to be done in a year. I take a year to have the first consultation, and then another year to decide what you're going to change the names to. Again, part of it is to facilitate this sort of discussion. Part of it is I think this is too big a job to do in that short amount of time. I'll go ahead and say my personal opinion is that the name of some, if not all of these installations should be changed. But this is not about my opinion. This should be about helping the country by forcing a conversation and examination, by helping the country move closer to actually living out that creed that all men are created equal. And it should be about, together, the conversation about getting closer to a more perfect union. Rather than say this is what it has to be, let's help the country see this is the way it should be. And that's where I'm coming from on this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. And let me just say that I agree with a lot of what Mr. Thornberry has had to say. I think this does need to be a process, and I think we've gone through that process in committee in a very helpful way. I know Mr. Thornberry's had conversations with his caucus. We've had conversations with ours. I especially want to thank Mr. Brown for his leadership on this issue. I think he has approached it in a very thoughtful and informed way, and I appreciate that. I know Ms. Escobar from our committee has also worked on this with Mr. Brown, and I completely support their efforts, and I think they've approached it in the exact right way. And I think that the really important part of what Mr. Thornberry said is this has to be a conversation, hopefully not a shouting match. And there's a lot of passion on this, and that is perfectly appropriate. But ultimately, we do have to get to a place where we understand the history and understand the future and work together on it going forward. I do oppose the second-degree amendment, and I support the underlying amendment that Mr. Brown put forward, which sets the one-year time frame to make these changes, because this is a much larger conversation. This is not just about bases being named. We have, for our nation's history, had, unfortunately, systemic racism across the country, and in particular, racism against black people. And it's actually very well documented, and it didn't end with the Civil War, as we all know. But interestingly, at the turn of the 20th century, when many of these bases were being named and many of the monuments were being erected, this was all part of a larger effort to basically reassert white supremacy. Now, I fully understand there's a lot of people who support the base names for a lot of historical reasons, for a lot of different, they may not have even known who, Fort Bragg was named for, or Fort Hood was named for that matter. So I'm not saying that everyone who likes the name did it for that reason. But I do think we have to come to terms with our history and understand why this was done and what that represents to a lot of people and correct that. And I guess in this case, when we're talking about what Mr. Brown's amendment narrowly focuses on, which is the names of bases and installations and a few other things specific to the bases, that if they were in fact named for people who participated in the rebellion against the U.S. that led to the Civil War, I think this is this is clear cut. This should not be. This does not have a place, and the downside far outweighs any upside of maintaining them. So I, as a member of Congress in this committee, am willing to clearly state that these need to be changed. And I think, I don't think they should do it tomorrow. Certainly there is the effort to understand, okay, if you're going to rename them, what are you going to rename them to? And it's good to have people participate in that. But I think one year is a reasonable time frame, and I think it's the appropriate step. But again, I want to say I respect the folks who look at it from a different way in terms of giving a little bit more time to think about it. I just think in this case, it's very clear cut that we should make that change. So again, I would urge opposition to the second degree amendment and support for Mr. Brown's amendment that he brought. Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to say I have a tremendous amount of respect for my friend and colleague, Mr. Brown, and not only respect him, but I like him. And as someone who lives very close to Fort Benning, I would like you to know that while I've lived within a couple of hours of Benning for almost 50 years now, I never knew who Fort Benning was named after until this discussion started on June 9th or 10th, whenever it came into the press. And I thought maybe I should call some friends who served there and served in the military. And so I called a friend of mine who's a command sergeant major who's also an African-American. And I asked him, you know, what he thought about it. And he said, to tell you the truth, Austin, I didn't even know until the news came out and I looked it up. So I'm not opposed, and I support a process that looks at this. I wish it had never been named after General Benning. If you look at his history, it's not one that I think we in this country should be proud of who General Benning was. But I would also suggest that there are names like Sherman on bases, and if you're a Georgian and you look at what Sherman did through Georgia in the war crimes that he committed through Georgia, I would suggest to you that things probably shouldn't be named after Sherman as well. And so I'm open to a process. I do think that it has the potential to open Pandora's box, and that when we take the names off the bases, we have libraries that are named after different people. We have streets that are named after different people. Certainly there were crimes committed by soldiers on both sides of the Civil War. It was a horrible time in our nation's history. So I hope the dialogue can continue. I hope it's respectful. I hope that both sides can soften their stances on these things and come to an agreement on them. But I would just suggest that there are things named after people who fought on the side of the North who committed war crimes as well, and certainly open to a process that reviews names, but I don't think it should be targeted just at people who were in the Confederate Army. Crawford Long was a well-known surgeon in the Confederate Army. He was not a soldier. One of the nation's premier healthcare institutions in the state of Georgia is named after Crawford Long. So certainly some good things are happening in the country. NASCAR has said no more Confederate flags. Mississippi, I think that change there is good. I was a part of changing the Georgia flag over 20 years ago, which 2/3 of the state of Georgia's flag used to be the Confederate battle emblem. We took that down somewhere around 20 years ago. And so, again, I respect my colleague. We're friends. I do hope we get to a process that looks at not just the names of Confederate soldiers, but takes into account the naming of soldiers that maybe committed atrocities on the northern side as well. And God bless America. I'm glad we've got one flag.
Thank you. For members' information, I think we're going to do the same thing we did earlier. The vote's rolling. Now, it's not a typical, despite the clock and the screen there, they're still holding it open and doing the vote in, alphabetical blocks, so it gives us a little bit more time. But we're going to have this debate, and when we get to the second degree vote, we'll do the same thing we did last time. We'll hold that vote open until we make sure we get everyone voted. So if you're worried about coming and going, we'll make sure we get enough time to get that vote in. So again, once we get to the end of this debate and have the second degree vote, we will start it, but we'll make sure we get everybody before we close it. Who seeks recognition? All right, then we'll get there. I'm inches from a clean getaway. Ms. Davis, go ahead.
Almost got free. Now, Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering, maybe it's because I'm getting ready to leave, but it seems to me that you're actually not that far apart on this one. I think the process itself, community groups do well when they have, I think, benchmarks and deadlines, but sometimes they want to extend it on their own. Maybe there should be a provision to do that, so it's not more than 1 year, except with the consultation, with the group that decides that they need a little more time. It just seems to me that this is important, emotional, and that people have come fairly close on this, it sounds to me, and that maybe this issue of process is really something that can be open enough that it's up to the communities to be able to determine whether or not they need an extension after what I would consider to be no more than a year. So I'm just wondering whether, I haven't been part of this, so it's perhaps not fair to get into the discussion, but it just seems to me that I would love to see us actually come out of this together.
Would the gentlelady yield to Mr. Brown?
Happy to.
Yeah, thank you. While I respect the ranking member's comparison of his amendment with mine, I do think it somewhat discounts the process that is in the amendment that I offered. There is consultation that allows the secretaries to form advisory committees that includes local leaders, civil rights leaders, and others in the process. And while I do agree that we need sufficient time to consider what that new name ought to be, and there's an entire year to do it, that's identical with the ranking members, because the ranking member is suggesting take a year to figure out which installations to change, and then take the second year to come up with the name. So in that sense, the amendments are the same. It gives 1 year to consider what the new name will be. The main difference is that I don't believe, and this amendment requires that we declare now that the names will be removed. We don't need consultation and consideration about that. These are officers that led a confederacy that was in rebellion to our country, that represent the defense of slavery and that institution. There's a lot in the history that I don't know. I learned to fly at Fort Rucker. I deployed to Iraq from Fort Bragg. I learned how to jump out of airplanes from Fort Benning, and I spent time at Fort Hood. There's a lot of my history that I don't know. I grew up not knowing about the savagery of slavery when I was in elementary school, middle school, or high school, because my textbooks didn't have that. But I know today, and America knows today, that these installations are named after officers who upheld that peculiar institution that inflicted so much pain and suffering on black people in America. We don't need a year of consultation for that. But yes, like the ranking member acknowledges, we do need a year for consultation on the new name, and that's in the amendment that I offer. I yield back.
Thank you. John, you yield?
I yield.
Thank you. Hearing that, the motion is now on Mr. Thornberry's amendment to Mr. Brown's amendment. All those in favor of Mr. Thornberry's amendment will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call vote is requested, and the clerk will call the roll. After you have voted, make sure you vote on the floor. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
No.
Mr. Thornberry.
Aye.
Mrs. Davis.
No.
Mr. Wilson. Can the member repeat his vote? Mr. Wilson. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Larson.
No.
Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper.
No.
Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Courtney.
No.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Conaway. Mr. Conaway votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Lambourne. Mr. Lambourne votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Ms. Gabbard. Ms. Gabbard votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Aye. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Brooks.
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Moulton. No. Mr. Moulton votes no. Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. No. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Byrne votes aye. Mr. Brown. No. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Graves. Aye. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Keating. Mr. Keating. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Vella.
No.
Mr. Vella votes no. Dr. Abraham. Dr. Abraham votes aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Horn. Ms. Horn votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Cisneros. No. Mr. Cisneros votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates. Ms. Houlihan. Ms. Houlihan votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Crow. Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Torrey Small. No. Ms. Torrey Small votes no. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes aye. Ms. Slotkin.
No.
Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell votes aye. Ms. Sherrill. No. Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Waltz. Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Holland.
No.
Ms. Holland votes no. Mr. Golden. Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Trahan. Mrs. Trahan votes no. Mrs. Luria.
No.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Brindisi. Mr. Brindisi votes no.
Excuse me.
Just a moment. The clerks, we're going to go through one more time for those folks who were not recorded. No, from the top. Clerk?
Okay. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Gallego.
Nay.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna.
Hold on, Mr. Khanna may be muted.
No, no.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Keating. Mr. Keating. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no.
For the members, we are holding the vote open for a couple of members who have not yet voted. So we will not be in recess, we will just be waiting. Clerk, how is Mr. Langevin recorded?
Mr. Langevin is not recorded. Mr. Langevin votes aye. Nay.
No.
Votes no.
Mr. Langevin votes no.
Mr. Larson?
Who's that?
A point of order. I
You're
was
kidding
in
me,
the back
right?
room here a moment ago with one of the fabulous staff who has put together probably the greatest array of nutritional food, energy food, through this door back here. And she was complaining that nobody had come to partake in the energy food that's available in the back room. So maybe
Well-
we ought to help her out.
We'll let the gentleman's comments stand, although I don't recall acknowledging your point of order. So,
Well, that's your mistake, because I'm sure the membership of the committee would like to find out what kind of energy food's available in the back room.
Mr. Garamendi, is there a difference between California and other states?
just a reminder that we're still in session, and unless you're recognized for comments like that, Mr. Mitchell, I will not be recognizing you for that. And I will turn it back over to Mr. Smith to handle the rest of you people.
If any of you are out there, well, more importantly, Mr. Keating, you, I believe, are the only one who is not recorded. Sorry. I'm informed that he is on his way. So we will give him another couple minutes before proceeding.
I'm on.
I believe Mr. Keating is with us, if we want to call on him. Bill, vote is no, second degree.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Hello?
Okay.
Do I get to vote?
Yes, Mr. Keating, you're up. How do you vote on
so-
Mr. Thornberry's amendment?
No.
Ms. Thornberry, sorry, Mr. Keating votes no.
Mr. Keating votes no.
The clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 23, the noes are 33.
The amendment is defeated, which brings us back to the underlying amendment. I think we're good. So we're now on Mr. Brown's amendment. Is there any further debate on Mr. Brown's amendment? I think we're good. Sorry. Let me take just one moment to get my lawyer and I on the same page here. So, just a second. Is there something going on I'm not aware of here? No, sir. Okay. It's the same. You can roll it. Yeah. Further debate on Mr. Brown's amendment. Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Mr. Kelly. Roll call vote is requested. Further proceeding in this amendment will be suspended until the end of our proceedings, and then we will vote on it with the others. All right. We will now consider log number 230. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and Ms. Spear is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support this amendment that would remove factual sufficiency review from military appellate courts. No other court system in America allows an appeals court to throw out a hard-won, legally sound conviction simply because the appellate judges don't fully share the jury's conclusion on guilt or innocence. No other court system in America asks judges to look at a cold transcript of a trial and make a fresh evaluation of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight of the evidence. This unprecedented power allows appeals judges who were not in the courtroom and did not hear the evidence to throw out the jury's verdict and replace it with their own. For example, last year, the Army Court of Appeals overturned a West Point cadet's rape conviction because they determined that the victim did not sufficiently physically resist or verbally cry out, so the assault was more likely consensual. Now, anyone who has talked to rape victims knows that oftentimes they freeze because they fear for their lives. In another case last year, the Navy Marine Corps Court overturned a Marine colonel's child sex abuse conviction because they decided that the 6-year-old victim was not adequately specific and consistent in describing her assault. In neither case did the court conclude that the trial was otherwise unfair or irregular. In both cases, the court simply inserted their judgment over that of the military personnel in the jury box. Factual sufficiency review is a relic of another era, when courts-martial were conducted without lawyers or an impartial judge. Today's military justice proceedings have caught up with and in some ways exceeded the requirements and protections in the civilian system. Legal errors are reviewed. Commanders are not allowed to influence trial outcomes. The victim and the accused are provided an attorney free of charge at both the trial and the appellate level. Nearly all U.S. appeals courts review the question of guilt using legal sufficiency review. The appellate court reviews the record to ensure some evidence was admitted at trial to fulfill each required element of proof. The appeals judges ask whether a rational jury could have found the essential elements of the offense proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If so, the appellate judge defers to the trial court and affirms the conviction. To further the pursuit of justice, the amendment revises the UCMJ to apply the same legal sufficiency standard that is used in virtually every civilian court in the country. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple things that we need to clarify here in this. And first off, I want to begin by thanking Chairman Spear for the way that she has worked on a bipartisan basis for the sexual assault provisions that are in this bill, the way that she has worked with Trent Kelly and, of course, Susan Davis and myself with the Sexual Assault Prevention Caucus that works on a bipartisan basis. And this is something that I know we all feel incredibly impassioned about. There is nothing that is more important for us, I think, in protection of our service members than protecting our service members from violent sexual attack and assault by our own service members. We have spent over a decade in spending a tremendous amount of substantive time, hearings, and reviewing. I'm sorry, is there confusion, Chairman Spear?
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure. What's the confusion? I heard you two guys talking.
No, I just was curious whether this is the amendment you intended to speak on, or was it the one about the pilot program?
No, this is factual sufficiency.
Correct.
I'm on the right one. Thank you for clarifying. The issue I think that's most important is you look to Congresswoman Spear's statements. Is she said almost all appellate court reviews follow what she's recommending. Now, we've not had a hearing on this. We've not, there's actually were previous studies on this that did not recommend this change. New York actually has the same standard that we apply in military courts. The concern that we have here is that the Congresswoman Spear gave a number of examples of where the appellate court, to her interpretation, stepped in and undid a case based on the determination by what was the lower court of the trier of fact. She's asking us to step in and be the trier of fact and say that what happened there was wrong. And we can't be trier of fact. We can't, just because she lays out case X or case Y where she believed that the reversal was inappropriate. I've not reviewed that case. None of us have reviewed that case. We have no legal basis for determining that we have to overhaul the entire system because of anecdotal descriptions that were given by Congresswoman Spear. Now, this is, literally, we've spent over a decade ensuring that every time we make a change in the military justice system with respect to sexual assault, that we do so with thought, information, oversight, review, and input. We want to protect the accused. We want to protect the assaulted. We want to ensure that the prosecution goes forward and that the person making the accusation has the utmost of protection and assistance to ensure that justice is done. This is not one that changes, that makes justice better. This is just one that Congresswoman Spear has decided that is inappropriate. But her words themselves, I hope you all paid attention. She said, almost all jurisdictions in the United States do something different. Well, that is no reason for us to take this up and adopt this amendment. This is a great one for additional study. This is a great one for additional review. But for one member of Congress to step forward and say, since almost all other jurisdictions don't do this, we need to change ours, is dangerous. We need to, I believe, understand that we're affecting due process, we're affecting the rights of the accused, we're affecting the rights of the assaulted, and we're affecting the entire system on basically just a political speech. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I, too, rise in opposition to this amendment. Court-martials and the military justice are probably the fairest that we have. But because of the nature of military operations and requirements, we need to retain certain safeguards on the process. The military justice system is expeditionary and needs to be expedient. Court-martials happen all over the world, and there are issues like access to evidence and witnesses and witness testimony that does not exist in civilian courts. Because military justice needs to be expedient, convictions only require 3/4 vote from the panel. Most jurisdictions require unanimous vote by the jury. Factual sufficiency review is a critical check on that. There are other existing safeguards not available to courts-martial. For example, federal trial judges have the ability to nullify a verdict when they determine it is contrary to the evidence. Many states retain that same right at the trial level court. Factual sufficiency is fair. We can't, as a body, sit here and call it just to flip the appellate system on its head based on a few results we don't agree with. When I was a practicing attorney and a practicing district attorney, I often found sometimes good facts lead to bad results, and we cannot flip the entire appellate system on its head based on a few cases that we don't agree with the results. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have worked with the gentlewoman in the past on important legislation, and we've successfully worked things out. I was told that there was a report from...
Mr. Byrne, I don't think your microphone is on.
Hello?
Yes, it is. Yeah, you were maybe too far away from it.
I need to lean forward.
I'm trying to hear you. Okay.
I was told that in 2016, the Military Justice Review Group recommended adoption of a variant of the New York system. And essentially, an appellant would have to show to the court that there's a reason for the court not to use the review of the facts. And so I was wondering if the gentlewoman considered that, and if that might be perhaps a better way to go about this. It's a way to reform the system, but allow for there to be a determination that there needs to be an exception to what is the present rule. And so I wonder if you had a chance to look at that.
I thank the gentleman for his question, and we did look at that. But to look at New York's system as compared to the 49 other states that do not have this kind of factual sufficiency review, and frankly, New York's system is much weaker. So this particular system was put in place before a time when we had defendants who had counsel, before we had a JAG Corps that was professionalized, before we had those who were serving as judges be trained. So what happens now is that you basically have a single appellate judge who can make a decision based solely on looking at a transcript, having never looked the victim in the eye, having never looked the defendant in the eye, after it's already been decided by a jury of his or her peers. Another system that is more unique in the military than it is in the civilian world.
So I looked at how this came about. So apparently after both World War I and World War II, there were some terrible crimes. In fact, there were 61 black soldiers who were treated terribly. And so they made the changes in 1950 so that appellate judges in the military system could see an absolutely unjust result and look at the facts and say, I'm going to override that judge below me because that judge below me obviously either didn't get a sufficient defense brought forth to him, or there was prejudice with that judge and he just didn't get the facts right. So the intent of it was actually to protect the accused in cases where they had not hitherto been adequately protected, and also was in recognition of the fact that these are more summary proceedings than we're used to in the civil courts in the United States, the criminal courts in the United States. So the reason why there's a different appellate standard in the military system is because the trial standard is different in the military system. And because it's summary, as Mr. Kelly talked about, it's happening very fast, you have a higher likelihood that a mistake can be made by a trial court. So it's my understanding that it's there actually to protect the accused, going back 100 years, and that what New York does and what this commission proposed is that you
kind of get to the middle. And the middle is that the court has that authority, but an appellant has the right to go to the court and say, in this case, you should not use that authority, and here's why. And there would be a requirement for the court to actually make a ruling on that before they can move forward with observing the facts of the case. As I looked at that, I thought, that kind of made sense to me. Now, you and I have been through these sorts of things in the past and other legislation. You know how I approach things. So I hope the gentlewoman would be willing to work with us if whatever happens here, and maybe we could work out something on that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, and I guess following up there, I yield to myself. I know that and I'm way out of my depth here. I have a law degree. I have only very briefly practiced law a very long time ago, so there's a lot of people in the room here who are smarter than I am on this, and if someone has an answer to this, I know in trial court, even outside of UCMJ, there is the judgment notwithstanding the verdict. That is available even in the normal courts, and it seems to me that what we're talking about here is the standard that has to be achieved in order to overturn the verdict. And I guess I would start by asking Ms. Spear, what is the difference between the standard now in the UCMJ, which seems to be fairly loose to allow an appellate court to simply overturn it, versus the traditional standard in regular courts that say, in certain extreme cases, the judge can overturn the verdict anyways? I mean, it strikes me that this is not an either-or, that there ought to be a continuum of the standard that you have to achieve in order to reach this finding. Does any of that make sense, and how does that affect what you're trying to do here?
So, thank you for the question. The legal sufficiency review by the U.S. Appeals Court really has a standard that requires them to look at the evidence and make sure that each of the required elements of proof are met. So that's different than having an appellate judge, in this case, just look at the transcript and decide, I just don't agree. Now, what also is different, my good colleague from Alabama mentioned the changes that took place after World War II. That's true, but that was a very different set of circumstances. Today, actually, better than in a civilian court, an appellant in the military court has an attorney that represents him at the appellate level. So in many respects, they have greater protections than in a civilian setting. And, back in World War II or right after World War II, there wasn't the professionalization of the JAG Corps or the judges that exist today. So if you look at the 80 cases that have been overturned, 50 of them, I believe, were sexual assault cases. When a judge can say, an appellate judge can say, she didn't scream loud enough, she didn't resist enough, that are the words of someone who is grossly ignorant about victims of sexual assault, whether they're in the military or in civilian society.
If I could reclaim my time just for a moment. And I think it is too easy a standard for the appellate court to just say, and as Ms. Spear points out, in the trial, the people who are there, whoever it is adjudicating it, they see a whole bunch of things that you can't get from just reading the transcript. So I would be troubled by simply allowing someone to look at it and go, yeah, I see the facts differently. That seems like a very low standard. On the other hand, I'm quite certain that this is something that has been studied with great, it didn't reach this conclusion, but those types of results are not going to be acceptable within the UCMJ to have that sort of appellate power to simply overturn the facts of a case. So, I'm going to support Ms. Spear's amendment. I'm happy to work with all of you going forward about how we may modify it to accommodate this, but those are some pretty egregious cases that we need to take a look at, the power that appellate courts have. With that, I'll recognize Mr. Mitchell. Yes, I just recognized you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This seems like an ideal issue to have had a hearing on, to have heard from some of the appellate judges, to have heard a view of some of the cases, to have had the discussion about how decisions like this were made. to understand, as you say, Mr. Chair, the spectrum, the range of decision-making at the appellate level and what that range ought to be and how that standard should be set. We did not have those hearings. We should have those hearings. I won't be here next term, but still, we should have those hearings so that, in fact, we hear from people involved in that process, so that members, some are attorneys, some are not. My mother didn't speak to me for 9 months, so I didn't go to law school. She was afraid I wouldn't make something of myself. I got lucky. But the reality is, in this setting here, to modify, to make wholesale changes in UCMJ on the fly is a pretty significant action. I would ask respectfully that we actually have had hearings on this. We talk about that appellate process. We have appellate judges in and then make an informed decision and not one here today, because we may do damage, and why make more damage? I agree with you. A case that, in fact, she didn't scream loud enough, oh my God, come on. But we need to set a standard of what should be done at the appellate level, and we can't do that in 45 minutes or 30 minutes here and be responsible. We're confident it makes any sense at all. So I oppose the amendment. I encourage having the hearings, have the appellate judges in, have people in that's made cases before them, and understand what dynamic is going on there. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
May I yield to Mr. Turner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we have over 10 years been incredibly diligent in the changes that we have made with respect to sexual assault in the military. One of the cases that got me involved in this was Maria Lauterbach, which happened in my community, where she was viciously murdered by the accused and was not protected at all, asked for a base transfer, was not protected at all by the base, and the base, the command, the Marines actually answered a letter from me after we were pursuing our legislative changes that seemed to respond to it by saying that Maria Lauterbach had not reported any violence in the 2 rapes that she reported. Now, I had at hearing after hearing after hearing asked everyone who came from the military, could you please tell me what a nonviolent rape is, and not one person could. There are absolutely, because there isn't, of course, it is inherently violent. And we undertook specific legislative reforms in responding every time. Now, I don't know of the cases that Chairman Spear is talking about. I don't know if the statements that she's reading were dispositive. I don't know, because we're not, first, a judicial body, and we're not triers of fact. I can't, in the matter of time of her 5 minutes, say that the military justice code needs to be changed because she tells me that someone made that statement on a speech that she has. What we have done before was actually dive in, look at what is the response, what occurred in this case, what went wrong, what actually happened, where do we have to laser-like make these changes, and we have made a mountain of changes. I understand, Mr. Chairman, that you're supporting this, but what I would ask is, this needs to be studied. When this gets into, first off, it should have been studied by us. We should have been, obviously the Sexual Assault Prevention Council caucus should have been involved. The subcommittee should have had hearings. This is something where we should have had legal analysis of what are the consequences. Again, New York does it this way. This is not as if this is just some archaic thing that happened in the Renaissance, and then was carried over into our military. This is actually something that is legally done even in the civilian world. To change it over anecdotal statements in a markup is not the way that we should approach this. So I would just appeal to you that we not go off the rails of what we have done before, which is this very thoughtful, substantive analysis with legal understanding, counsel. If this passes and you find this in conference, I would ask that you do what we should have done before we have this amendment before us, and that is have it studied, have recommendations and an analysis, have the lawyers take a look at it and tell us what would be the consequences, because due process is also affected. How does this affect precedent? When did these cases even happen? Has there been a change as a result of the other adoption of changes? Because we've changed and affected the chain of command. These are all things that should be substantively reviewed before we just go in and change something. I yield back.
Thank you. Let me just say, I think Mr. Turner makes some good points about understanding exactly what's going on and why we're making the changes. Again, I would yield to Ms. Spear, to respond to that, because we got a couple isolated examples. Certainly, it seems egregious. This seems to be a solution. What is your response to that? Is there more to this? Is this something you've looked at over a 10-year period of time? And how do you connect the change that you're proposing to the wrong that you so clearly stated?
Mr. Chairman, let me make this a little simpler. I'm going to withdraw the amendment. I'm going to take advantage of the opportunity to work with my good friend Bradley Byrne, who we've worked with a number of bills before, and offer this as an amendment on the floor, and we'll work together to come up with what is, I think, going to be an outstanding solution. These are cases that are recent. I want to make that very clear. I also want to make it clear that we've been looking at this for over a year. And yes, it would have been nice to have a hearing, but we've also been under COVID for the last 3 or 4 months. But with all of that, I will withdraw the amendment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think it's a very important subject to look more closely at, because one thing that is absolutely true is a lot of great work has been done to try to address the sexual assault issue, and certainly not just in the military, but on our committee, that's our responsibility. What is also clear is a lot more needs to be done. We are not there yet, so we look forward to working on that, and I thank Ms. Spear for her leadership and for withdrawing that amendment. It is now in order to consider Log 233. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the chair recognizes Ms. Spear to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment establishes a military court protective order process to strengthen protections for survivors of intimate partner violence and other forms of harassment. Currently, commanders have the authority to issue protective orders, and my amendment would not change this authority at all. But it's important to understand the limitations of the current system. I've heard from countless JAGs that command orders are often hard to enforce outside of military installations, since local law enforcement agencies typically expect, or in some cases may require, protective orders to be issued by a court. And let me remind my colleagues that only 1/3 of the troops actually live on bases. So the vast majority of them live off the base. My amendment would allow a victim, their counsel, or a prosecutor to request a military court protective order from a military judge or military magistrate. These orders could be issued on an emergency or non-emergency basis with due process requirements. Both the requester and the subject of the protective order would have the right to be heard at a hearing, and orders would be reviewed every 30 days. Orders once issued would comply with the full faith and credit requirements of the Violence Against Women Act to maximize the ability for the orders to be enforced in other jurisdictions. Further, the amendment would direct DOD to enter into reciprocity agreements with nearby jurisdictions to ensure that both military court protective orders are enforced off base and that protective orders from other jurisdictions are enforced on base. In short, the amendment would establish a system with greater due process protections for both victims and subjects. It's long past time that military survivors of intimate partner violence have protective order options that are as effective as those from state and local jurisdictions, and I would ask for your support of this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, regardless of the debate, I want to thank Congresswoman Spear for her dedication on this issue. She has absolutely the right heart on this, and this is one where our committee has worked to protect the victims of sexual assault, but beyond that, to protect all service members, because I know what we all know who've worked on this issue and have ever had any exposure to it, is that all service members are victims when they believe that the system doesn't work, when they believe that they're not protected. And so it's absolutely important that we be diligent in this. I am going to speak in opposition to this amendment because, sadly, this one goes to the same process that we had with the others. There is no evidence that the current process for issuing military protective orders isn't working, and there is significant reason to believe that this amendment would cause the system not to work. Now, the case that I spoke about in my community, Maria Lauterbach, we found in that case that there had been a military protective order that was issued, but there were two things that were wrong with it. One, when we were previously issuing military protective orders and the local community wasn't even told. So Maria Lauterbach, when she disappeared, the local police department had no notice at all that there had been a military protective order, and also the military protective order that had been issued for her expired. So we did two things, this committee. We made them so that the local community has to be notified, so that if there is ever an issue, that they can find them, and secondly, that they do not expire. Currently, they are issued by commanders. There is no evidence whatsoever that commanders are not issuing these. There's no evidence whatsoever that this process doesn't work. Now, but we do have a problem, though, that the military magistrate program is a very limited program. They're not available everywhere, and a commander obviously is everywhere. A commander is, everybody has a commander. So the ability for a commander to issue this protective order instantly is important, because we have to have them in place instantly. We can't have any delay because someone's life is at risk.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
This does not take away the commander's authority to issue an order. This creates another avenue for an order to be granted through the military magistrate or judge. I yield.
Well, if that's the case, there's no one even on the staff who believes that. They believe this is absolutely, completely supplanting the process that it's there, and that it is not an additive. But again, we've not had any hearings. We've not had any. No one. We don't even have anything as a committee to know whether the military magistrate program wants this authority. We have no information as a committee as to whether or not, even if it's, as you say, enhanced versus supplanting, which everybody over here believes it's supplanting, remedies a problem that needs to be done. That we just, the work has not been done for us to take the action that would need to be taken for this level of legal change. I yield back.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Chairman, once again, I want to thank Chairwoman Spear for the hard work that we've done together on the Military Personnel Subcommittee. However, I have to rise in opposition to this also. All services do not have a robust military magistrate program, to echo what Mr. Turner said, and the Army will likely be the only service impacted. When we're trying to be the same across the board of DOD and we're weighing heavily on one service, that's one reason. Magistrates issue search authorizations and review detention orders. Commanders order detention. Access to magistrates and military judges is limited. Third-party civilians off post will not have ready access, even if represented by Special Victims Counsel or other counsel. Alleged victims have access to civilian courts where they can apply for a restraining order. There's no need to duplicate that system. There's nothing faster, more direct than a commander imposing a protective order. And it will be imposed before an alleged victim even knows anything about it. This really is a redundancy. If registration is a concern, then why not change the law to require civilian entities to register commanders' protective orders as they would a civilian restraining order? Commanders are currently required to notify civilian authorities when a protective order is issued. Also, submitting to the Attorney General is an onerous requirement. What is the Attorney General in most states going to do with it? And with that, Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment and I yield back. But I would like to, like in the previous, I would like to have hearings and explore and see how we can better do restraining orders to protect our victims on military posts.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mitchell.
I have a question for Chairman Spear. If you could help me, it may help me understand this. At line 16, 17, then in 18, it talks about the judges and military magistrates have exclusive jurisdiction over the issuance, appeal, renewal, and termination of military court protective orders. You'd said previously that this amendment did not circumscribe or limit the base commanders from taking action, but this says exclusive. They have exclusive authority over it. I think that's part of the confusion that's arising with staff and with me on this amendment. Can you clarify for me what the intent is here?
I can. A military court order is different
from a commanding officer's order. That's the only difference. JAGS came to us and said, we're having problems having these enforced in local jurisdictions because they're not coming from a military judge or magistrate. We're augmenting the existing authority of a commander by also providing, where feasible, the use of a military court judge or magistrate.
One more question for you, if I could, please. And I admit I didn't make every subcommittee hearing, so I'll claim. Did I miss a hearing that we heard from JAGS on this about where this has happened and what their recommended change was? Did I miss a hearing on that or not? I'm
I mean,
confused.
believe it or not, Mr. Mitchell, I mean, not every issue that we take up here has had a full hearing.
I understand.
Otherwise, we'd have hearings every day of the week. But we have reached out to JAGS and to others to determine whether or not this would be of
I
value.
appreciate it. Just a question. I was wanting clarification. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah. I do agree with Ms. Spear. If the status, if the requirement is that we have to have a full hearing before we include it in the mark, the mark would be a heck of a lot shorter, and we'd be done in like 3 or 4 hours. It is important, yeah, I know. You say that now, but when it's your thing that you want put in there, I think you have a different opinion.
Mr. Chairman?
So I'm talking. I'll be with you in just a second. So what I'd like is, rather than having a full-scale fight here, I think if Ms. Spear is simply talking about adding options to get a protective order and not undermining the commander, we could argue about this all night. I would like, if we could, to include this, and I will give you my commitment that we will work out any of these misunderstandings as we go to the floor and as we go to deal with the Senate, which, as you fully can understand, will not simply accept this. So you will have bites at the apple to try to work this out. Or we can argue all night long and essentially turn the markup into a public hearing on this matter. Is there any appetite for going ahead and letting me get away with that on the side that is opposing the amendment? Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate your willingness to work on the issue, because obviously, if it's confusing to us, it's certainly going to be confusing to DOD. One of the things that needs to happen, I mean, obviously, Congresswoman Spear apparently has had independent conversations with individuals that have given a recommendation for this that we're not all privy to. But one thing that needs to happen then is reaching out, because a JAG officer here or there saying this doesn't necessarily mean that this is the answer or that this needs to be done. In the process, obviously, the military magistrates need to be engaged in addition to JAG officers to determine, do we really have a problem? Because we've not heard of it. And
if I could.
And how does, with the military magistrate program, this fit? Because this may not even fit.
And I completely agree. Those are conversations that need to happen. I will say, in Ms. Spear's defense, it has been an unusual 4 months in terms of our ability to do that, and these issues are important, so we don't simply want to let them go. So, again, I will seek out if anyone objects to us accepting this for the moment with my pledge and commitment to not simply jam it through without doing what Mr. Turner just suggested and working with you.
Hey, if I may, there are a number of us who've had some experience with this, so if we could work together, that would be great.
We'll bring the band together, and we will figure this out.
Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone wish to? I'll yield to Ms. Spear. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to recommend to my colleagues, if you look on page 8 at line 19 and 20, nothing in this section may be construed as prohibiting a commanding officer from issuing or enforcing any otherwise lawful order in the nature of a protective order to or against members of officers' command. I might also add that VAWA is not complied with through the use of commanders filing these protective orders versus if you had a magistrate or military.
And reclaiming my time for a moment, and that will be an outstanding thing to talk about further as we work on this issue. So I'll take a leap of faith here and say, does anyone else wish to speak on this? Hearing none. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. The ayes have it. And as I said, the amendment is agreed to, and we will work on this. And if we do not have the bipartisan agreement, I assure you I will not simply let it go forward. So I do appreciate the flexibility on that. Okay. And if anybody has a solution to the wearing a mask, fogging up your glasses thing, go ahead and share it with the public. It is now in order to consider, I guess I can just look up there, log 515. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment. And the chair recognizes Ms. Sherrill for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, when the administration brought out-of-state National Guard units to Washington, D.C., the Attorney General later justified it through the use of Title 32 U.S.C. Section 502 F2A, a provision addressing the training and duties of National Guard Title 32 units. This is a new interpretation of the provision and has some far-reaching implications. When on duty, state National Guard units, as Professor Vladeck from University of Texas says, can really wear three hats. State active duty, these are state functions required by the state government and performed under state law. The second hat is often called Title 32 status. That's used under state command, but for federal missions authorized by Congress and often paid for with federal funding. Finally, there's Title 10, where state National Guards are federalized by the president under statutory authorities, and full command and control is given to the Pentagon. There is the Posse Comitatus Act, which prohibits using the Army and Air Force as a posse comitatus or otherwise to execute the laws. One thing the president can do is use the Insurrection Act if he wants to federalize the troops. That is an exception to this. Title 32, though, has not generally been seen as that. So what my amendment does is state that the training provision in Title 32 cannot be used now as an end run around Posse Comitatus or the Insurrection Act. And it would require the consent of both the sending chief executive and the receiving chief executive should the president request troops under Title 32. It doesn't restrict the president from activating Title 10 or invoking the Insurrection Act. It just ensures that the president or any president doesn't use the National Guard inappropriately. It also in no way changes the president's use of the DC Guard, which is an exception and always in the command and control of the president. Without further, I yield back.
Thank you. Before you recognize someone else, there have been several questions about dinner. I don't think it is practical to sort of work through dinner because we may have second-degree amendments coming up. So I will try to have a brief dinner break. It's not going to be long enough for talking like half hour, 45 minutes, half hour. Let's stick with a half hour. The only thing is personally, I'm from the West Coast, so I eat late. So I don't know what time people would like to have that dinner break. So we're not going to have a public discussion about that. We'll have people ask, get a general consensus. I'm thinking 7:30-ish at the moment. If there's a strong pushback here, I see shaking heads. Later. I'd go later. Earlier. Okay. We'll figure it out. I just said we weren't going to have a public debate about this. We're not. We'll talk about it. We'll come up with a consensus here behind the scenes. And with that, I'll yield to Mr. Kelly to speak on Ms. Sherrill's amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time, and I rise in opposition to Ms. Sherrill's amendment. I think well-intentioned, but I think we have to be very careful, just like everything else, when we respond to specific incidents and try to change the nature of law
based on those specific incidents and what we thought could have happened or might have happened. This is, President Trump did not invoke the Insurrection Act during the recent civil unrest. And the bad part of this is although it's well-intentioned and with good ideas for things we agree on, let me just give you an example of when this might have applied and we may not have been able to send federal troops, and the net result, although it would have been popular with the jurisdiction that it was at the time, was not the right thing to do. When James Meredith entered my alma mater, the University of Mississippi, in 1962, he did so with federal troops on the doorsteps in Oxford, Mississippi, saying, "You will admit African Americans." This would prevent that from happening, or could prevent that from happening. It is not good to throw out the baby with the bathwater, so to speak. We need to make sure that when we take away the ability to use the Insurrection Act, we need to understand it is great to do that when you disagree with the Commander-in-Chief, but it is not when you are in full agreement. And so I also think that would have applied in Brown versus Board of Education. I want to say further, Mr. Chairman, give me just a few seconds. Any initiative to alter the current statute and executive orders affecting the way the D.C. Guard is administered and employed could impact support to federal law enforcement agencies, i.e. the U.S. Marshal Service, U.S. Park Police, U.S. Secret Service in the District of Columbia. The need to defend the seat of the government of the United States is something that the President needs to have the authority to do. May have prevented use of National Guard in cases like Meredith versus University of Mississippi and Brown versus Board of Education. It could delay the deployment of National Guard in a time of sensitive situations, natural disasters, civil unrest, where timeliness is of the essence. National Guard Bureau feels that there is no need for governor's consent if they are already in control of National Guardsmen under 32 U.S.C. 502F. And with that, Ms. Sherrill, I'll be glad to yield a little bit of time.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. This actually does not change anything to do with the President's use of the D.C. Guard. It doesn't touch upon that. He still has full control of that, and he still has control of the National Guard under, if he federalizes them under Title 10 status. This just makes it clear. In fact, this Title 32 situation, which addresses training actually, has not been used and was not used in those situations you mentioned. So the governors and the president still would have been able to utilize the troops. And the problem here is that there was some use of these troops and some command authorities under Secretary Esper and the DOD, so it was not even clear who at all times was controlling the troops. This simply says if the president is going to use the troops, he does have to federalize them under Title 10. He has to make his proclamation, which is an exception to the Insurrection Act and still stands under this. This is simply clarifying that he does need to use them under Title 10 authority to federalize those troops if the president's going to utilize those troops.
And Mr. Chairman, I reclaim my time, and I would just say that in the few seconds that I have left, we don't have an issue in the National Guard with being able to conduct and control this. It has never been an issue. Governors of state work together, have worked together, will continue. And there are times when states do not want to accept guardsmen from other states, and governors work that out. We don't need to rewrite the law or change the law in order to do what we're already doing. Again, we're, I think, looking for a solution to a problem that does not exist, but the ramifications could be great if we do this. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Waltz.
Ms.
Cheryl, can I just yield you for some clarification? Title 32, the only difference in Title 32 and state active duty is that the federal government is picking up the bill. But operationally, state active duty, the governor's in control. Title 32, the governor's in control, with the exception now that the federal government is picking up the bill. So I'm just confused a little bit on what you're proposing to change that versus what already currently exists.
So I think your confusion is why I've submitted this amendment, because what the president did was control the troops, and the troops were still in Title 32 status. He had not federalized the troops that he called to Washington. The National Guard troops were still under Title 32 status. So when asked,
how is the president doing this? What is the authority to do this? Attorney General Barr said it was Title 32 under a provision addressing the training duties, which had never been utilized for this before. So this simply clarifies if the president is calling up troops, he does so under Title 10, which is the federalizing troops. This doesn't, again, touch the president's authority to utilize the D.C. National Guard, which is under his control. Those troops in this situation that were sent to support civil unrest or support law enforcement civil unrest in D.C., where the president has authority over the National Guard. So I think this is a unique, kind of a bit of a donut hole situation.
Well, if the general
But if this were going from Georgia to Florida, Title 32 to Title 32, those governors have to consent.
Those governors have to consent. The executive has to consent. So, for example, New Jersey sends troops down, National Guard troops to D.C. quite often for events and parades, and that is under the, I think it's called the EMAC authority, the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, which keeps them under Title 32. But this was a case of the president calling in these guards, and that had not been, he's not done that under Title 32, and I believe should be doing that under Title 10 if he's federalizing them, and that implicates the DOD's authority as well and puts them in control, under command and control of DOD.
So you're suggesting then that those governors that sent troops did not consent? And therefore, we need to make sure that...
Under the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, the mayor would have consented if the troops came in. The president still has the authority to call up the troops, but he'd have to do it under Title 10, which is which allows him to, which is a, what am I trying to say, a way that he is able to call up and federalize troops and not have problems with the Posse Comitatus Act. Because otherwise you can't federalize troops. It prohibits using the Army and the Air Force, and by tradition the Navy and Marine Corps, as a Posse Comitatus or otherwise execute laws.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Kelly. I think we had a unique situation there, and that the current law is sufficient. But I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Byrne, I looked at you, I yielded to Mr. Garamendi. That was a head fake, I apologize. I was letting you know that I saw you, and I will get you, but Mr. Garamendi is up, and then Mr. Byrne.
Shall we flip a coin?
No, go ahead, John.
I really want to commend the committee here for really some fascinating and really good discussion about very, very important issues. And I found it enlightening and helpful. I'm curious about this particular amendment. Apparently, we had a situation in which we had a Title 32 issue. And I think the question that comes to my mind is, under Title 32, the governors maintain control of the troops. Now, we had a unique situation because of the District of Columbia, where the president controls the National Guard. However, we had other state National Guard apparently assigned to this situation. The question arises, who then controls those National Guards from other states? And I think we have a command and control situation here that certainly seems to trouble a lot of people. I think what Ms. Farrell is doing is trying to sort this out and to make it clear that in a Title 32 situation, we don't have a Title 32 situation here. There's another problem, and we haven't really come to the heart of it, and that is the Insurrection Act and the other emergency acts that a president can utilize. I think there's some 20 or 30 different acts that a president can utilize to take control of a whole variety of things, such as building walls on the border. It seems to me that it is in our interest to provide some clarity here on this situation. I am way out of my depth, but I perceive a serious problem that I think we're trying to solve with this amendment. I'll let it go at that.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
I will yield to Mr. Kelly.
And I will very quickly say that during this last process, Major General Walker, the commanding officer of the D.C. National Guard, was in control of all troops, whether they were from Mississippi or Iowa or Texas or California. But Major General Walker was the authority who was in charge of all National Guardsmen under Title 32 when they came to D.C.
So
And I
where
think that
does
answers
the
your question.
Attorney General fit in it?
The Attorney General does not fit in. The Adjutant General fits in, who is the commander of Title 32 and other National Guard soldiers in D.C. and other states.
Mr. Garamendi, will you yield for just a
course.
quick second? You're referring to a different issue. There's a whole lot of things conflating here. The Attorney General, in Washington, D.C., there are all manner of different law enforcement agencies, the FBI being the most prominent. But as I learned, a handful of others as well, that the Attorney General's in charge of. And we got a real jurisdictional issue in that situation because you got the Attorney General in charge of a bunch of people, and you got DOD, and in this case, General Walker, ultimately, Secretary McCarthy, actually, ultimately, the Secretary of Defense, in charge of them. That's a separate thing. What Michelle's trying to get at is the Guard units, I believe, that were deployed from other states and sent into D.C. in support of that effort. So that piece of it, I think, is sideways. But Mr. Byrne, you've been very patient, and you are up.
Thank you. I enjoyed the head fake. So I'm going to pose a hypothetical that's not a hypothetical. So we're talking about this in the case of protests or riots. Oftentimes, when the Guard is deployed, it's deployed in preparation for and response to a natural disaster. So the ones I'm most familiar with, unfortunately, are hurricanes. So we typically bring the Guard in before hurricanes to sort of help what we've got to do beforehand, and then they're a major part of the response. Now, typically that's not a problem because the governor wants to do it and the governor doesn't. In Hurricane Katrina, the Louisiana governor just blew it, okay? Didn't have control over the situation, and not only had chaos, you had hundreds of people dying. President Bush wanted to come in. And she says, I don't want you to come in. So he had a difficult decision to make. Do I force myself in here because people are dying, we don't know how bad the situation is inside and outside the city, or do I pull back? Well, he pulled back. And I understand that, and I support his decision to do that. But I think we lost a lot of lives because of that. And so if we're going to require that here, we could have a future situation where you've got a president, and once again, take this president out of the picture for a second. You've got a president who wants to come in, you've got a governor who's just blown it, and he wants to bring in the troops, or she wants to bring in the troops to save lives, and he won't be able to do it because the governor says, no, I don't want you in here. So how do we deal with that under what you're talking about doing?
Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely, I want to answer the question.
He would do that under Title 10. He would federalize the troops, put them under his authority under Title 10, and declare that he's utilizing those under the Insurrection Act, and utilize the troops, as presidents have done in the past.
But I'm struggling to find out what's the difference between, what does it matter whether it's under 10 or 32 from your perspective?
So from my perspective, Title 32 still has troops in a National Guard status, and if the president is going to use them, if he is going, it's in violation of the Posse Comitatus Act unless he utilizes the Insurrection Act. Otherwise, he's making an end run around a law that says you can't call up these troops to use them for law enforcement. Now, the president can do that under the Insurrection Act, but that is not how he did it this time. And so I'm saying that's a hole in this training provision in Title 32. It says training, but it has some very broad language for what that the president can pull them up. So that's what I'm trying to fix.
You want to put it
with
under
this
Title
amendment.
10 so that it's under the restrictions of Title 10, and you don't think there are adequate restrictions under Title 32.
So where I think what we're doing is taking away a gaping hole in Title 32 that's never been utilized before this event. That's never how the president has called up troops.
And so I do think if you want to federalize troops, you do that under Title X authority.
I'm sorry, I'm struggling with the substantive difference is when they're federalized, they're going to be paid by the federal government under Title 32. And they're going to be under the president's authority under Title 32 because that's what the statute says. But if they federalize them, they're still going to be under the president's authority and it's still going to be paid by the federal government. And
When you're using,
I thought you were saying that you wanted them under Title 10 because you thought there were more appropriate restrictions for how they could be used under Title 10.
it's not really about restrictions. This doesn't change the traditional utilization of the troops. He simply has to enact the Insurrection Act and put them under his authority. Under Title 32, troops, National Guard troops are not under the president's authority traditionally,
Right.
unless you're talking about the DC National Guard. Then those are under his
Taking my
authority.
time back, this Insurrection Act won't work in a hurricane. We don't have an insurrection. We got people dying in the streets. And so we're going to say to the president, you can't use the Insurrection Act. You can't go under Title 32. So, if the governor doesn't want to do the governor's job, you, as the president of the United States, just have to let those people die in the streets. That happened after Katrina in New Orleans.
And if he felt that, so generally, the governor would allow troops in, right? Like, I'm not saying that happened in Katrina, but generally, I know in Superstorm Sandy, we had national troops come in, and the governor called the troops in.
Right.
If there is a situation where the president feels that there is a problem of law, then I do think that the president has to use the Insurrection Act. I do think that
Taking my time back, I'm sorry, I'm going to lose my time, but just taking my time back, he can't use the Insurrection Act after a hurricane, after a natural disaster. You have to have the governor to do this.
the gentleman's time
If the governor won't do it, we
has
have American
expired.
citizens die.
Mr. Thornberry.
We could spend literally the next 6 hours debating amendments related to the recent protests, whether it's Guard, Insurrection Act, or whatever. Here's my thought. We're going to have a hearing a week from tomorrow with the Secretary of Defense and Chairman Milley to talk about Department of Defense and support to civilian authorities where all of these issues can be discussed. And I think it's important to have a discussion of these issues rather than have amendment after amendment related to these protests without having the benefit of that examination and discussion. So the more we can save this stuff for next week, ask the Secretary of Defense about it, there may be some gaping holes that we want to bring in the form of floor amendments and other things, which we still have an opportunity to do. But on the other hand, we could spend 6 hours going through this stuff, and I'm just not sure that that's in the best interest of this committee. I yield back.
Thank you. I think it really is important that we have the hearing that we're going to have next week, and we really dive into these issues and how they play out. And now I do understand that it's our jurisdiction. This is when we mark up our bill, and we need to get it. We can't mark up the bill after the testimony, so I support this amendment. I approve it going forward. I do think as we look at this stuff when we get into conference, how to put this exactly, our current president has a unique way of saying things and doing things. And I think a lot of what he said didn't actually pan out in what actually happened. And as we try to sort of executive proof this approach, that's going to be difficult. The president has authority in a variety of different ways, and that's going to be what we're going to try to sort of work our way through here. We want to stop a president from abusing his authority. That's difficult without then stopping, as Mr. Byrne pointed out, situations where we want him to use that authority. I'm not saying it's going to be impossible. I'm just saying it's not something we're likely to resolve in the next couple of hours. And I support the effort to try and get our arms around it. I think the hearing next week will be helpful. I think as we move onto the floor to debate further amendments and debate our bill once we get there, and then into conference, I think it's important that we look at these questions. And we want to make sure that we use the law appropriately, protect people when are protected, but we do want to make sure also that the executive doesn't abuse that power. So I will support Ms. Sherrill's amendment. Do we have anybody else who wishes to speak on this one? Yes, Ms. Lauria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me time to speak, and I believe that some additional discussion of this would be beneficial, so I'm going to yield my time to Ms. Sherrill.
Thank you. I don't need any extra time unless there's, I'm sorry, thank you, Elaine, but unless there's more questions on the bill, on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman? Over here, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, thank you. I just, I have to speak. It's less to the merits of the bill, but we've just heard on a number of occasions today that we're acting as if we're doing from the seat of our pants, and we haven't had hearings on this. We have had hearings. On the 8th of this month, we had a hearing, Department of Defense authorities and roles related to civil unrest. Now, keep in mind that often we have hearings, and even those hearings don't cover the entirety of the topics that we bring to markup and that we debate. But to suggest that we haven't had a hearing on this, we haven't heard from others, I just think is wrong. And it's something that we've been hearing throughout the course of this markup on a number of occasions. So I just, Mr. Chairman, wanted to remind my colleagues that we did have a hearing, a public hearing on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, if there are no further debate, all those in favor of the amendment offered by Ms. Sherrill will say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. A roll call has been requested. We will suspend further consideration of this amendment and roll the vote on it to the end of the process. Before we move on to the next one, dinner. It is my thought, as I've heard some feedback here, no one's going to want to eat at the same time, so I would just as soon not do a dinner break. Now, if a second-degree amendment comes up, if something like that comes up, we will again hold it over. We will not cut anyone out because they happen to have chosen that moment to go get dinner. Otherwise, we're going to be breaking, but we're not really going to be accomplishing anything. So we're going to roll forward, and you may eat as you see fit, and if a vote comes up, we will make sure that we let you get back for that vote. I would urge you not to go too terribly far, but you may eat when you see fit. So it is now in order to consider, sorry, they gave me a new sheet here, and I got to find my place. Well, it's better to look up there. Log number 227R1. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition? Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and Ms. Spear is recognized for the purposes of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Log 227 is an amendment to establish a pilot program at the military service academies to have a chief prosecutor make binding referrals on special victims offenses to the superintendent. This amendment was successfully voted on by this committee and included in the last year House-passed NDAA, taken out in conference. At the academies, the prevalence of sexual assault has skyrocketed, increasing by 70% for women and nearly tripling for men since 2014. In the 2014-2015 academic year, 16.8% of female cadets and midshipmen had experienced sexual assault during their time at the academy, rising to 28.5% in 2018-2019. For males, this figure increased from 2.1% to 5.8%. And while reporting has increased from 180 to 130 annual reports over that time period, more than 1/3 are restricted reports. Thus, the perpetrator cannot be held accountable, and many more assaults are never reported. This amendment offers a bold step to address the problem, but does so in a careful way that will allow us to learn and inform future policy. In the military justice system, commanders are responsible for deciding whether to try cases. This responsibility can create tremendous conflicts of interest between the commander's responsibility for the survivor, accused, and the unit. My longstanding belief, based on research and countless discussions with survivors, is that if experienced, unbiased prosecutors made prosecution decisions instead of commanders, more survivors would come forward, and trust in the military justice system would increase. This amendment would test this hypothesis by creating a pilot program at the service academies
An officer of the chief prosecutor, headed by a general or flag officer, would make binding prosecution recommendations on special victims' cases to the academy superintendents. Over 4 years, Congress and the military could evaluate the results. Since the academies are non-operational educational institutions, there would be no impact on readiness. But since cadets and midshipmen are in the age group at greatest risk for sexual assault, we could reliably test the model. The chief prosecutor would not weaken the power or responsibility of superintendents. The superintendents will still be responsible for convening courts-martial, setting policy and standards, holding individuals accountable through non-judicial punishment, and leading their staffs. We owe it to our service members to try innovative solutions to eradicate this scourge of sexual violence once and for all. DOD's current efforts are not working. I can't say that strongly enough. They are not working. My amendment offers a way to test a potential solution without disrupting the active force, and I urge you to support it.
Thank you. Mr. Turner is recognized.
I have a perfecting amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment?
Okay, again, beginning with...
Without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment. The gentleman is recognized to discuss his amendment. Go ahead,
Thank
sir.
you. Again, let me begin with my great appreciation for Congresswoman Spears' dedication to the issue of sexual assault in the military, which is an absolute travesty and an incredibly important issue for us to take up. Citing the problem is not a justification for every solution or every idea that comes forward. The issue of removing the chain of command has actually already legislatively been addressed by this body. We already changed the process for the chain of command previously. But although Congresswoman Spear went down the road of we should change the chain of command, her pilot program doesn't really accomplish that military-wide, but it clearly is a precept for commencing that, which, again, we've already deliberated on and we already decided not to do and decided to change it in a real reform manner where we're now waiting to see how that reform is implemented and what its causes are. But in this particular one, this came forward previously, and Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, your microphone's open.
It's too much.
Someone's microphone's open. I hope that doesn't come out of my time.
So no, you'll be fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. Congresswoman Spear brought this one before this body, and in conference, it was changed to a study. The study is ongoing. The study is supposed to come back in October. Why would we as a deliberative body say this is an important issue enough for us to study and then go ahead and jump ahead of the study and say, well, we don't need to really wait to the results of the study, we'll just do it anyway? I mean, we're so close to the study being completed that it would just supplant really any processes that we have as a deliberative body to actually seek information and have oversight and engage in receiving information for our decision making. Now, the legislation that was adopted that asked for a study for this, which is due in October, didn't require that if they come back and say this is not a good idea, which is possible. I mean, imagine if we adopt this amendment and then October they deliver their report and say, don't do this, do X instead. Well, we will already have done it. But what I'm asking to do in my perfecting amendment is, since we already asked for a study, the one thing we didn't do in the study is we didn't ask them, if you do come back and say that Congresswoman Spears' solution should not be adopted, tell us why. And so my perfecting amendment changes back her amendment and says, we're going to wait. We're going to wait till we get the study back that we asked for last time. We're not going to make our previous action meaningless by jumping ahead. And we're further going to say, by the way, if you do come back and say that her recommendation is not the idea to pursue, we're going to demand that you tell us why. And so we set forth the requirements and the details as to what their response should be for us. I yield back.
Thank you. We have debated this issue a number of times, and I believe I know we included it in the mark last year, went into conference committee, and the result that Mr. Turner described is what we came out. So I guess I would ask Ms. Spear, and I apologize, we got sort of compressed here in this conversation, obviously I should have had before then, but what is the feeling about taking another bite to this particular apple in this situation given last year's outcome?
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. Actually, the study that was put into the NDA last year was a broader study of the entire military justice system. It did not specifically look at sexual assault. This amendment is going to test a better way of prosecuting sexual assaults in the academies. And I just can't underscore enough the fact that the numbers at the academies are growing exponentially from 16% to 21% to 28% in the course of 4 years. I yield back.
Yeah, if I may amend my comment, sorry. I know the outcome last year was not what we wanted. We did have the debate last year and fought our way through it. And I'm very ambivalent on this, as you know. I see the wisdom of moving in this direction, and I also see the challenges. The outcome is unlikely to be different once we get into conference this year, just so everybody knows. I've got Ms. Sherrill, and then Ms. Loria, and then Mr. Bergman, and Conaway. Ms. Sherrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a woman who went to the academy in the early 90s, I can tell you that the people that I knew that were sexually assaulted were many. There is a chat group now of women that were assaulted while at the service academies. Service Women Actions Network, or SWAN, had an op-ed in the New York Times that I found very disturbing several years ago, talking about the still high rate of sexual assault at the academies. I was recently at a college assault discussion at the Naval Academy, and still hearing the stories that I heard over 20 years ago. And the fact that between 2014 and 2019, assaults increased by 70% for female cadets and midshipmen, and I am hearing that we need to wait. I am sick of waiting. I am done waiting on this issue. The fact that I am still hearing, I am sending women from my district to a place where I am hearing that over 16% of them are getting assaulted. We have got to do better. I yield back.
Mr. Conaway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I couldn't agree more with the previous speaker. I serve on the Board of Visitors with West Point, and for the last 6 years, this has been the first topic on every Board of Visitors meeting is sexual assault. The fact that we have any sexual assault or harassment on our campuses with the best and the brightest this nation has to offer is stunningly frustrated. There should be zero in that arena. The statistics are not all that different at the academies than they are at the colleges writ large across the United States, but that's no excuse either. Part of those driven statistics is that reporting is better. The stigma attached with reporting is being addressed constantly so that men and women both feel comfortable coming forward and presenting their case and helping that understanding. Part of the issue on those rise is everything gets counted, whether it's a joke that should not have been told that made somebody uncomfortable gets counted, as well as forcible rape. And so be careful with the statistics, but the fact that we have any of this happening on our campuses is just unacceptable on every single level, and it's really frustrating for those of us on the Board of Visitors to see the extent that's going on. We had an extensive conversation last meeting about the character development on our campuses. Character development process was totally devoid of morals and any kind of a religious standard that would argue as to why you would do things right or wrong. It's focused on the rules, and it's clearly not working in that regard. And so all of that said, this is a different deal. I know the statistics that they were cited are startling,
but we need to understand the underlying gravity of all of those cases that are going forward. So it is being addressed every single day. The superintendent at West Point thinks this is a big deal, and they work at it. And so I know we're criticizing this conduct going on in our academies, but the leadership, the cadre there are working their very best to try to put in place the right reporting processes, the right positions so that men and women who are suffering from this conduct can come forward without any sense of retribution or risks to their own future prospects, so that we get everything reported. But we do a better job of reporting today, I believe, than 5 and 6 years ago that may help drive some of that increase. With that, I yield back.
Ms. Lauria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like Ms. Sherrill, I'm also a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy. I'm now on the Board of Visitors of the U.S. Naval Academy. And last year, when we sat in this hearing, I was one of the people, as a former commanding officer, who resisted this idea. I thought that it was essential to the chain of command that the commanding officer would retain the ability to make these decisions. But as I've sat here through these hearings that, thank you, Ms. Spear, you have hosted in the Military Personnel Subcommittee, as I've listened to the resistance to change that I feel, that I sense within the leadership at the Naval Academy, I feel that when we're briefed as the Board of Visitors, we are just repeatedly told stories of how the Academy's patting themselves on their back, and no disrespect, Mr. Conway, for your position on the board at West Point, but I think that they really haven't woken up and faced the facts. And what changed for me is the same thing that Ms. Sherrill said, is one of my roommates from the Naval Academy reached out to me and said, Elaine, have you seen this social media group? There are 2,000 women who are graduates of the service academies over the last 40-plus years who are in this group, and the stories that are being told of the things that happened to these women while they went there as patriots to serve our country are just heart-wrenching, and we have to do something different. Therefore, I speak in strong support of Ms. Spear's amendment this year, because I think we finally have to do something different about this problem. We have to try something different, because what we have been doing is not working. And I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a painful discussion for everybody, whether you're the person who's been sexually assaulted or you're the parent. I'll leave it at that. 55 years ago, I swore an oath at the Coast Guard Academy as a cadet. I know what academy life is like. I spent about a year there and then decided to move on. But good order and discipline begins day one when you check into any unit, whether that unit is your boot camp, whether it's your academy, whether it's wherever it happens to be. And if we are ever going to get control of this absolutely abhorrent situation, we have to start day one within the structure. And if we have to change the fact that if it continues that commanders at all the academies get relieved immediately, then by God you do it. Nobody gets a pass. Nobody. The first day these young men and women come into a service academy, they begin to understand what it is like in the military when it comes to chain of command, assigned to a unit, mission orientation. To begin to separate anything out, I believe will, in the end, diminish the capabilities of those individuals who are going to be our leaders to defend our country both here and abroad. So we've got a tough situation here to deal with it, but we have to deal with it. I guess now I'm kind of talking as a Marine. If you don't take control and take command in your own unit,
There's no higher headquarters and any other entity that can get you out of a jam that you put yourself into. So it's about holding the commanders accountable. We did last year ask for a study. I agree with Mr. Turner that we don't want to jump the gun and do something that we wish we hadn't done. We are very close. So I would urge my colleagues at this point to oppose the amendment because we are closer than we believe, but the sensing that we give as Congress to the Department of Defense about how serious this is, we have to do it in such a way that cannot be misconstrued or lessened or felt it can be messed with. So I want to see the service academies do the right thing here because they are the future of our leaders in the military. And we have to understand that the young men and women who come there will be the best because we will hold ourselves as the leaders to the highest standards, and we will be the example to which they aspire, no exceptions. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I send the 5th most number of women I nominate to the service academies among all the members of Congress, House and Senate. If you rank us all, I send the 5th most number of women. And I'm proud of those women, and I'm concerned about their welfare when they go to the service academies. You know, sexual assault and harassment is one of, if not the most egregious offenses I can think of. It's vile and depraved in any scenario, any setting, and among anybody. But as I said last year in this committee, we're talking about a family. We're talking about men in uniform assaulting women in uniform, and our commanders are failing us, and they are failing the family. So last year in conference, we said, okay, we'll study it. But that's not what this amendment is about. This amendment isn't about commanders in every command. This is about the service academies. Sexual assault and harassment is on the rise across the force. And it's rising at an even faster rate in the service academies. It's not because of better reporting. It's because of more assaults. The superintendent and the commandant are no different than a college president and a provost. They do not have the same relationship with cadets and midshipmen as the CENTCOM commander has with his troops, or the Indo-PACOM commander has with his troops. This is where we should pilot this transformation. It was said earlier in this committee during another amendment about a sexual assault that over 10 years we've been diligent. Another quote, we've made a mountain of changes. Yes, but we haven't made the progress that men and women deserve in the force. So what better place to pilot this? At the Service Academy, where you have a high rate of sexual assault and changing the relationship with superintendents and commandants who don't have the same command relationship as out there in the force. As much as I respect the experience of the members in this committee who've been in uniform service, I can tell you that a cadet at West Point doesn't think about who's referring him to court-martial or not, or who potentially could, and somehow that's going to shape his understanding about command relationships when he gets out into the force. We're creating the office of a chief prosecutor. If the superintendent and the commandant don't like their results, then this amendment allows them to appeal to the department. It's 5 years, it's a pilot. Let's not feel good about the things we've done to make it easier to report or to require training. We are not making progress. Commanders are failing us, and we are failing commanders in the force.
Let's not be comfortable that we're passing some feel-good legislation. This is not the fix for all of the sexual assault and sexual harassment in the force. But I can tell you right now, it's probably the boldest thing that we can do. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Your time is up. Mr. Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Chairwoman Spear, too, for her leadership here. We're saying we need to do something, and I'd agree. And we've been doing a variety of things. You know, when I was the 5-time commander, my philosophy was the safe to report philosophy. Something that I applied in my own commands. And now I'm on the board for the Air Force Academy. I was there when they made that their policy, and I support Chairwoman Spear doing this for the entire DOD because I think it's the right thing to do. Doing something can take us backwards, can cause unintended effects. There can, in the military, be only one chain of command. If you had an outside prosecutor, you by definition have 2 chain of commands with maybe contradictory policies undermining each other. And I think you can only have 1 chain of command across the board for each unit. I've had personal experiences with myself. As a 5-time commander, I've had to deal with these situations. In one of my commands, I was in charge of the well-being and welfare, the discipline of 55,000 people. When I came in, we had one of the worst sexual assault rates in the entire military, and we had to turn it around. And I came up with a program within about 2 or 3 weeks, applied it for months, and by the time we were done, we had one of the best sexual assault programs in the entire Air Force. In fact, we won the best sexual assault response program in the Air Force. Now, how would I have done that if I had an outside prosecutor with a different philosophy? How would I have done this if they would have had a counter policy than me? You can only have 1 chain of command. I use that chain of command from worst to best, and it can be done. And I just want to close. I've known some of the superintendents in our academies. I'll just give you one example. General Silveria. I could tell you there's no one more dedicated than he to wanting to beat this. One sexual assault it grieves him more than anything out there. No prosecutor can fill his shoes with his heart and his intent. So let's respect the chain of command. I agree we got to do something, but this will take us backwards, I believe. I yield.
Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank Chairwoman Spear for her relentlessness on this and so many issues as they relate to women and families. I'm not part of the military. I did not attend an academy, but I know for certain that we have a serious, serious problem, and the status quo cannot be allowed to remain. I understand that there's a study. I understand that, that there are processes, time-honored processes. But you know, that we are failing our women in so many ways. Women who have stepped up with courage to serve their country. And we owe them more than just a study. I don't know if you all have heard about Vanessa Guillen at Fort Hood. Obviously, this is not a service academy story, but a young woman who wanted to serve her country, who has gone missing, and who remains have been found near Fort Hood, and her family was here today. She reported to her family that one of her colleagues walked in, followed her into a shower, but she did not want to report that. This is so pervasive that we really need to do something other than the status quo. And so, Chairwoman Spear, this is a pilot program. I think if we want to change things, if we want to do better by the women who stand up to serve, we have to create meaningful reform, meaningful change. And Chairwoman Spear, I support your amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brown, I am proud. I am proud of the fact that over 10 years we have adopted unbelievable legislation that has made an absolute difference to protect men and women. And by the way, this is not a gender issue. More men are raped in the military than women. Men and women who serve in the military. Today, if you come forward and say that you're accused, that you're going to accuse someone of sexual assault, you get assigned a lawyer. And that lawyer has standing in court to represent you. And we did that. I fought to bring that forward, and we adopted that, and the military adopted rules. And today, unprecedented, the non-party to the criminal action has a lawyer by their side. We've adopted provision after provision to do three things: prevention, protection, and prosecution. And in every one of those, we've done tremendous work. Now, we're not done. We're not done, but we cannot become a deliberative body where just because we say that there is a problem, that any solution is to be adopted. We're a deliberative body. This is not just anecdotal story after anecdotal story and then therefore, boom, let's go past this. What we did last year as a deliberative body was pass in this provision, which you all voted for, every one of us. We all voted for, yes, by the way, sexual assault is included to be studied. And the study is this: an assessment of the feasibility and advisability of conducting a pilot program to assess the feasibility and advisability of the alternate military justice system for for exactly what this provision is that's offering. And it's due in October. Why would we, all of us, voted for this? Why would we all say, let's have a study that's give us, we don't even, what if it says, do this, but should be done differently this way? What if it says, don't do this at all, and gives us a great reason that every one of us could say? Now, we could all say, I could throw my heart on the table and say, this is absolutely outrageous that we have any sexual assaults at all. But that doesn't mean that every provision that every member bring forward should just be blindly adopted, and then we should just blindly say that one is too many, therefore let's adopt everything that we bring forward. Let's not abandon the deliberative process that we have as a body. We're a legislative body. This is a judicial criminal system. This is not just a training program. This is a criminal judicial system. We've currently asked the military to give us the best information as to how and whether and to undertake a pilot program for a criminal judicial system. Why would we not wait for the answer? That's not saying delay, and that because it certainly is not, even if you adopt this pilot system, this isn't a prevention provision, this is a prosecution provision. Like the three different ones we've done prevention, protection, and prosecution. This is just on prosecution. Not one person is going to be protected by this after it's adopted. But yet we could, because we asked for a study, jump ahead and say, we don't need to hear the study. We can just give each other our own anecdotal stories as to how we're all moved, which we all are, and how we are all convinced and committed that this is an atrocity, and it is. But that doesn't mean that we should just adopt whatever's in front of us. My perfecting amendment says, this study is ongoing. If you come back and tell us not to do this, you have to tell us why. Because if they tell us why, then we can decide whether we adopt a modified version of what Mrs. Spear has brought forward. And I hope that you all will adopt the perfecting amendment, because this is a travesty of an issue. But we ought not every year just have anecdotal stories and adopt whatever provision comes forward. We have adopted provisions that have unbelievable ingenuity and have unbelievable groundbreaking effects to protect those who are accused and to protect the accusers and to prosecute those who are accused. Let's not abandon that now. I yield back.
Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've talked a lot about a lot of things with regard to sexual assault here. Two women who have been in the academy spoke to this issue. It's their experience that compels me to say we need to do what Ms. Spear has suggested, and therefore we ought not delay, as Mr. Turner has suggested. We ought not delay any more a strong resolution to this, and therefore I oppose the perfecting amendment, and I yield the balance of my time to Ms. Spear.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Let me first say to Congresswoman Luria how powerful your statement was, what courage it took for you to come forward and say what you said today. And to Congresswoman Sherrill, thank you for your comments. I have been working on this issue for 10 years, and I resent the fact that Mr. Turner thinks that this is just anecdotal. We don't agree, Mr. Turner. I recognize that. No, I will not yield.
Of course not. Of course not. You're going to attack me, but you're not going to let.
Mr. Turner, I'm
attack
sorry.
me
She
constantly.
controls the time. You had your time. This is her time. She can use it as she sees fits. Ms. Spear.
Thank you. This has been with us. It has not improved. We've thrown all kinds of money at SAPRO and every imaginable program. The one thing that has worked well is creating the SVCs. That has worked well. But I must tell you that I have spent so much time meeting with victims in the academies that are wounded and scarred because the system is not working for them. And these are our best and our brightest. And if you can see an increase of assault, we're talking rape, assault, that goes from 16% to 28% in our academies, that's almost a third. Now, I must tell you how painful it is for me every time I nominate a woman to one of the academies that I have to take her aside with her parents and tell her that we have a problem. And if anything ever happens to her, that she has to call me. That's where we are at. And we think that's okay. And this study is not about a pilot program or sexual assault in the military. It is a pilot, it is a study to look at the military justice system. And we know what studies are all about. Studies are all about killing ideas. This is a pilot project. It's at the academies where we have seen an increase that is unbelievable. And I don't want another female cadet or another female midshipman to be scarred when we want them to be the leaders of tomorrow. I yield back.
Thank you. I think on this issue, what we're talking about is making the bold step that has been debated many times, and that is the issue of whether or not the existing command structure can do the adequate job of making decisions about investigating sexual assault. So right now, the command structure is what has that authority. And, you know, the issue is unbelievably important, as has been stated better than I could possibly state it. But I want to focus on what Ms. Spear's amendment does, which is to take outside of command and set up a separate organization or a separate authority within the military to directly address military assault. Now, this is a bold step. I think it is a bold step that we need to take. The only ambivalence I have is this the place to take it? And I think it is. I think the statistics in the academies sort of show that if you're going to give this a try, this sort of makes sense. And I think it's important. We've had proposals in the past, by the way, which we've debated, to take the command structure completely out of it within all of DOD and set up a separate authority within the military to handle sexual assaults, which we have not done, because that is a significant change to the UCMJ. This is a piece of the DOD that we want to say, let's take a look and see if this works. And under the circumstances, as everything has been explained, I think it is worth it and I supported this last year, the Senate did not, and that's where we wound up with the study. The study was not some sort of carefully thought out effort that says, well, let's look at this. It was a disagreement. We wanted to do this, the Senate didn't, and that's where we wound up. I think this is worth trying for all the reasons that have been stated. We're not doing it DOD-wide, and we're doing it just in the academies. And if it turns out that this actually does improve how this is handled, then I think we'll all be very happy that we learned that, and we can look at where we can expand it. I think as a pilot project, this does in fact make sense going forward. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I think the academies are different. They're different than a standard military unit. They're in the process of transitioning to be military leaders. I have daughters, and the statistics from the academies trouble me a great deal. We've not made adequate progress, in my opinion. So to the dismay, I'm sure, of a number of people on this side of the aisle, and I'm sure to Ms. Spears' amazement, because I've disagreed on some other things, I'll support her amendment because I think we need to try to do something different to instill the kind of accountability to our future leaders to expect more of their peers, their compatriots, to keep all members of the military safe from sexual assault of any sexual harassment. And I wanted to explain that because I'm sure it will cause some dismay over here. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to everyone who has spoken, and appreciate everybody's passion in this area. One story I would tell, and I remember I was with Ms. Spear when we went to the Air Force Academy, that has really stayed with me. A young man who got up and said to us, "I've always wanted to come here. I've dreamed about it. It's something that I believed I could follow in the footsteps of an uncle, I believe. And my mother was so worried that if I came here, I would be hurt because of the situation of being bullied here at the Academy." And I think that, you know, we really have to take that to heart. That the parents who send their children wanting them to be so successful have to worry about these things. And that's exactly what happens when families send their young women on to be there as well. So this isn't just about them, it's also about our country, and we always have to be aware of that. The thing that I supported this when Ms. Spear brought it forward last time, and we've had some differences of opinion about how to get to the heart of this. What concerns me about it is, number one, we're always looking for silver bullets, and we know there are no silver bullets. If there was a silver bullet, we would have found it some time ago. One silver bullet is, of course, having women follow up the chain of their profession and be at the very top of the military. That would certainly change the feelings of some people that join. But given what we need to focus on today, I think that what Mr. Turner was trying to do, I understand, we've worked hard together. That report is going to come out, and that probably could inform us in some way, and we ought to take that seriously and take a look at it. But I also think we need to move forward with a pilot. But what concerns me is that whenever you do a study, as everybody well knows, you build a certain amount of bias in it just by the fact that you're doing that. If you give people placebos, that's going to have a different impact than if you give them a non-placebo. And so what happens in this study is going to be really critical and important. And I don't know how much influence the committee can have on understanding what they're trying to get at in this study. So I think it'd be great for people to be a little more informed about that. What is this? How does the study try and get to this issue? Because you certainly don't, you want to stop a study in the middle of it if you notice that it's doing harm. And if you notice that it's not doing harm, then maybe you escalate it. Maybe you include more people in the study, whatever that may be. I just think that I would build some flexibility into that I haven't heard anybody talking about. So in the end, I think, I see that this argument is bringing in, two different points of view, and yet in a way we're basically hopefully going to utilize both of them to a certain extent, although I don't think that we need to actually adopt Mr. Turner's amendment, perfecting amendment, but we take advantage of the fact that it's out there.
Thank you.
Yield back.
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make one point that I think is important. Many times when we bring up an issue that we don't know enough about or what its effects will be, we will ask for a study. And some concerns are raised, obviously, that could be a delay. We're not asking that Congresswoman Spear's amendment be translated into a study. There is an ongoing study. The ongoing study is due in October. And we're like totally delegitimizing the process of the committee asking for a study. Now, what's interesting, because I started reading it, and I'm going to just give you a couple more provisions of this, that this ongoing study is reviewing an assessment of the feasibility of a pilot program, and that it includes sexual assault. Here's one of the provisions that we're asking them to study, and this is really important. An analysis of the potential legal issues in connection with the pilot program, including potential issues for appeals. Meaning that we could establish a pilot program that in effect could undermine someone else's due process's rights and undo a whole conviction because we did it wrong. That's why when we ask for a study, we wait for it. I'm not asking for delay so that we can do a study. I'm just pointing out, we're doing a study. It's due this year in October. For goodness sakes, since we're affecting something that's constitutional rights and that could affect convictions, we should at least wait for the study. With that, I yield back. Oh,
Thank you.
I yield my time.
Just quickly, Mr. Chairman. The evidence for the reasons for why I'm doing this.
Mr. Conaway, sorry. I've not actually recognized you yet. I'm sorry, I apologize, but there was Mr. Carbajal that had his hand up as well. So I want to get to Mr. Carbajal, then I'll get to
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mr. Carbajal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this is my fourth NDAA, and it seems that every year we have the same discussion. The statistics speak for themselves. We are failing, our commanders are failing, and to do any more studying just means delay. That's all it means, is delay. Delay until it comes out. The fact of the matter is that sexual assault is pervasive in our service academies. And enough is enough. We got to take action. And I think the amendment put forth by Representative Spear takes that first step, first viable step, to finally address this. If we're going to wait for another study, we might as well just wait 10 years. The statistics are glaring at us about the failure of our commanders in the service academy for our cadets, our female cadets going through those academies. And we have to stop with this inaction. Representative Spear gives us a path to finally take a step forward. And again, we're caught up in a debate about, let's study this. Nope. The statistics don't change, they only get worse. And our female cadets are the ones that are suffering the brunt of inaction, not just at those institutions, but by us here in Congress and on this committee. I am moved by Ms. Spear, Ms. Sherrill, and Ms. Lyria, their courage to call this what it is.
This is an epidemic of sexual assault against women in the service academies. And again, we're having a conversation about, let's study it. It's going to come out in a few months. Hey, maybe before next year. The fact of the matter is, when do we do the NDAA? We do it once a year. So before we take concrete substantive action, it may come out in 2 or 3 months, Representative Turner, but you're basically saying, let's wait another year. Let's call it what it is. It's another year. And then next year we'll have this discussion again, and somebody will make a perfecting amendment about how we should wait because there's going to be another study. But the fact of the matter is, we are failing. And unless we take action and support Ms. Spears' amendment today, we're not fulfilling our obligation and our responsibilities as members of Congress on this HAS committee. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Conaway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would point out that whatever the statistics are on sexual assault and harassment on our campuses are horrific and terrible. That's not what this is about. Stopping it, preventing it, not letting it happen, let's go there. What this is about is what happens after it's happened, after it's already occurred. And the proponents have not presented any evidence that the prosecution phases at the academies have failed. Are the prosecutors up, down? I mean, the statistics there. So I understand how heart-wrenching it is to have the cases that go happen and all that. But we've not established the fact that actual prosecution, once women and men come forward, and they are coming forward more readily now than ever, that somehow those cases are being mishandled or handled improperly. And so this is a ready, fire, aim, and I yield back.
Question will occur on the substitute amendment offered by Mr. Turner. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no.
No.
No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is defeated. The question now occurs on the underlying amendment offered by Ms. Spear. All those in favor will say aye. 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 Those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Roll call, Mr. Chairman.
The roll call has been requested, therefore further proceedings in this amendment are suspended until the end. And it is now in order. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Thornberry.
I just mentioned that according to my count, we've got 11 more debates ahead of us. You know, we had talked earlier about going to 5 minutes and 3 minutes beyond that. Maybe it's time to think about that as these debates get a little protracted, because if we take as much time on future amendments as we have on that one, it's going to be a while.
Yeah. Sorry. So, what Mr. Thornberry is talking about, we had discussed earlier limiting the debate time to 5 minutes for, keep the 5 minutes for whoever offers it and one person in opposition, but then limit it to 3 minutes for all subsequent speeches after that. So that's what we're proposing. Just to be clear again, yes, Mr. Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not opposed to that, but I would point out that with respect to the author of the last amendment, which I voted for, she won and requested the roll call vote. If the winning side doesn't request the roll call votes, then we could probably abstain from a lot.
I'm sorry, that's a different thing. That's a matter of whether or not you want to be on the record on the issue. I'm talking about the time of the debate leading up to it. I mean, that gets into how long we're going to take at the end to go through the vote, but that's every member's right to have a roll call vote. And you raised this issue to save time. Mr. Gates.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, for a parliamentary inquiry, is the chair concerned that if we limit to 3 minutes, there will merely be more acquisition and yielding of time? And does the chair believe that perhaps just a reminder to members that we don't have to use all our time might be better for us to self-police so as to not have more procedural machinations?
Yeah, well, if it's possible, there could be more, I suppose. I suppose that's always possible. But I guess when that time is yielded, it would only be 3 minutes instead of 5. That's That's the thing. I don't think it's going to have a huge effect on whether or not that time is yielded. And I do understand. I mean, these are important issues, and they should be debated. And this requires unanimous consent. So rather than debate it, I'm saying we go to 5 minutes for the offerer, 5 minutes for one opposed, and then 3 minutes after that. Is there objection to that proposal? Hearing none, so ordered. That is what we are going to do. So it is now in order to consider log 547. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recommendation? Seek recognition. That would be you, Mr. Khanna. I'm sorry, is Mr. Khanna not with us? All right. We'll hold off on that one for the moment. So now it is in order to consider log 428. For what purpose does the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I intend to withdraw this amendment, but I do want to make a very brief statement here. We've had a long discussion about pit production and whether we're actually going to be able to do it if we divert our attention from Los Alamos, as well as whether we need 80 pits at all. This amendment goes directly to that by stating clearly or restating that it is our goal to achieve a 30 pits per year at Los Alamos, that is our principal task. We must do that. And it also, therefore, directs the NNSA to focus on that rather than trying to do two things simultaneously, which they've been basically unable to do in the past. It also repeals the 80 pit per year until we have a chance to determine whether that's necessary. Having said that, I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you. The amendment is withdrawn, so it's now in order to consider log 132. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment. The gentlewoman from Hawaii is recognized for the purposes of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If any of you have ever gone to the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, you'll see many different historic and important artifacts that speak to the history of air and space. And every one of those artifacts tells a story that represents significant achievement for humanity. If you go in on the left against the wall, there's a large dark green missile with Russian markings on it. That's the SS-20 Intermediate Range Missile, NATO codename Sabre. Its job was to attack NATO countries with 1 to 3 nuclear warheads, each more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. 654 were built, 3 are now in museums, the rest were destroyed by a very important agreement, the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, also known as the INF Treaty. There are a lot of different issues that have come up over the years, but the treaty persisted. Recently, rather than commit to negotiations that would address the issues with the treaty and further improve it, President Trump made the decision to walk away from it. This committee has asked for a report from the administration to tell us why he made this decision, what need was addressed by choosing to take this action and undoing this historic treaty. This request was made over a year ago. The report has still not been delivered to Congress. You would think this would be something that wouldn't be very hard for the administration to accomplish. This amendment, very simply, gives the administration some additional time to deliver the report and delays leaving the INF until it is delivered to Congress. I urge my colleagues on this committee to agree with me in saying that if Congress asks the administration for information about decisions they're making about issues as critical to our national security as nuclear weapons, then the administration has a responsibility to respond. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
I think that is very sound reasoning, and I concur and support the amendment. Who seeks recognition? I'm sorry, Ms. Cheney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. The administration withdrew from the INF Treaty rightly, in my view. It had become a treaty that only the United States, of every country in the world, was abiding by. It was a treaty that was handcuffing us. We know that the Russians were violating the treaty. There was absolutely no question about it. It wasn't just us, but our NATO allies were in lockstep with us in determining that the treaty had been violated and that maintaining our position of being part of the treaty was putting our security at risk. I would also note, Mr. Chairman, that when we are talking about the situation in which we find ourselves today with respect to China and with respect to the need to ensure that we are doing everything we can to defend ourselves and to create a deterrence against the Chinese government and against the PLA and against their activities, particularly in the South China Sea and elsewhere. The men and women of Indo-PACOM Commander, in particular, has talked about the extent to which the very missiles that would be prohibited were we to have stayed in this treaty are in exactly those type that we need to help increase deterrence against the government of China. That having the capability to field intermediate range missiles makes more difficult the Chinese government's planning and presents targeting dilemmas for them. And in fact, it's absolutely crucial. So the administration, in my view, did exactly the right thing by withdrawing from this treaty, and we certainly don't want to put ourselves in a position where we are putting our own security at risk by insisting that we go back to the days when we were the only nation on earth abiding by the restrictions in this treaty while the Russians were cheating. So I would urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Mr. Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and in the interest of brevity, I would associate myself with Ms. Cheney's comments. She hit the nail right on the head. From the standpoint of when you're looking at defending not only our homeland, but our allies around the world, we need to make sure that we don't limit our ability to, if you will, prosecute a fight, but more importantly, make sure it maybe doesn't happen to begin with, because we're viewed by our adversaries, potential adversaries, as someone they would not want to come up against. So when you start making decisions that take certain capabilities out of the military's playbook, you put yourself unnecessarily at risk. So because of that, again, I oppose this amendment, and I urge all my colleagues to support that opposition. I yield back.
Mr. Lamborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too oppose this amendment. It was the Obama administration that first pointed out the violations of the INF Treaty by the Russians. And the Obama administration rightly tried to incentivize the Russians to come back into compliance through various gambits, diplomatic means, and so on. But they were unsuccessful. The Trump administration simply continued that effort to try to get the Russians to come back into compliance, and they were unsuccessful. So ultimately, the president, like Ms. Cheney said, made the right decision and withdrew from this because we were the only ones who were following the terms of this treaty. Now, we are today in negotiations trying to get the Russians and the Chinese to enter into new rounds of arms control agreements. It would really undercut our negotiating position if we unilaterally disarm by giving away the ability to test missiles from 500 to 5,500 kilometers. You know, that's a huge range. And to give that capability away unilaterally before you enter discussions, it really weakens your position. So if you believe in multilateral arms control agreements and that we should try to get the Russians and Chinese to enter into those, at least to negotiate things, and have talks, you don't want to support this amendment. So, and the last thing I would want to say, there's been some discussion as to, I don't know whether this is true or not, I'm merely raising it as a possibility, but our cooperative agreements with Israel to develop missile control might be affected by this agreement if we were to give this unilateral restriction on our own abilities. So I'd have to tease that out to see if that's true or not, but in any case, it does undercut what we're trying to do now with a possibility of talks with Russia or China. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner, sorry.
Thank you. I just want to clarify as we do this debate, this is not just about a study, as we were just debating studies previously, and an extension on a study. This is an extension on requiring that the United States comply with the INF Treaty. Now, as I've said in previous debates, I'd love to pass an amendment that requires Russia to comply with the INF Treaty, but they're not. NATO, the NAC, the governing body for NATO, all passed unanimously a resolution confirming that Russia was in violation of the INF Treaty. So what this would do would say, Russia, you keep on going and violating the INF Treaty. You field whatever you want because you're not limited to that at all, but we're going to make our country still comply. That's what this says. This doesn't say, hey, we're just going to give you some extra time to study. We're going to give you some extra time, and we're going to make certain that the United States is bound by a treaty that we're out of and that Russia violated and continues to violate. I would love an amendment that actually would bound our adversaries and not bind us. You know, the whole concept of non-proliferation is really looking at the nuclear weapons of the other guys. Treaties are about looking at the weapons of the other guys. If we unilaterally continue to adopt provisions that disarm ourselves, we're just making ourselves less safe. I yield back.
Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have to remember that there are countries besides Russia that are watching what we do. Ms. Gabbard, I'm happy to yield time to you.
Thank you very much. To my colleague, Mr. Lambourne, you raised a potential issue in question. This amendment has absolutely no impact on any existing or potential or future missile defense agreements. I think really the main issue here is our role is providing congressional oversight. A report was requested. This was passed over a year ago in January of last year. That report, it's not a study, it's not an examination, it's simply a request for answers from the administration on why they chose the action that they took and the justification for it. And here's one example of why this is important. We've heard from the Secretary of Defense that he wants to build these systems that previously would have violated the INF Treaty Agreement, and after building and developing the systems, then we'll find the justification and placement for them, not the other way around. And I want to read his quote very briefly, because it points to the need for us to get these answers first. He says, clearly we're moving forward in developing intermediate range missiles, and once we have those that are prepared for deployment, as I've said in the past, I would then consult with my commanders. Do they need these missiles in theater? If they do, then we would begin a series of consultations with our allies and partners about where do we deploy those missiles. End of quote. Seems like a kind of a cart before the horse situation here. I'll also point out that U.S. allies in NATO and Asia have they themselves not accepted any responsibility for siting these systems. NATO stressing they'll consider other measures if the U.S. withdraws from the INF. Point being, there are a lot of questions around tearing up and throwing away a historic treaty that unquestionably made the world a safer place. We need to do our job and provide that oversight before this decision is finalized. I yield back.
Thank you.
Would Ms. Davis yield?
Well, time's been
It's her time.
Yeah, you did not yield back. Ms. Gabbard yielded back. So would you care to yield to Mr. Lambourne, Susan?
Yeah, just a quick question. I don't like it when any administration doesn't comply with our request to do respond to something we've asked them to do. I would like to work with you to have some kind of enforcement of that provision that mandate of ours. But this is like, taking a sledgehammer to kill a fly. This is totally different than enforcing them to do an agreement.
Briefly, with 15 seconds left, this is not at all taking a sledgehammer approach. If they come and bring this report to Congress next week, that would be great.
And
there were no consequences. There would be no consequences to this, but they failed to do that.
Mr. Thornberry.
I largely want to make the same point. I think we ought to be more careful about the studies and reports we require, but when we put them in there, we ought to ensure that they do it. And frankly, there are a number of provisions that are either in the mark or have been added to the mark that fence money to ensure that DOD complies with the law. I'm very sympathetic with the gentlelady's point on that. If we tell them to do it, they ought to do it. Now, at the same time, to say, but in the meantime, we've got to comply with the INF Treaty when the only country that the INF Treaty limited was us, does not seem to me to make sense. So I disagree with that part of the gentlelady's amendment. But like Mr. Lamborn said, when we put into law, they need to do it. And we need to be careful about what we put in. We're a little too liberal about that. But when we put it in, we ought to hold their feet to the fire. I completely agree with that part.
Thank you. The question occurs on the gentlelady's amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I love that. Those opposed will say no. No. Pending of the chair, the noes have it. Got to do that fairly. The noes have it. The amendment is defeated. Now, I believe we have Mr. Khanna back, so we will go to...
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order. Turner here. The requirements that we were given when we got these new rules of people who were able to participate remotely and not travel here like the rest of us have, was that they had to be on camera the entire time. And with Mr. O'Connor, I've gotten to watch his electrical outlet underneath his couch. The only time he's actually been with us is when he's speaking. If you're turning to him, if he's got an amendment, and I want to know, is that amendment going to be in order from someone who only shows up on their camera for their amendment?
Yes, it is. Mr. Khanna, we're going to go to, sorry, I got to get the log correct here. We will now consider log number 547. For what purposes, gentlemen from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment, and Mr. Khanna is recognized to explain the purpose of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I have been listening to the whole debate, even if my face isn't on. I even put on a tie for Representative Turner, so hopefully he'll be sympathetic to our amendment. This amendment is very straightforward. The United States does not need to be modernizing the ICBMs. The reality is, if you talk to Secretary Perry, if you talk to Senator Sam Nunn, if you talk to Secretary Ornitz, the reality is that we have complete strategic deterrence capability with our submarines and with our aerial strategic bombers. We have every capacity to have complete deterrence. With the ICBMs, you have the risk of accidental nuclear war, and it's pretty obvious why. If there is an accidental launch of an ICBM, you can't take it back. On the other hand, you can call a submarine back, you can call an aerial bomber back. And the experts in this field say that the biggest risk for accidental nuclear war is the decision time. If we can elongate the decision time that allows a mistake to be averted, we help prevent accidental nuclear war. Now, you don't have to believe that the need that strategic needs and deterrence can be kept simply with submarines and by aerial bombers to support this amendment. Though I think if you look at what the experts say, that is the case. You also can simply support
extending the life of the current ICBMs before and studying further the issue before we give a sole source contract to Northrop Grumman. This bill currently would give $1.5 billion. That's additional to the $500 million. So we're giving an additional $1 billion for a sole source contract to modernize something that the experts are telling us increases our risk of nuclear war. And what we're saying is we shouldn't have that increase. And instead, we should be putting that money to our national security need for extending the research into coronavirus and tackling coronavirus. We shouldn't be putting that money in a sole source contract to Northrop Grumman. Well, we can continue what we did last cycle, last Mark, on the extension of the current systems and current missiles. That, in a nutshell, is the proposal, and I hope that it can be supported in a bipartisan way.
Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, as Mr. Rakana has accurately characterized, is unilateral disarmament. It is saying that we're not going to have our land-based ICBMs, and this is something that obviously this committee opposes. But what's also very concerning is that the argument is that if you abandon our ICBMs, that we're somehow safer. Again, I'd love an amendment where I could ban Russia's ICBMs or China's. The reality is that their ICBMs are still going to be pointed at us. If you don't have them pointed at our ICBMs, they're going to be pointed at our cities because they're still coming this way. There has been study after study that has said that we need the triad. And in fact, there's been studies that have indicated that our air-launched bombers are significantly at risk from adversary submarines offshore. If we don't have our ICBMs and our bombers are at risk, we significantly impact our ability to respond. And the key to response is not that we get to use nuclear weapons, but that we deter our adversaries. Our adversaries, I'll tell you what, Vladimir Putin would love this amendment because it makes it the whole calculus of the U.S. and our viable deterrence easier for him. And the other aspect of this is that, so he admits, thank you, Mr. Rakana, for admitting that this impacts our modernization. As General Hayton has said, we have to modernize or we're not going to be able to continue our triad. This amendment, though, also does something incredibly interesting, and I think even if you're for unilateral disarmament, as Mr. Rakana is suggesting, you probably should be against this amendment because what he's done is he's gone in and cut $1 billion out of DOD. But there's still the money that's in NSA because we actually do our warheads in NSA and our missiles in DOD. So the only thing he's cutting is our modernization of our missile. The warhead would continue to go forward, and the portion that he cuts of our missile is actually aspects that are pretty important, like radiation hardening, microelectronics, materials studies, fuel studies, low toxic propellant formulations, all of guidance technology studies, multi-G-force environment, all of these things that are incredibly important. If you do this, you are saying, as he said in the beginning of his presentation, we'd be eliminating the triad, and this is dangerous. We should not be doing this, and you should oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Ms. Cheney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also oppose this amendment. As Mr. Turner has said, we can go over all of the issues that we debate about the triad. Certainly, I disagree with Mr. Khanna's characterization of the experts, the so-called experts' view on the triad. But I would also point out what Mr. Khanna has suggested we do is take $1 billion out of funding for the GBSD and allocate that money to pandemic preparedness. Now, this is I suppose something that he's done to try to say that there's a cause that's greater than our nuclear deterrent. I think it's important, first of all, to point out we have allocated significant resources to pandemic response, to pandemic relief, to ensuring that we are providing the kind of support this country needs to begin to recover from the pandemic, and also to ensure that
we're protecting ourselves from these kinds of things in the future. But there's one fundamental issue that is missing in this discussion, and that is China. And that the extent to which the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party, is directly responsible for the deaths that we have seen in the United States and around the world, directly responsible for the economic devastation. They caused this pandemic to be spread globally, and when I say they caused it to be spread globally, I say that because they knew that they had human-to-human transmission, and they stopped travel from Wuhan to the rest of the world, but they did not allow travel from Wuhan into the rest of China. Or they allowed travel from Wuhan into the rest of the world. They knew what they were doing. And instead of coming together to hold China accountable, which is what we ought to be doing, which is what we, the Republicans, asked Speaker Pelosi and others to do, to join with us on our task force to hold the Chinese government accountable for this death and devastation. Instead, my colleague, Mr. Khanna, is proposing an amendment cutting $1 billion out of our nuclear forces. This amendment helps China. This amendment helps America's adversaries. The people that would benefit from this amendment are the people that want to see the United States unilaterally disarm, and that is the government of China. So it is absolutely shameful, in my view. This is a time that we need to be clearer than ever before that we are going to put the resources behind modernizing our nuclear forces. Our adversaries are doing it. The government of China is doing it. We are falling behind, and the notion, I don't think that the Chinese government, frankly, could imagine in their wildest dreams that they would have been able to get the United States Congress, a member of the United States Congress, to propose in response to the pandemic that we ought to cut $1 billion out of our nuclear forces. It is more than they could have imagined. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also stand in opposition to this amendment. I think this will seriously undermine our nuclear deterrence. One of the most important missions, if not the most important mission that we have in our DOD, and it's our responsibility to make sure we have that right. I think we need a triad. So if we do what Mr. Khan is suggesting, it's going to call for the end of our ICBMs. It's going to call for they're not going to be able to be service life extended. So we'll go to a dyad. What does the ICBMs provide for us? They provide dependability. Typically, our 400 ICBMs run at about 95% readiness rate. You don't get that with submarines. You don't get that with bombers. It also provides a targeting problem that the Russians or Chinese can't overcome. Without the ICBM force, you're talking somewhere between a dozen and 24 targets to cripple our nuclear backbone. With the ICBMs, you're talking 400 plus. So taking the triad away to a dyad and getting rid of our ICBMs seriously undermines our nuclear deterrence and puts us at much increased risk. And we've had several studies that have looked at the service life extension. It's not going to happen anymore for a 47-year-old weapon system. General Hyten says we need to do this now. I agree. He says we can't do the service life extension and save money. It saves us no money. And Mr. Turner has it right. The warhead and the booster acquisition is currently synchronized. You slip one, you throw the whole acquisition program under the bus. Finally, I'll just say this. The last 2 presidents, the last 6 Congresses, and the last 6 secretaries of defense have supported this ICBM program, and we need to get it done. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Couple points in support of Mr. Khanna's amendment. I mean, we always have these debates, and they always frustrate me because they veer off of reality, and the opposition sets up a straw man. That basically either you are against this amendment or you are in favor of unilateral disarmament. And the pointlessness of that is very frustrating because I suppose there maybe are some people who are in favor of unilateral disarmament. I confess, even out where I come from, I haven't met them. The people who want to get rid of absolutely everything in our military and just hope for the best. Believe it or not, it hasn't gone that far. Now, okay, maybe you're saying he's only suggesting unilateral disarmament of all nuclear weapons. That's equally absurd in the context of this amendment. I will confess there are some people who support that. I don't. I don't know if Mr. Khanna supports that or not, but I do know that his amendment does not. So let's be 100% clear. Despite what you're going to hear over and over and over and over and over and over again from the other side, this amendment does not propose unilaterally disarming us of all nuclear weapons. That is not what it does. Mr. Lamborn, I got you. I'm aware that you're seeking recognition and you're on the list. We'll get to you in a minute. That's not what it does. What it does, it doesn't even, for that matter, get rid of the triad. And Mr. Khanna did say that he supports that. I think there is more wisdom behind that proposal than people realize, but that's not what this does. It cuts $1 billion out of one program, the updated GBSD, which is a unilateral contract because we got down to only one bidder on it. What this does is it proposes the idea that maybe we don't need as many nuclear weapons as we're talking about. And that's actually, I think that's actually a fairly interesting debate. I can understand why the other side doesn't want to have that debate. They just want to say either you're in favor of 0 or you're in favor of every single one that we like. But that's not actually the debate that we're having. The debate that we're having is, do we need as many nuclear weapons as we're talking about? And whatever China may or may not love, they currently have less than 300 nuclear warheads. And so the issue is, do we have an adequate deterrent? And it's worth sort of diving into that word instead of just throwing it out there. An adequate deterrent basically means the purpose of our nuclear weapons is to deter nuclear adversaries. That's the purpose of it. And it's a very important purpose, and it's one that I strongly support. Not all of my constituents do, but I do. We need nuclear weapons to deter other countries like China and Russia from using their nuclear weapons. It is merely my viewpoint that having several thousand nuclear weapons presents that deterrent. And that the Chinese that we love to picture as being 10 feet tall here, as I said, they feel they have an adequate deterrent with right now less than 300 nuclear weapons. Now it's quite possible in the next 20 years they double that, okay? Let's say that then they have 600 nuclear weapons. They still won't have anywhere near as many as we have simply with the other two legs of the triad. So that's a debate worth having. And I understand there are arguments, I haven't heard them yet today, I've heard them elsewhere, as to why we need that many nuclear weapons in order to deter them. I've heard those arguments, I do not agree with them. I think that China or Russia, sitting there staring at, let's just say, 3,000 nuclear weapons and the possibility that any number of those could be rained down upon them, will in fact be deterred. I know I would be. I mean, I don't know about your constituents, but if I told my constituents that I felt comfortable launching a nuclear attack at China because they could only hit us with 300 nuclear weapons, I don't think they would just vote me out of office. I think they would put me in an insane asylum. Okay, we do not want to face even 300 nuclear weapons. So the debate we're having is what is an adequate deterrent? And connected to that debate, from my perspective, I will confess, not from the perspective of everybody, I want to have an adequate national security. Yes, we need to deter nuclear weapons, but there's a lot of other things that everyone in this committee knows that we need to do as well. And there is a finite amount of money. When you look at what is proposed by various DoD advocates, it's a long list. We want 355 ships in the Navy. I think we're sitting at about 308 at the moment. So we got a long way to go on that one. The Air Force came out with a study just last year saying that they wanted 25% more air platforms for their purposes. That's a lot of money too. So how are we going to meet all of those other needs if we spend another couple $1 trillion to make sure that we have, instead of 2,500 nuclear weapons, 5,000 to be a nuclear deterrent? That's the debate that we're trying to have here. And I grant you, again, there are some tough questions in there. But the whole, they want to unilaterally disarm and they don't care and they just don't think we should have any nuclear weapons.
Will you yield for a moment?
Not
Mr. Chairman,
accurate. I apologize.
Could you yield for a moment?
I was just about done.
Could you just,
but yes, I'll be
characterizing
happy
something
to
I've
yield.
said. So first off, so unilateral disarmament doesn't mean 0, and you are correct. Mr. Ro said that he is against the land portion of the triad. Unilateral means you don't get anything for it. Bilateral means that your adversary does something too. And what I'm for is bilateral, which is if
That's
you
good.
believe that we need fewer nuclear weapons, I believe that we should do that
reclaiming
in
my
a
time. There's
3D.
a bunch of the folks are there, and that too is good debate to have. I don't agree with that assessment either, because what we want on our side is enough weapons of any kind to meet our national security needs. Okay, and if we have enough nuclear weapons, and again, that's debatable. We can have that argument to deter our nuclear adversaries, then us saying, okay, instead of buying a bunch of nuclear weapons, we're going to buy more airplanes, we're going to buy more ships, we're going to invest more in AI and satellites. I don't view that as unilateral. It's not a, we have met our national security needs on nuclear weapons, so we're going to spend our money elsewhere. You know, do we get something from moving it around within our budget? No, I think what we get is a stronger national security. So that is the argument in favor of this amendment and the argument of not buying into the nuclear triad that is out there. I got a bunch of people. Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will stay within 3 minutes on this one. Mr. Chairman, your discussion would be interesting, but that's all, and we came close to it with the Garamendi proposal, but that is not necessarily what this issue is about on this one. This is not discussing how many or what we will have. This is talking about the process, and as has been pointed out by a couple of members, this process is disjointed. So the Engineering and Manufacturing Development Awards will be given this August, unless there is something that changes that. And if the change takes place, it will take change on the missile side, but it will not take place on the design side of the warhead. So what we are trying to do is make sure that we go with the armament portion as well as the missile portion and bring them together to finalize those so that it can become practical and useful. If we pursued with the one part, which would not be impacted by this amendment, and then restrict the other part, all we're doing is basically screwing up the entire system to make sure that we are out of sync. And that is, to me, the significant part of this. And I would like to just push back. It's not a sole contract. It was 5 years of competition, and they finally came up with this contract, and there are a whole bunch of large, medium, and small companies that are suppliers of it at the same time. It is not a sole contract. So with that, and I did it within, I'll give you a minute and a half back so you can get home earlier.
You're a good man. Mr. Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief as well, because all of you have articulated your positions very eloquently. If I've got to try to defeat 2 axes of a triad, I can plan my attack better, regardless of the number of weapons I'm coming up against. If I've got to come up against 3 different axes, now I've got a different challenge as a commander. So I would suggest to you that what is the goal? Number 1, to fight and win, but the best goal is to not to have to fight at all. President Reagan said, strength, peace through strength. And the best way to have that strength show is that we are unpredictably unpredictable, but we know that we have the capability because we as a country invested necessarily so, and we all have to sacrifice when it comes to trade-offs. But this is deterrence at its finest that is necessary for our security and the security of other countries around the world. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, oppose the Kohana amendment, and I won't repeat the same arguments that have already been made. I'll put forth a couple new points, though. One is the billion-dollar amount seems to me it's not linked to anything tangible. It's just kind of pulled out of thin air and not really thought through. But secondly, the triad, and we're not setting, Mr. Chairman, we're not trying to set up a straw man. No one's saying we're going to 0. But it is clear that this amendment is intended to cripple one of the 3 legs of the triad. That's been acknowledged and admitted. It would cripple that leg of the triad. And as Mr. Bacon and Mr. Bergman have said, if you go to 2 legs, it's easier to target from those who would oppose us. And further than that, it makes us more vulnerable if there are technological breakthroughs on the other side to detect submarines that are at sea, or to fight an air-based offensive capability that we have now. We're more vulnerable if there's some kind of technological breakthrough, if we're depending on 2 legs rather than 3 legs, or if there's a mechanical or some kind of technological problem on our part where those can't be deployed because of a new development where that's negative to us that we have to fix. That makes us more vulnerable also. So going to 2 legs, a dyad, is just really to give that up unilaterally without bilateral concessions would be a big problem. So for those reasons, I would ask for no vote on this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Ms. Cheney. Thank you very much. I just want to point out, Mr. Chairman, we too welcome debate, but it's not real debate if people aren't following the rules. With all due respect to my colleague, Mr. Khanna, not only has he not been on his camera, but he missed the time when his amendment was up, and he was allowed to simply, offer it apparently at his own convenience. So as a point of order, I do think it's important to say we want to make sure that the rules are being followed. Secondly, I appreciate very much the chairman saying that he welcomes open debate on this right after he's cut everybody's time to 3 minutes and then taken the chairman's prerogative to extend his own time indefinitely. Finally, on substance, the chairman and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say they support arms control, say they don't want to see unilateral disarmament. But right now, at this moment, our special negotiator, our special envoy for arms control, is negotiating with the Russians. And so for us to be sitting here saying we're going to unilaterally cut $1 billion makes his position incredibly weaker, undercuts him directly. So, I think it's really important for people who are watching this, important for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, to do more than just sort of say the rhetoric about, well, we really want arms control, we really want bilateral cuts, we don't want unilateral cuts. But everything that you're doing cuts off debate of the other side, violates the rules, violates the rights of the minority, and imposes restrictions and proposes policies that undercut the actual arms control discussions that are underway. What in the world, do the Russians have to gain by agreeing to any negotiations if they think, well, we don't even have to agree, and the Americans are going to go ahead and cut on their own? So I would just urge, again, my colleagues to oppose this amendment and state once again for the record a fundamental concern about this process, about the way that this hearing is being run, and about the extent to which the rules are being violated, and they're your own rules. I yield back.
Thank you. We are not violating the rules of the minority. It is longstanding practice that the chairman and ranking member are not subject to the same time limits as everybody else. We are following the rules, and just felt a little ganged up on here over the other side, which is fine. Mr. Thornberry.
Mr. Chairman, it is a source of pride for me and hopefully all members that we always conduct this markup in open session, as opposed to the other body that always conducts theirs in closed session. The only time I start to question that is when we get into this area, because I do think we could get a little deeper into not only numbers but capabilities of other countries, and it would be helpful for the discussion. Let me just say this. Adequate nuclear deterrence has to be credible to do its job. And as Mr. Bishop was saying, credibility comes not from the weapons and from the delivery systems. Now, we have messed around in this country so that all 3 of our delivery systems are aging out about the same time and have to be replaced. Now, we are in the process of building new bombers and new submarines, and we have to replace the missiles as well to keep that credible deterrent. Now, at no point does that ever take more than 7% of the defense budget. And in my view, it's the most important thing we can do to have a credible deterrent that prevents nuclear war. And I think it is absolutely accurate, as people have said, to unilaterally give something up one leg of the triad, in essence, because these missiles are aging out, would be a dramatic shift in the strategic balance, in the strategic posture we have had since the end of the Second World War. So I think this amendment is a mistake, but I also think we've got to keep in mind credibility is what makes a deterrent effective and thus adequate.
Thank you. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Khanna. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, Those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. I will request a roll call vote. So further proceedings in this amendment will be suspended. We'll add it to the end of the list. And it is now in order to consider log 528. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I call up Amendment Log 528 and ask for its consideration.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and Mr. Rogers is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would have established an interagency task force to address China's use of non-traditional intelligence collectors targeting our leading research institutions. Members of this committee and others have been briefed on China's persistent espionage threat to American competitiveness and security. Combating these efforts should be a bipartisan priority. In the course of negotiating this amendment, we accepted every single majority edit that was requested, but the Judiciary Committee still refused to waive jurisdiction despite weeks of discussion. I will continue to pursue this issue and hope that we can put America's interest ahead of congressional turf battles. I'd like to thank the staff who have worked on this issue for the past several months: Mandy Bowers, Emily Trapini, Megan Devlin, Forrest McConnell, Special Agent Steve Fuentes, and Secret Service Special Agent Chris Goetz. Steve and Chris were detailed to the Homeland Security Committee, and their years of law enforcement experience were essential in this area. With that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my amendment and yield back.
Thank you, and we certainly will continue to work with you on that. It is now in order to consider log 343. For what purpose does the gentleman from California see? And by the way, I apologize for this, but Paul Mitchell, Paul Cook, I rotate back and forth sometimes in my brain. So if I hesitate before I call on you, that's what I'm doing. And I don't know how that makes you feel, but what purpose does gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You have an amendment at the desk.
I do, but I'm going to withdraw it.
Okay.
Which will make everybody very
You're
happy.
recognized for that
I know they've
purpose.
been
Go ahead.
waiting with bated breath for quite a while here. Briefly, though, I wanted to talk about an important issue, and it's one which I'm leaving, but it's one which is going to stay around with this committee. And the amendment that I had was about domestic rare earth neo-magnet capability. I know everybody here has been waiting all day for this, so I will go right to the point here. Neo-magnets, they are necessary for most of our advanced weapon system, including aircraft, submarines, missiles. And unfortunately, the United States continues to rely on foreign import of these magnets. One reason is that a foreign-owned company holds a patent in the United States for a neo-magnet production. The patent's pretty flimsy, but it's enough to threaten any U.S. producer of neo-magnets with wasteful and costly lawsuits. We need to help our domestic producers by eliminating fears about being dragged into this litigation. Until we do that, we're going to have a real problem with something that is becoming more and more important, and that's the issue of neo-magnets. And there is one. I think Ms. Cheney might have one in her district. Very, very few. It's had financial difficulties, and right now, the company is running on fumes, and unfortunately, what it mines there is controlled by a Japanese company
that sends the product to China. Now, I wouldn't be worried about this that much, but this is something that, and I'm going to withdraw this amendment, but I hope that you will continue to support American manufacturing in the rare earth industry. The problem is lawsuits, everything like that. This company has been on the ropes. Jerry Lewis kept it going for a while. It's right on the border of California and Nevada. In fact, all the workers there are actually from Nevada. But this is one of those ones that we have to have because this is something we need for F-35s, submarines, missiles, and it's very, very similar, if you remember your history, when there was a guy by the name of Harry Truman at the end of the war, and he became kind of the guru of looking out for American industry so that we could protect this. And he did an absolutely incredible job. Now, I don't have the tact and diplomacy that Harry Truman had, but he certainly got the job done, and he protected American industries that were making vital materials and were in danger of losing another one. So I will withdraw that. Obviously, the future, we need to get back into the magnet-making business because it's so important for so many of these advanced weapon systems. I withdraw my amendment at this time.
The amendment is withdrawn, and now it is in order to consider log number 2. So one of the first ones that got dropped. And I'm sorry. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment. And I recognize Mr. Norcross for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank Mr. Cook for bringing up an issue that is paramount and absolutely connected to the amendment I have here. This amendment requires DOD to increase the percentage of American parts that makes a major acquisition program considered domestic to 75% by October 1st of 2021 and phases in 5% a year until we reach 100% by 2026. In addition, this amendment requires DOD to create a repository of information related to domestic content to better inform contracting decisions in the future. We have talked about this issue year after year. Last year, I had an amendment, and it got tangled up in a bid that was going to happen in the shipping industry, the ship industry, not shipping, and I withdrew it. And several members that were here talked about working together, and we held a number of meetings to go over this very issue, trying to take into consideration many of the issues, and it's extremely complex. But right now, under current law, the interpretation for Buy American Act, the end product only needs to contain 50% domestic content. If we have not learned our lesson under this pandemic, when are we going to learn? We understand you can't throw the switch and turn it on overnight. It will take time, it will take predictability, and it will take us making a decision to help the people we represent. The idea of offshoring more and more of our work, particularly in the defense industry, is insane. Time after time, people in this room, we talk about bringing jobs home, making sure Made in America actually means something. Well, this is our opportunity. Strong support from the defense industry workforce that they're serious at this point. Bring back manufacturing. The idea that the issues that have come up is that we have a waiver system that is already in place. But to back up, what is a major defense acquisition? $300 million in designated that would be part of the development test and evaluation. $1.8 billion. So we're not talking the little programs by a couple screws in here and there. It does not include highly sensitive classified programs. It does not include Unfortunately, the project carried out using the rapid funding and prototyping. We understand that's in a different category. But when we talk about we can't change, that's why this is phased in over a 6-year period, to give predictability to those industries, those contractors, so they can start to bring back the work to here in America. Now, we don't have that capacity. We need it back because that means jobs. Will it impact current contracts? Absolutely not. 2021 moving forward. So that takes out, unfortunately, the major programs, the F-35. But the one thing that is interesting, the Buy America waivers currently in place. Buy America and what we're changing here would not change if the domestic product was not available. Number 2, unreasonable cost. 3, trade agreements. 4, public interest. They are currently part of the law. We are not touching those. They're staying in. We talked right here last year about doing the right thing, and this is our opportunity. With that, I'll reserve.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a perfecting amendment at the desk.
Actually, just technically, you have a second-degree amendment.
I'm a second. Okay,
The lawyers are yelling at me about
right,
that.
you
So
are-
it's a second-degree amendment.
You are correct, and I appreciate your correction.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment, and Mr. Turner is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
I think everybody is with Chairman Norcross. I mean, we would love everything to be 100%. And the things that where it says it can be below 50% or to add 50%, I mean, many things we have are 100%. The problem is that I'm not one of the ones who offered to work with you and then did not. So this is not one of the bait and switch issue at all. But I am concerned, and it's not just the issue of Buy America or cost or limitation on access to things. I want to raise an issue that I'm very concerned about, and that's Sell America. I work with our allies in NATO, and you have under your portfolio right now the F-35.
Yep.
And the F-35 is a multinational sourced platform. Of course, we had the issue of Turkey, of trying to take them out of that sourcing. You put an exemption for trade agreements, but actually trade agreements generally exclude military sales. And one of the biggest issues that we have that affect us is offset agreements, where we make a major sale to another nation, and the other nation requires that in turn something be purchased that goes into one of our facilities. You and I just had a conversation about a frame for one of our helicopters that's made in a nation where that nation then buys things from us that offsets, and that's part of the arrangement and agreement that encourages Sell America. So you are correct that this is complex. Everybody, there's not one person on this committee who would not absolutely be for 100% of everything we do being America. But for, as you described, that there are those consequences of which we need to manage. So my perfecting amendment says, this is an important destination, but we need DOD to tell us all of the things that this will affect, specifically also one of those things being Sell America. How does this, because there's a huge impact on us, both with interoperability to our allies and our ability to lower our overall costs. As you know, the F-35 costs are lowered because we are selling it to our allies. What is that three-bank shot and pool consequences? And so that is the purpose of my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a long discussion a while ago on rape in the military academies, and the discussion centered around studies. And as I recall, the result of that, or at least one of the arguments, was a study is a great way not to do anything. And that's pretty much what we have here with this secondary amendment, is a study that will certainly not do anything. We know already the answer to all of these questions that are in this amendment. And I would suggest that what this will do is to just delay what we ought to do today, which is to adopt the underlying amendment and bring back to America the manufacturing of key and important components in our military. Many of us just voted a few hours ago for a major infrastructure bill. I don't know if there are any no votes amongst this group, but those who voted yes voted to substantially increase the amount of American content in the infrastructure of the United States. We don't need another study. We know. We know from past studies, we know from economic analysis, we know from all that has occurred that we need to bring back to America manufacturing. A couple of us in this committee, myself and another, are trying to bring back to America the manufacturing of generic drugs, or at least the active ingredients in those generic drugs. Many of us are also trying to bring back to America shipbuilding, and that's a good thing. But this study, or this secondary amendment here, would simply put this whole thing off and I guess in some ways keep us from having to face the reality. The reality that we are losing our manufacturing capability in America and therefore a critical component of our national defense. I think we ought to take this particular study and trash it and get on with building things in America.
One quick programming note, since this is a second-degree amendment, when we're done with it, it could conceivably require a roll call vote immediately. So for those of you listening at home, your presence will be required shortly. Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly agree that we need to do something about getting more of our defense production back in the United States.
Your mic's on. Sorry.
This must not be a very strong microphone.
Yeah,
I've never had a
it's
problem
not,
being
sorry.
heard. I strongly agree we should bring defense production back to the United States. When I first got on this committee, we were talking about what we're going to do about sending up our sensitive stuff on Russian rockets, which is amazing. But I disagree with the gentleman from California. I don't think we know everything. For example, I don't think what we know, how this would affect the incredible array of things that we have to have produced in order for us to have weapon systems. There are lots of moving parts, as you know, the gentleman knows from New Jersey, go in these things. I don't know how this would affect, for example, the program we've had going on with Israel on missile defense, for example. So I think we all want to get to the same place, but I do think it makes sense for us to sit down, have a study, have the Department of Defense come back to us and say, this is how it would affect this program and this program and this program. And we may have to be more nuanced in the ultimate piece of legislation because of the different types of weapons programs and how it would affect them. So I don't think this is a delay maneuver at all. I think it's an honest and very important effort for us to get the appropriate information so that we know when this piece of legislation comes down that we've got it tuned to the point where it actually will have the effect we want it to have and not have the Secretary of Defense have to come in and grant a bunch of waivers because we didn't think them through. And I'm always a little nervous about waivers, to be honest with you. Sometimes it's used right, sometimes it's not used right. So I would rather us know what we're doing before we put out a piece of legislation. And I think Mr. Turner's amendment is an honest, good faith effort to do that, and I support it and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Carvajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to yield my time to Representative Norcross. Couple of items, and Mr. Turner, great point about NATO. We care about all our allies. But interesting enough, between the public interest waiver, WTO, and others, only 3 countries are not in it: Albania, Montenegro, and Northern Macedonia, which we care much about. But we never did a study when we offshored the products that we're talking about. We never asked the American worker, how's this going to impact you and your family as those jobs went away? We understand that's been over years and many different issues applied to it. But now, based on the information that we heard here and that we studied over the last year, we wanted to set the stage to move it back. Industry, who I've talked to repeatedly, wants predictability. They want time. This includes both of those. But most importantly, I call it the circuit breakers. We don't know what we don't know because things are going to change. Number one, current contracts are not affected. So the F-35 is not part of it. The issue with Israel is not a part of it. Moving forward, it potentially could be. But you have enough circuit breakers here through the public interest piece, domestic non-availability, and quite frankly, the ability of the Secretary of Defense to say, you either get a waiver or not there. That we do have control over this. We don't have to study it again. We will be experiencing that because we're taking a partial step for next year and then moving in. So we have years. If there's a negative impact, I'll be the first one to say, let's go back and look at it. But the way that we've set this up, we have the circuit breakers if there's a problem, and we're heading in the right direction over a period of 6 years.
Thank you, Mr. Conaway.
Mr. Carvajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm supportive of the gentleman's trying to do, but I would point out some things that maybe this is more for the conference committee fight than tonight, and that is, if history's any indication, we won't get this done until December, and that only gives you 9 months to meet your deadline of a 50% increase in U.S.-sourced material from 50% to 75%. Don't know that we actually just can get that done. I also think that if American producers were competitive worldwide, we would already be doing it. And so there will be increased costs associated with it. Now, this fits in well with the overall broader context of pandemic conversation about supply chains. And as we look at pharmaceuticals or whatever, we as Americans have to understand we're going to have to pay more for things done here in America than currently being done elsewhere, just because those things are coming in cheaper than we can do it here. So you got to acknowledge that as well. And I would also think you would want teeth in failure to comply. Simply allowing the secretary, whoever, to waive failure to comply doesn't get you where you want to get to. So perhaps in a conference, you can look at the idea that you're not going to be able to get there by October 1 of 21 with that 50% number, so kind of move some of that around, put some teeth in the failure, and be honest with the American people. This will cost more money. The chairman has talked about not having more money for defense. This will cost us more money. We need to be straightforward with that. So with that, I yield back.
All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Whitman.
Yeah. And listen, I agree with the gentleman from New Jersey. I appreciate him continuing to push the issue. But just as others have mentioned, the element of increased cost potentially means fewer aircraft, fewer ships, and we're trying to get to that number. So we all have to keep in mind the reality of potentially what that brings to us. Another element, too, is that in many situations, there is not an exact comparable component that's built by foreign manufacturers. And as you know, our aircraft have systems that are supplied to be put in the aircraft by the government. The same for the ships. You know, the shipyard builds the ships, but there are government-supplied elements that go on board that ship. The key is if nobody in the United States manufactures that exact system, then you either have to do one or two things. You either have to redesign the ship or the aircraft to fit another dissimilar system in, or then you have to go ahead and look at an exemption, which again gets you away from where you need to be. So I think that you need to have some provision or some discussion about existing systems and making sure that you're not going to be adding time and cost to those, especially when you've got a hot production line. All of a sudden you're saying, well, there's nothing here that's available for that.
Would the gentleman yield for a moment?
Sure. Yes.
We have the domestic non-availability. That is that exact circuit breaker. But let's talk about $1 billion piece of equipment, an aircraft carrier that you know so much about. That means $500 million today could be foreign. $500 million. And all we're doing is talking about taking that down to $250 million. Think about these numbers. Those could be American jobs. And where we have a problem, we have a circuit breaker for those unforeseen events. I am sure every one of us would like to go home and say, I just helped you get a job today. I brought it back to America. And I know everybody in this room cares about it. A study is a great idea if we want to extend it, and we can continue. But let's set the stage here, because it's still not going to take care of the big issue here of bringing all that job home. This is still Swiss cheese with the waivers, folks. This is not going to change overnight. We can pass this and still study it to find out effects. Again, we certainly didn't find out when they moved the jobs offshore how it would affect us, but thank you for yielding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Seeing no further debate, the question occurs on the amendment, on the substitute amendment. Sorry, not substitute. Second degree amendment. You're not perfect, you're second degree. That's what I'm saying. So it's a second degree amendment by Mr. Turner. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is defeated, and it's now in order to consider Mr. Norcross's amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Log 239. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will pass out the amendment. Without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment, and Ms. Spear is recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strengthens post-service ethics standards for former high-ranking military and DoD officials. In the FY18 NDAA, Congress made important progress in establishing higher ethical standards for the U.S. military. We passed legislation championed by the late Senator John McCain to ensure that all generals and admirals and their civilian equivalents had to meet at least a one-year cooling-off period before lobbying any official in the Department of Defense, with a 2-year restriction for 3-star and 4-stars. Before we passed this law, there was a restriction, but it was a feel-good, do-nothing, toothless provision. An Air Force general could retire one day and lobby the Office of the Secretary of Defense or the Navy about the F-35 the next. Closing this loophole was an example of bipartisan progress towards a more ethical government and a slower revolving door. This progress is at risk. DoD's NDAA proposal this year would have rolled back almost the entirety of the 2018 reforms. Apparently, senior DoD officials were more concerned about finding their next job than protecting taxpayers. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for not including the DoD's truly appalling proposal in this year's NDAA. Rather than weakening ethics standards, I believe we should strengthen them. Serving as a general, an admiral, or a high-ranking DoD civilian should be an honor and a public trust, not a ticket to a revolving door lucrative lobbying job with major defense contractors and other companies with business before the department. Public service should be just that, not for the purpose of private gain. This amendment would lengthen the restriction from 2 years to 4 years for 3-star and 4-star generals and admirals, and extend the 1-year restriction to 2 years for colonels and captains and their civilian equivalents. It would also expand the restriction to cover business development activities, because selling products and services to the military the day after taking off the uniform is just as unseemly, and we should expect more from our leaders. With that, I yield back.
Who seeks recognition? Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I'm aware of what the department submitted in terms of the language that they had asked for, so I'm not going to get into what they asked for versus what we think. We had policies we put forth. They're pretty clear. They're fairly strong. Prevent the immediate involvement of senior officers, 3-star and 4-star generals, and immediately lobbying Congress or their previous place of employment. This expands that dramatically to 4 years for those officers, while also adding 2-star generals for 2 years and colonels. Chairwoman Spear referenced captains. I don't think they're in this provision, but I certainly hope not. Let me make the point, I think, that we hear often about the gap between the defense industry and the needs of the military, about them understanding what we're trying to get from business and what we're trying to get here in Congress to get those businesses to do, yet now we want them to not talk to us for a longer period of time. We want, even down to colonels, we don't want to talk to you here about that for as much as 2 years. So we're going to lengthen the gap between that knowledge of the military, of the Defense Department, and our industry in Congress and the Department. I'm not sure that helps us achieve the innovation development we want. That's what the amendment does. By prohibiting officers from lobbying and business development, whatever that may mean, lobbying is fairly clearly defined, we now have made that gap even greater. On some idea that we're going to improve ethics. Ethics aren't a matter of regulation. They're not a matter of legislation. I have to be honest with you, and I think we've talked about this before, Chairman. Ethics come from internally in the person. Because we all know that we can put this out there, and based on, interesting manipulation, you can call yourself anything you want and get away with it. Ethics come from people, not from regulation, not from a prohibition. So we can't operate based on assuming that every officer that goes through the Department of Defense somehow will act unethically, and we need to keep them away as long as possible. What, going to go from 4 years and 2 years, we're going to say 6 years? At some point, I want to go back I would like to go back to the provisions that we had last year that we thought were appropriate to do in terms of preventing lobbying, defined as lobbying, and just continue those for this NDAA. But I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment because I really don't think it helps develop the working relationship we need with the defense industry, Department of the Pentagon, and Congress. And at some point in time, we have to depend on either have ethical people or we really should just give up. With that, I will yield time to Mr. Bacon, who's frantically waving over here, and he'll hit me if I don't. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I wasn't trying to wave at you and cut your time short, but thank you for yielding. And Mr. Chair, I think we should only vote for this if we match the same rules to Congress coming out.
I would support that.
We should not have double standards of comparing a four-star general versus a congressman. Thank you. I yield.
Good idea.
I reclaim my time, Mr. Chair. And if we're going to do that, Madam Chairman, then let's be honest about it. We need to have the same prohibition on chiefs of staff, the same prohibition on senior staff of committees. And if you want to extend it as 4 years, ask them how that's going to work for our government. This can get to the level of silly.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. I'll just give up the ghost. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of with you until the last comment. There's nothing silly about this. I think this is important. But I think the point about how far do you go? And I think the gentlelady Ms. Spear is correct. It was, a good, important step we took a few years ago that we put these protections in place. You want to have some of that separation, but you also have a need to have talent that has experience. And I saw some pretty serious proposals last year that I think would have made it very difficult for us to hire anybody in the House that would have, extended it to, I forget, like 5 years. So basically saying if you come to work in government and you develop expertise, your next job, you're not ever going to be able to use that. And I do want to strike a balance between making sure we have strong ethical standards in place for everybody in government, and a balance saying that if you go to work for government, you will then never work again in your chosen field. It's a difficult balance to strike. I think we certainly have more to do than we've done right now. But if we extend it to 4 years for DOD, how does that fit into everything else? And I'm not opposing the amendment. This is something we're going to talk about in conference and try to work our way through. But it is the kind of thing that requires a more comprehensive approach, I believe, than just targeting one particular area at a time. I saw some hands, Mr. Thornberry.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to emphasize the key point to me. Military officers already have the strictest standards in government, and this amendment would double it. And it's one thing if you are going to apply that extraordinarily strict standard across all the agencies and include us, but to treat the military with so much more suspicion and a variety of other things that would go, I think it would be a terrible mistake when they already have the strictest standards in government. So this, to me, goes too far, and it tips the balance that you're just describing between ethics and attracting good talent way too far in the wrong direction. Somebody
I
doesn't
apologize.
mute their microphone.
Someone is unmuted on the remote hearing, so let's make sure everyone's muted. Mr. Conaway.
A couple of quick points. First off, non-compete contracts have some length begin to be unenforceable, and 4 years is approaching that in the private sector. Second thing, this is these men and women have had the highest responsibilities probably in government throughout their career, up until that, especially those 3 and 4 stars. They're making life and death decisions every single day. And so somehow they come out of that role and immediately become charlatans who are out for something terrible. It also insults the men and women who currently in the decision-making process, that somehow some friendship or whatever could affect their decision-making. Again, tonight, we've made no predicate for where the wreck has happened. Where has it been where folks who had served at the revolving door for 2 years, then they go into the sector, and they've taken advantage of it, they've mishandled whatever's going on, they've had some sort of undue influence on the decision makers currently in the position, Department of Defense, these agencies. We're just adding 2 years to it with no basis for why we need 4 versus 2. So again, this is another ready, fire, aim, and I oppose the amendment. Yield back.
Does anybody else seek recognition? Not. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, the amendment is defeated. We're moving on to the next one. I'm going to introduce this one and then turn over responsibility for the next few minutes so I can go get something to eat quickly. Susan, I'll be passing this to you in just a moment. But it is now in order to consider log 265. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, and I'm glad to say this is my last amendment.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? I still say that, and I expect I have to pause and wait for something to happen, but nothing happens. Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and Ms. Spear is recognized for the purposes of discussing her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is quite simple, colleagues. Under current law, DOD must make legally required reports available to the public by posting them on a public website. However, DOD takes advantage of loopholes to avoid posting the reports. This amendment is just straightforward. It would require, to the maximum extent possible, DOD to post these reports not later than 1 week after transmitting them to Congress. It does nothing to undermine the ability of DOD to withhold reports that contain classified, proprietary, or other information that could harm national security. But it would require DOD to post on a public website a citation to the provision of law requiring the report, the date on which the report was submitted to Congress, and the exception that the DOD relied on for not making the contents of the report public. This language is widely supported across the political spectrum, including organizations such as FreedomWorks and Americans for Prosperity signed a letter supporting a version that would apply government-wide. While this amendment only applies to DOD, a government-wide version passed the House on a bipartisan basis by voice vote, and I'm glad to say Ms. Stefanik was a co-sponsor, and was introduced in the Senate by Senator Rob Portman. These are modest and reasonable improvements that would reinforce to the DOD the importance of transparency and accountability. I reserve the balance of my time.
Is there any debate on the amendment?
Good, let's just pass
Mr. Thornberry?
I just have to point out, our back-of-the-envelope guess is that we get 1,000 reports a year, and it may be many more than that. So here's what's going to happen. Under this amendment, they've got to be public within a week. Guess what? They're not going to send them to us until they're ready to go public within a week, And it's going to take longer for us to get all the 1,000 reports that we get. I think this may be one of those things where the consequence is something that we would regret.
Any other comments? Mr. Mitchell?
I would agree with Mr. Thornberry that the intent of the amendment makes sense in terms of the transparency that we're seeking. Clarity that classified and proprietary information is excluded is extremely important, and I don't see it on its face in the amendment. More importantly, the timing is a concern. It's a concern that Mr. Thornberry laid out. If the chairwoman would withdraw it and work on it for the floor, I could support something that said it had to be put out to the general public within 30 days, some time frame that it does not delay.
I'm happy to do that, Mr. Mitchell. I'll withdraw.
If we could do that, I think we come with an answer. I'd like to see clarity on proprietary information, on classified information, so that in fact we specifically say that is excluded.
For purposes of debate, does the gentleman yield?
I certainly will. Thank you.
The gentleman yields.
I'll yield to the chairwoman.
Ms. Spear?
I'm happy to accept that recommendation. I'll withdraw the amendment, and we'll work on it for the floor.
Thank you very much. I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next amendment is Mr. Crow. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
She was choosing it.
There are no teeth in it.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Everybody can find the amendment? The computers, okay. Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the chair recognizes Mr. Crow for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The core of this amendment, the thrust behind this amendment is the idea that America is strong and we are safe because we have friends. You know, we draw tremendous strength from our alliances and from our partnerships and the people around the world who have continuously joined with us to fight alongside us for our shared goals and our shared values. Among those friends are the Syrian nationals, the stateless persons, and the Syrian Kurds who have a great personal risk to themselves and their families, have provided an indispensable service to American military personnel during the prosecution of our fight against ISIS. Over 12,000 of those fighters, men and women, have given their lives fighting alongside us. Many have lost their homes, have had to travel, and can't return from where they came because of the sacrifices that they made. Now, we have friends not just because of our shared values and our goals, but because historically we have stood by them. We have come to their aid just like they have come to ours. We have done that with Iraqi partners, with our Afghan partners, and it is time that we do it again for our Syrian and our Kurdish partners as well. That's why I was proud to join with many of you, and including Mr. Waltz, who, like me, also served in Iraq, to stand by those who have stood by us to propose the Syrian Partner Protection Act. This is the right thing to do, not just because of our values and because our commitment matters and the American handshake should matter, but because we are more safe when people know that if they stand by us, we will stand by them. Unfortunately, it is my understanding that despite our repeated efforts and work, that this amendment does not authorize additional visas. It only authorizes a program for special immigrant visas, and then we would address the issue of visas later. The Congressional Budget Office has continued to score this amendment in a way that will prohibit us from proceeding with the effort at this time. Therefore, I am withdrawing the amendment, but vow to continue to fight with all of you who share my goal to stand with our partners, and in the future we will pass a program that will show that we stand by them and we will protect them and their families. And we will move forward this in the future, but unfortunately, we are forced at this time to withdraw the amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman withdraws the amendment. We'll now consider the next log, which is 461. And for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? Mr. Crow, this is...
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have another amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Many of you know that I've been one of the more outspoken members of Congress and of this committee on the need to end our endless wars overseas, including the war in Afghanistan, which after 19 years, thousands of lives, not just American, but Afghan lives and Iraqi lives and others, trillions of dollars spent. We cannot continue on this path and at the same time meet our domestic needs and also pivot and meet the threats of Russia and China and great power competition. I will continue to work with all of you and be at the forefront of efforts to reassert Congress's role in war powers and recapturing our authorities under the AUMF and working towards ending what have become our endless wars. But like in every issue, there is a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. And I want to make sure that with respect to Afghanistan, as we do this, that we are doing it in the right way. See, in Afghanistan, we are not there alone. Afghanistan is the first time that our NATO partners after 9/11 stood by us and invoked mutual self-defense and came to our aid, and they continue to fight and die with us today. There are tens of thousands of Afghan forces, men and women, who do the same, who have relied on our commitment and are not quite ready to stand on their own. And there are women and children and vulnerable tribal minorities that rely on our security, without which there would be massive humanitarian crisis. That's the genesis of this bill. What we want to do is put guardrails in place and a process in place to ensure that as we have the discussion about reasserting congressional authority, and we have the discussion about the right way to make the pivot in the drawdown forces, that we do it in consideration to our allies, that we engage with them, that we engage with our coalition partners, that we ensure that we are providing some protection to women and children and vulnerable populations, and we, at the same time, reassert war-making authority. So I want to be clear about what this amendment does not do, because there's a few folks that I think have a fundamental misunderstanding. What this amendment does not do is prohibit us from withdrawing troops from Afghanistan. I would not support an effort like that. What it does do is require the administration to engage with this body, to engage with the American people, to provide information and set clear criteria and standards and a deliberate method of doing so that we can have the discussion about how we do it, and we keep the homeland safe, we prevent terrorism, we prevent a civil war in Afghanistan, and we also send a clear message of keeping our commitments. That's what this bill does. So with that, I do ask for your support. This is a challenging and complicated issue. We've worked hard across the aisle to find the way to do it now, to send a message that there is a right way to do this, that our alliances and our word matter, and that we are prepared as a body and as a Congress to have the tough conversations ahead. Madam Chair, I reserve the minute of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves. Is there any debate on the amendment? Yes, please. Madam Chair, can I Yes. also speak in support of this amendment? Please. Madam Chair, I speak in support of this amendment. The bottom line is we have to, as a nation, stay on offense against terrorism. Intelligence officials, military officials have been clear that al-Qaeda, the Haqqani network, the Taliban, and ISIS intend to strike the United States again, and will do so if we completely remove our foot off of their neck. We must fight these wars in places abroad, not here at home. But further, Madam Chair, and to my colleague, Mr. Crow, I think we need to think about Afghanistan a bit differently outside the realm of terrorism as we face our adversaries in the Chinese and the Russian. If we think a moment about the geography, our major base in Afghanistan is on China's western flank, Russia's southern flank. Clearly the Russians don't like us there, and Iran's eastern flank. That territory has been fought and bought with treasure and with blood, and we need to think long and hard as an oversight body before we consider completely walking away. And then finally, Madam Chair and to my colleagues, I would encourage you to support this amendment. I do not think, and I think my colleague Mr. Crow has rightfully not sought to overly tie the administration's hands, but to make sure those pieces are in place, those certifications in place, and that this body is consulted before we completely or consider completely leaving Afghanistan. I support this amendment. I think the bottom line is that we didn't lose in South Vietnam. Right? South Vietnam didn't fall, to use a historical analogy, when we withdrew our troops. It happened when we withdrew our funding after the troops. I just want to express my disappointment in the cuts in the Afghan Security Forces Fund and the Counterterrorism Fund in Iraq. Okay. That is our long-term strategy. And just as the South Korean army is now able to stand on its own and other armies are able to stand on their own after years of American investment, that's the long-term strategy for the Afghans, the Iraqis, the Kurds, and others to be able to stand on their own. And I would encourage my colleagues to oppose additional cuts to those funds. That is our long-term strategy to eventually be able to bring our troops home. And I yield. Thank you. Mr. Moulton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to share my support for this amendment as well. And I think it's important to acknowledge what's going on right now as we have this debate. We're debating this amendment because President Trump, the man who claims he wrote The Art of the Deal, is dealing in human lives with the Taliban. There's been bipartisan criticism of what a weak deal he got with the Taliban, a deal that's already falling apart. But now we learn that he was making this deal at the same time as there were bounties on the heads of American troops, American sons and daughters. We clearly need more oversight over what the president is doing in Afghanistan. I'd like to see the longest war in American history come to a close as well. But I don't want to see it come to a close at the expense of our national security or at the expense of our troops. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there any other debate on the amendment? Yes, Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the next amendment, I presume my friend Mr. Khan of California will seek to reassert Congress's war powers as it relates to Yemen. And many of my Republican colleagues will debate against that war powers amendment, and they'll argue that it unfairly restricts the administration's, or it unfairly ties their hands. But here, many Republicans are going to support Mr. Crow's amendment that in fact ties the administration's hands when it comes to leaving Afghanistan. You know, the gentleman said there's always a right way and a wrong way to leave. I would say that a great nation does not force the next generation to fight their wars. And that's what we've done in Afghanistan. I think the best day to have not had the war in Afghanistan was when we started it, and the next best day is tomorrow. I don't think there's ever a bad day to end the war in Afghanistan. Our generation is weary of this and tired of this, and what this amendment does is it puts additional barriers in front of the administration as they would try to leverage a withdrawal and get the best conditions we can. And certainly, Afghanistan's a dangerous place. The gentleman from Colorado said, well, we might be able to prevent an Afghan civil war. It is not my expectation that we are preventing a whole lot of violence there now. You see the extent to which the administrative districts that the Afghan government is controlling is declining, not raising as a consequence of our continued involvement. Even the military and governmental officials that were executing the war did not have a vision for victory and knew that we were entangled in a mire pile as it was going on. We know this is a consequence of the Afghan papers. Mr. Khan and I have called on the committee to hold hearings on the Afghan papers so that we can ascertain the extent to which our government was negligent with the most precious resource our country has, and that's the blood of our bravest patriots. I know that there are desires to continue to have American taxpayers invest in the Afghani security forces to a greater and greater degree. I'm sure ultimately there'll be some defense contractors that do very well on those deals. But pardon me if I'd just like to make our country great again before we make Kandahar great again. And I think that's, while on this committee that might not be a popular view, I think when we get to the broader Congress, if you've got the right-wing populists like myself and the left-wing populists that are members of the majority party working together, it's going to be hard to stand against where a majority of the American people are, and that is against this war. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Is there further debate on the amendment? Mrs. Cheney?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I want to begin by thanking my colleague, Mr. Crow, for his very diligent work on this. This is a very careful amendment, very careful piece of legislation that focuses on what's really critical about what we need to do to protect our security and what needs to be done in Afghanistan. We need to make sure that we're denying terrorist safe havens. We need to make sure that we are able to continue counterterrorism activity. I listened to my colleague, Mr. Gates, say that, quote, we started it. And I would just urge everyone in this room, and I know all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle recognize how flawed that assessment is. We didn't start this. We were attacked on 9/11. And the reality of the situation is Al-Qaeda, ISIS, a number of those same terrorist groups continue to operate in Afghanistan. In fact, we have reports that Ayman al-Zawahiri has been in Afghanistan recently, may be there now. So we have an obligation as we look at how we're going to be able to continue to protect this nation, to do it in a way that is responsible. This amendment has a waiver. It does not, as my colleague Mr. Gates said, tie the president's hands. But what it does do is it lays out in a very responsible level of specificity what is going to be required if we are going to, in fact, make decisions about troop levels based on conditions on the ground and based on what's required for our own security, not based on political timelines. And that is crucially important, and I think it is our #1 priority. And I think if there's any question about our objectives in Afghanistan, I think we can be very clear that our objectives are to deny terrorist safe havens. Our objectives are to ensure that we have sufficient forces there so that terrorists cannot plot and plan and launch attacks against us again. And that is absolutely crucial for us to be able to maintain our security. So I support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of it. And I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Are there any other further debate? Is there any further debate on the amendment? No? Yeah, under. Okay. I was going to say 2 words, but I can. It's okay.
Thank you, appreciate that. Just to confirm, any further debate? All good. All those in favor of, I believe this is Mr. Crow's amendment, yes, we'll say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call vote is requested. So further consideration of this amendment will be held until the end when we go through the roll call votes.
And give me just one brief moment. All right, apologies. It is now in order to consider log number 362. For what purposes does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. The fiscal year 18 NDAA established an e-commerce model to provide federal agencies opportunities to access e-commerce procurement opportunities, a program managed by the GSA. Essentially, we are paying a portal provider to serve the federal government and run the portal. Last year, I raised a concern brought to me by small businesses in my district. While they were eager to participate in the portal and compete in this process, they were concerned that this structure might in fact ultimately limit competition and push them out of being able to compete in the new e-commerce marketplace. Their concern, one rooted in a pattern we've unfortunately seen before, was that the provider would gain access to their information and turn around and use it to compete against them. Unfortunately, the commercial sector has proven the frequency of third-party data abuses in e-commerce marketplaces. So I proposed an amendment supported by this committee was in the fiscal year 20 NDAA that directed the pilot tests to include a platform that would not allow the portal provider to also act as a seller on the platform in order to allow a fair test of different models. GSA chose not to do that. What we have now is an e-marketplace platform provider that can offer its own products with the potential to eliminate competition in the way my small businesses feared. My amendment seeks to fix that flaw, protect competition, and protect small businesses. My amendment simply says that a company may not both get paid to run an online sales platform for the federal government and use information they gather from that platform in order to compete against those participating in the platform in order to undercut them and sell their own merchandise. My amendment does not prevent any company from participating in the pilot program or in the subsequent award. My amendment strengthens this important program by ensuring robust supplier competition. This is a value I believe we all share. I thank the Oversight and Small Business Committees for granting waivers in recognition of the importance of these guardrails. Unfortunately, the commercial sector has proven the potential for and the frequency of third-party data abuses in e-commerce marketplaces. Congress has held hearings on this issue and heard time and again about companies using data they collect and then create their own competing products to undercut small businesses and other suppliers. These anti-competitive issues remain the subject of investigations in Congress by state attorneys general, as well as in other forums. The current administration is also investigating the presence of dangerous counterfeit goods on commercial e-commerce portals. Here is the Department of Homeland Security report on this very issue discussing their national security and competitiveness concerns. Knowing the same companies are vying for the GSA e-commerce portal proves the necessity of these guardrails. These companies, some of you may have heard from opposing my amendment and would prefer to both get paid to run the platform for the government and to use it to sell their own merchandise with no guardrails to protect competition. I don't think this is the model we should or want to set as we begin piloting this important program to modernize procurement. My colleagues, small businesses are depending on us to protect them, especially now after they have been fighting to stay afloat during COVID. My amendment is supported by the National Association of Wholesaler Distributors because it ensures there's a firewall that protects American small businesses. I understand this is a challenging issue. I will continue to work with the chairman. I will continue to monitor this over the next 12 months. I reserve action for next year's NDAA, should I still be here. And with that, I will withdraw my amendment.
The gentlelady withdraws the amendment, and yeah, we've talked about this issue, and I am very sympathetic to the approach. We just want to make sure that we move the program forward, because I do think that the availability of e-commerce within DoD is important, but the issue that Ms. Escobar raises is also important. If those who are in charge of the porthole are also able to direct people towards their products, there is a competitive problem there, and the whole point in creating the e-commerce portals is to increase competition and efficiency. So we'll continue to work with you on that, and I appreciate you withdrawing the amendment at this time. It is now in order to consider log number 443R1. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Thank you. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and Ms. Escobar is recognized for the purposes of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first recognize, acknowledge, and thank my colleagues, Congressman Brown and Congressman Keating, for their work on this amendment and for their vision and their commitment to this issue. The Insurrection Act is a centuries-old law intended, as military leadership has affirmed, for the most extreme of circumstances. Our consensus amendment provides common sense oversight for the rare instance where this authority might be warranted, congressional consultation, and a certification by the President that the situation merits a military response. Governments have many tools at their disposal. As countless military leaders have affirmed since the President's inflammatory comments, sending active duty into American neighborhoods is an authority to be used for the most extreme of circumstances, an absolute last resort. We apply similar checks to use force abroad. If the President truly must use military force against Americans, against our constituents, Congress, as a co-equal branch, must be able to assess the appropriateness of that usage. This is too important for Congress not to exercise appropriate oversight. I urge my colleagues to support. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. If you understand how we got the Insurrection Act in its present form, I think you'd see that this is a big mistake. Now, while it was originally passed in 1807, it was amended in 1861 in order to give the government the power to use troops in the South during the Civil War. Then it was amended again in 1871 because they didn't feel like they had enough power to do what they needed to do to protect free blacks from the Ku Klux Klan. And then it was amended again with the Posse Comitatus Act a little bit later in the 1870s. Unfortunately, it had to be used during Reconstruction. President Grant had to use it in South Carolina and Louisiana. President Eisenhower had to use it in Little Rock, Arkansas. President Kennedy had to use it, and all these times against the governor's request. President Kennedy had to use it in Mississippi and Alabama in the 1960s. It's been used in riots across America by Democratic presidents. It's been used by Republican presidents like George H.W. Bush to respond to matters where the governors were asking him to come in. There are times when things just fall apart, and we need our president to have the power to do what's necessary to protect the American people, whether it's free blacks during Reconstruction or whether it's people who were being blocked from being able to integrate our schools during the Civil Rights era. There are also times when it's necessary for the president to step in because there's a failure, complete failure and breakdown in local and state leadership, as I talked about earlier with regard to New Orleans and the aftermath of Katrina. The
truth of the matter is that we've had this law for 228 years. It's rarely used, and limiting the president's authority is generally unnecessary and unwise when the dynamics in play involves violence and the potential threats to innocent lives. Diluting the president's authority by giving Congress power to terminate his response could adversely and unnecessarily impact the effectiveness of that response. Now, let's be clear, this has come up because of what President Trump said a few weeks ago. We know from the briefing we all sat in on with the Secretary of the Army that the president never, ever used the Insurrection Act. Any proposed change in this law because of that is an award and infringement upon the authority of any president. And I beg people in this room, when you do this, take President Trump out of your mind, because there are going to be presidents down the road who are not going to be President Trump, and you are limiting them with these sorts of things. If we had done what is proposed in this amendment, it would have threatened what President Eisenhower had to do in Arkansas, what President Kennedy had to do in Mississippi and Alabama. Surely the majority does not intend that. So I would ask all of us to think through both the historic development of this law and how it's been historically used, and also think through what we would be doing to limit future presidents that need this power and don't need Congress to be limiting them when they have to respond in a moment of great danger to people in a local area and perhaps across an entire state. So I understand that there are concerns about what the president said a few weeks ago. I publicly said that I did not think he should use the Insurrection Act, and I was quoted in the national press about that. But I don't think that's a basis for us to tie the hands of him or any future president when we know that this is rarely, rarely, rarely used.
Would the gentleman yield?
Just one second. But when it was used because it had to be used. And we want presidents to use it when it has to be used. And I do yield to the gentlelady.
Thank you so much. And I don't disagree with you. This truly, just as a co-equal branch of government, is requiring consultation with Congress, the governing body closest to the people. And so I would request that with an open mind.
But taking my time back, your bill goes beyond that, and I don't have time to go into it, but you've got some other things in your bill besides that. And they do place a limit on the president's power.
The bill's different than the amendment.
It's not just consultation. There's more to it than that. And I think before we do something like that, we ought to listen to what we're going to hear next week from the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. We should probably have further hearings and talk more about this, because for a lot of people, this is all new. But to try to do this through an amendment on this bill when we've just been made aware of some of these facts in the last few weeks, I think is precipitous, and I think it's going to lead to bad law. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Gallego.
Thank you, and I think one of the things I'd like to note is that, Representative Byrne just ran through the history of the Insurrection Act, and part of that history is how many times it has been amended. So clearly it's been amended to fit with the time and the necessity. And I think what we have right now is Representative Escobar saying that this is a new change that needs to occur, while at the same time recognizing that the president needs to have the authority to be able to move fast and swiftly. So a couple of things to note. What I see right now is a both prudent and small check on the president. So what are we asking for? Congressional consultation and a certification by the president that the situation merits a military response. So that many of us, many of you, Republicans and Democrats, we were all texting around that time, is this the right thing to do? And we had legitimate questions about what was happening. And I think that that's something that's meritorious that she has in this amendment. Lastly, if there is a fear, and the fear is, are we tying the president's hands to the point where, given an emerging situation, which can happen, we have seen it, and Representative Byrne is correct, we have seen the Insurrection Act being used for good reasons, where we needed to bring law and order to very malicious situations. Last one, at least I remember correctly, was the Rodney King riots of 1992, right? I think we all agree that that was necessary
and a good use of the Insurrection Act, and of course, all the actions that were done during the desegregation actions of the 1950s and 1960s. But even with that being said, Representative Escobar's amendment actually has enough room to make sure the president can use this emergency powers when necessary. So she's providing enough leeway for any president, not just President Trump, whoever the next president should be, now or into the future, but also providing at least a minimal checks to that power, right? And we've done it before. Representative Byrne, you just recognized that this insurrection has been amended a couple of times. I think this is a slight and moderate amendment that I think we can all agree that provides the balance that we need, which is power to the president to be able to keep law and order, while at the same time giving Congress a certain amount of check to make sure that it's not abused. Thank you, and I yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I just want to clarify that in this most recent response to civil unrest, which obviously is initiated this amendment, the only reason, as we learned from our testimony with Secretary of the Army McCarthy, the only reason active duty forces were being considered and were positioned outside of D.C. was that they were part of a ready brigade that could move quickly when National Guard forces were going to take more time. They were never used. They were sent home within days. And the entire time, what we saw were National Guard forces under the authority of their governor, Title 32, as we've discussed earlier, who are trained in civil unrest in support to civilian authorities, who are trained to reinforce law enforcement, and are used from natural disasters throughout our history to this type of unrest. But this amendment, yes, to my colleague, it does amend the Insurrection Act, but it goes too far. It also gives Congress the authority to terminate the president's use of the Insurrection Act. And I think we are not considering a whole myriad of incidences where this could potentially be used. I don't want a future commander-in-chief having to consult, certify, and potentially be terminated by Congress in things such as, in far more serious pandemics that maybe perhaps affect our food supply, our water supply, our ports, perhaps crippling cyber attacks, terrorists with WMD, a whole host of situations where this mother may I back to Congress, which is really what this is, and the ability to then terminate a multi-century law could be something that we all regret. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield.
Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It really would take a few minutes for us to read this amendment, and were we to do so and somehow disconnect ourselves from the most recent incidents here in Washington, D.C., I suspect we might say, this is a pretty good thing to do. The Insurrection Act is no small matter, and the employment of it is certainly a big matter. And we've heard several examples of where it has been employed in the past. Two parts to this amendment. The first part said that the president has to justify it, and the articles or the things that must be justified are perfectly sensible. I'll allow you to read. You should read those. I think we would want the president to have that justification before he took action. All of those things that are called for here would seem to be just the prior to any action that should be known by the president, writing it out and sending it to Congress allows him to take the action. The second part of this amendment deals with the power of Congress to override or to terminate the presidential action. And I should think we would want that. Not in a willy-nilly way, but in a way that would require both houses of Congress to, by a majority vote, take action to terminate the insurrection action that the president has taken. That is very sensible. I think it was just yesterday we passed off the floor a disallowance of a regulation. It's not going to pass the Senate. The Senate, and in fact, this body, both bodies, two years ago, disallowed a regulation, or several regulations for that matter. It's a balance of power here, and an insurrection action by the president is no small matter. So what Ms. Escobar has put before us is a very balanced authority in which the president must have reasons and state the reasons for the use of the Insurrection Act. And should Congress disagree, both houses, in a very clear way, disapprove and terminate the actions of the president. That's the balance of power that we're going to need now and into the future.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the sponsor to interpret something for me. I'm reading the first paragraph of your language, and it says, whenever unlawful obstructions, combinations, or assemblages or rebellion against the authority of the United States make it impracticable to enforce the laws of the United States in any state by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings, the President may call into federal service such of the militia of any state and use such of the armed forces as the President considers necessary to enforce those laws or to suppress the rebellion. Would what happened in Seattle, Chaz, and it became CHOP, the Capitol Hill occupied protest, would that have qualified, in your opinion, as an unlawful obstruction, combination, or assemblage, or rebellion?
Would the gentleman yield for just a quick second here? So what you're reading there is actually existing law. That's not Ms. Escobar's amendment, just to be clear. And you're asking her to make the legal, and you're asking her to play president for one particular situation in one particular place. Whether we pass this or not, that question is going to have to be answered by whatever president is out there in terms of using the underlying Insurrection Act, and really doesn't have anything to do with her amendment. Now, you're free to, I guess, have that intellectual conversation if you want, but that's not the purpose of what she's offering. That's whether or not the president can do the Insurrection Act. We're talking about what limits we might place on that decision, if that makes sense. So she didn't write that language. That's existing law.
Well, it's throughout, it appears time after time, and it says that it has to be certified to Congress that this is taking place. That is new language.
The certification,
Yeah.
yes.
So would that have been certified as something? I'm trying to understand where this would apply and where it would not apply.
And Mr. Lamborn, so the president would then have to explain to us why he would want to send our troops into Seattle basically to confront American citizens as they are protesting. And, and I will say that the certification essentially means, tell us your plan. Tell us your plan. Many of us, including Secretary Esper, were caught basically unaware of the president's decision or his effort or his thoughts about sending troops into American cities. You had our own Secretary.
Okay, would that have applied in Seattle, in your opinion?
Well, so that would have been up to the president if he would have.
You don't have an opinion?
I would have wanted to weigh the equities. I would have wanted to hear the debate and see the plan.
What's an insurrection?
The gentleman's time has expired.
What's an insurrection?
The gentleman's time has expired. If I may, Ms. Escobar, I think you should take this as an extreme compliment. Mr. Lamborn is imagining you as President of the United States of America. Right now, in this situation, and you are charged with fixing our problems in Seattle. So chew on that one.
I'll need more than 5 minutes.
Yeah, I would hope so. And only 3, actually. All right, Ms. Holland.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank my colleague, Ms. Escobar, for her amendment, and I would like to yield my time to her.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Holland. Here's what I would like everyone to realize. Actually, I want to take us back to the moment of the days and the weeks when Americans were responding in the streets to the brutality of the murder of George Floyd. In that moment, for many Americans, this was the only way that they could respond to what we have all, I hope, come to recognize as a moment that commanded change. I think we can all agree that the president has his powers. They are written in the Constitution. We understand those powers, but we also understand the fact that there need to be checks and balances so that there is not an abuse of power or an abuse of authority. As Chairman Garamendi mentioned, this is actually a very modest request of Congress, and that is that before, and I will tell you, I have taken to heart the fact that this is not about one president. This is about the powers of any president, of any person who is president. We have now seen how far the limits have been stretched on the Insurrection Act and how far they could have gone. The question for us is whether we believe there should be checks and balances, whether we believe that we are a co-equal branch of government, and whether we believe there should be, at a minimum, if our government is going to use troops against our own people, there should be a plan through certification, and whether Congress should be consulted. I think that is very little to ask. I think it is a very modest amendment, and again, I would urge my colleagues to support. Thank you, Ms. Holland. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it just goes too far. Mr. Chairman, in this amendment, it says demonstrable evidence. Demonstrable evidence. A governor who is not acting at all, you can't provide something for something that is not there. So no action at all or inaction, it's very hard to provide demonstrable evidence. A governor who is saying out of his or her mouth, I'm going to take care of this, I'm going to do this, but is doing no actions to respond, there is no demonstrable evidence to show that they have no intention to respond. Further, to say that it doesn't go very far, Section 275 of this amendment, restriction on direct participation by military personnel, I would argue that goes very far. I would say, once again, the fear of what President Trump might do is driving us to make bad law. I can tell you this, if it was left to Congress in 1962, James Meredith would not have been admitted into Ole Miss because they would have kicked it around Congress and they would have kicked it around the Senate and House and no action would have been taken because there were enough votes. Sometimes right is not a popularity vote. It's the right thing to do. If there is something that happens and he abuses that authority, there are remedies for him or her, the president, abusing that. But we are making a bad, knee-jerk decision that has no place right now over the fears that President Trump might have invoked the Insurrection Act, which he did not. We do not need to continue to have knee-jerk reactions on what might be and what could be and what should be. We need to look at the facts and what happened, and this is an overreach of our authority, and it is done in response to what we feared might have happened. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I yield to myself for the moment. I think we have misunderstood what is before us. And I honestly believe that. I think there's people on both sides of this who want to have this implemented correctly. And I think the correct statement would be, in what was initially introduced, in some of the bills that were initially introduced, yeah, that was a knee-jerk reaction. What we have worked out in consultation here is, I think, a very common sense approach to have Congress at least be informed of what's going on. Congress, under this amendment, can only stop the president from using the Insurrection Act if we pass by a majority vote in the House and the Senate, and as a practical matter, it then has to be signed by the president. Now, if the president is of the opinion that he is correctly using the Insurrection Act, then that's probably not going to happen. So as a practical matter, all this does is it says if 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate disagree, then they will overturn the action of the president. Now, there was an earlier version of this that said after 2 weeks, the president's invocation of the Insurrection Act goes away unless Congress approves it. That's what we decided not to do, okay? So, Mr. Kelly, in your situation, the only way the National Guard would not have been allowed to protect Mr. Meredith at the University of Mississippi is if 2/3 of the Congress decided not to. Now, I think that is a reasonable inclusion of the legislative branch in this process. Now, the only other piece of this is up front, he or she, in the future, has to notify us that he's doing it. Yes, in notifying us, he has to basically say, I'm doing it, and here's the reason. He doesn't have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. He doesn't have to prove it, period, okay? I mean, theoretically, in his certification, he could say, I'm doing it because I think it's the right thing to do. You are so notified, okay? Yeah, there's requirements in there, but it basically just says, as Ms. Escobar, I think, made clear, he has to have a reason. He has to state that reason. That's the balance that we're trying to strike. I can tell you, whatever may have started out on this, it is not our intent at this point to simply do this in response to President Trump.
Mr. Chairman, will you yield 1 second?
In one quick
please?
second. It
says
our, I'm
demonstrable.
sorry, I didn't yield. Just
I'm
one
sorry.
second. It is our intent to say that Congress ought to have some say in the process, which they do not now have because of the way we passed the law. This requires notification and then gives us the power to overturn that decision if we so choose. And I personally think that strikes the right balance. But yes, I will yield to Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Chairman, it clearly says demonstrable evidence,
Yeah.
which has a legal definition which is much broader than what you just described. Demonstrable evidence has a legal definition which is a requirement much greater than just the president saying, I did it because I had a whim.
Yeah, no, and I think that's fair. Demonstrable evidence does set a standard. But do we really envision a situation where a president is not, well, if he can't show us demonstrable evidence, then I don't think she should use the Insurrection Act. He should be able to show us demonstrable evidence. I have other people. Mr. Mitchell.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by making a point. Mr. Lamborn's question wasn't about whether my colleague was president, but if, in fact, under the terms of this amendment, would she determine that Seattle, that Chaz, was grounds for the president to invoke the Insurrection Act under the terms of this amendment? And I'll note, frankly, for the record, she didn't answer the question, despite the fact it was put forward.
Will the gentleman yield for just a quick second question on that?
If I keep my time, I will, sir.
Certainly. Just a quick question is, the question there is, that's demonstrable evidence. If the president could show demonstrable evidence, but it sort of implies that as a member of Congress, we would have the power to say, no, I'm sorry, that doesn't qualify.
Let's talk about that. Is that,
Sure.
I'll ask the question to you, Mr. Chair. Is that demonstrable evidence?
I think if the president wanted to say it was, I doubt we could legally overturn him on that, because
With all
that would
due
go to the
respect,
courts.
you haven't answered the question, sir. Is it, in your opinion, demonstrable evidence that they should invoke it?
And I will give you the answer Ms. Escobar gave you. I hope no future president will answer that question in 10 seconds.
With all due respect, but that's the issue we have here is that
We're not saying he has 10 seconds.
this language is specifically about what President Trump uttered. And if we modify language,
No,
if
it's
we make
not.
amendments to bills, every time the president says something we don't like, we don't have any time to do anything else around here. Let's be honest about it. So let me make a couple of other points, and I'll just drop it. The reality is it says the president must consult with Congress in all instances. It doesn't say, well, when you get to us. It doesn't say later. He must do that in advance and certify it with demonstrable evidence. I've read it, Ms. Escobar. It's every possible instance is what it says, to quote it specifically. Every possible instance. Now, we know there are instances, Mr. Waltz has mentioned that we could have significant issues going on that he didn't have the ability to consult with us. Define consulting. Define it in a way that, in fact, it can be achieved under some of those circumstances where, in fact, we are under attack, cyber attack, pandemic attack. We're dealing with one right now that has us meeting like this and meeting on the internet because we can't get together, and that was just allegedly an accident, an unfortunate pandemic. How is he going to consult? We are, in my opinion, we're taking action here because of some ill-advised comment the president made, and yes, God knows it'll hit the media. Should never have been said. Should never have been suggested. But we're going to make life miserable for a president trying to deal with a major issue in the future to make people feel better today about something that was said, and that is not why we're here in this Congress. Absolutely the time I have left. Thank you.
So it wasn't about simply a threat. We all witnessed what happened in Lafayette Square. So we have seen, okay?
Tag, I got 27 seconds. So let's just admit it on the other side of the aisle. It is about what Trump said, and now it's my time, and I got 18 seconds. What Trump said, and about Lafayette Park. Lafayette Park was one of the most ill-advised things I've seen in my life. But that doesn't mean we take centuries-old legislation and we change it because he's irritated the hell out of us. That's not why we're here.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quite frankly, I'm baffled. I'm baffled at this conversation, this discussion. I wasn't excited about, as the chairman mentioned, the first iteration of this amendment, because it would have required Congress to act within 2 weeks or it would be sunsetted. And quite frankly, I don't think we in Congress can act on weighty measures on most anything in 2 weeks. So I'm glad that it came in the format that it did, and it's rather simple, right? Consult with Congress. Doesn't say what the consultation has to be, and it can be fairly de minimis. It says certify. There are 3 elements to the certification in this amendment. Compare that to Mr. Crow's amendment, which we just recently seemingly passed on voice vote. It'll go to a recorded vote later. I think there's 3 or 4 pages of certification. The allegation, if you will, that somehow this is a knee-jerk reaction to President Trump's comment, you've got to ask yourself, why is it then that just 1 hour ago we voted in favor of Congress's participating in the prosecution of a war in Afghanistan? Congress has never done that before. An hour ago, we said that you cannot withdraw troops from Afghanistan. We will hold funding unless you do a whole lot of things. Congress has never done that. Yeah, Congress may have in South Korea, we did it, I think, 2 years ago, said, no, we'll maintain stationing there. We just did it on Mr. Gallego's amendment, peacetime stationing. Never have we said to a wartime president, we will defund a withdrawal, but we did this. Why? In reaction to President Trump? A knee-jerk reaction? Simply because a measure is being proposed in this committee during the course of this president's, the Trump presidency doesn't mean it's knee-jerk. He may have said something, he may have done something. He raises an important issue, and that issue is, what will congressional involvement be when the Insurrection Act is invoked? And there are many of us that believe that Congress has a role. This is minimal. Finally, on demonstrable evidence, that means nothing other than demonstrate. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not clear and convincing. It's not, the preponderance of the evidence. There's no standard there. It's just demonstrate. It could be a scintilla of evidence. Just demonstrate that you have a need. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I have Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna, did you hear me?
Yes, is this,
We got you. Go ahead.
yeah, I have an amendment at the desk?
Oh, sorry, no, I thought you'd wanted to be recognized to speak on this
No.
amendment. If you don't, we'll conclude, and then we'll get to you in just a second.
Thank
Ms. Stefanik.
I yield to Mr. Byrne.
Thank you. The very last provisions of this bill, Mr. Chairman, says restriction on direct participation by military personnel. Now, the way the law works is that the Insurrection Act, even that was passed before the Posse Comitatus Act, the Insurrection Act is an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. You're now putting the restriction of the Posse Comitatus Act on the Insurrection Act with this new Section 275. That's never been done before. Imagine General Grant trying to root out the Ku Klux Klan with that provision. Imagine a white supremacist army taking over a part of one of our cities or a town. How is the president going to root them out if you have that limitation in there? This has not been thought out. We need to stop and take the time to do it right, because you make mistakes like that in a bill like this, and the president will come up later and say, I can't do anything about it. When the governor says, my National Guard can't control this, my state police can't control this, I need the 82nd Airborne Unit. And the president says, I can't put him in there because they can't do the things that are limited by Congress in this law. I don't think this has been thought through, and I wish we would stop and take the time to listen to what we're going to hear next week in the hearing, take the time to have our own hearing in general about it, get some legal people to come here and talk to us about it, so we know exactly what we're doing instead of what is clearly a knee-jerk response. With that, I yield back.
Does anybody else seek recognition? Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Lamborn.
I thank the gentleman. As we've been sitting here, I just got a notice of an article that's coming out in the Wall Street Journal tomorrow or Saturday about what happened in Minneapolis.
I hope my wife doesn't see me.
What happened in Minneapolis is that a police precinct building was abandoned to rioters who set it on fire and did other things and occupied it. And the mayor of Minneapolis said, let it go. Just don't do anything. And all the police pulled back thinking that they were going to prevent that from happening. And it says it touched off a debate over whether the building's abandonment helped save lives in Minneapolis or inspired more violence and destruction in the Twin Cities and elsewhere across the country during this summer's protests against police brutality. So, those kinds of occupations can have potentially widespread effects. So once again, I raise my question to the sponsor or the chairman, would that have been qualified under this language that we're supposed to endorse and pass if they have their way? Is that an unlawful obstruction that qualifies for the president to take action? I mean, I want to know the context. These are real-world events that are happening today, and that's why you're bringing the amendment. I want to know if this applies.
Gentleman, will you yield?
Yes.
How about answering the question? Let's say we don't pass this amendment, okay? The Insurrection Act has to be invoked, so I'll ask you, without this amendment, without what you guys are calling a knee-jerk reaction, which is not, it's actually well thought out, throw this amendment in the garbage, pretend we're just having a debate over the Insurrection Act, would that qualify for the president to use the Insurrection Act, in your opinion?
I'm like Bradley Byrne. I think that the Insurrection Act should only be used as a totally last resort, and I've told that to the press.
So you're not answering the question either in 10
No,
seconds.
I would not have used it myself.
In the case of Minneapolis?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's all we're asking the president to do, is what you did right there, is to say, here's the reason. And, up, down, one way or the other, it doesn't matter whether or not we in this moment think that Seattle or Minneapolis. It matters that if the president makes that decision, he has to tell us why. That's what this does.
But we're tying his hands. We're changing a law that's been on the books for centuries. I think it's a knee-jerk overreaction. I disagree with Mr. Brown. It's an anti-Trump overreaction. That's plain and simple, and that's all it is. I yield back. I yield to the gentleman from Virginia.
I yield back, Mr.
Okay. Ms. Trahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm having trouble understanding the allegiance to centuries-old statute when we have a president who's
capable of making what could have been an irresponsible decision, right? I don't understand the resistance to evolving our laws and calling for more checks and balances when they're tested by a president who is going to call up troops on peaceful protesters. You know, this president has shown us the danger of the Insurrection Act powers wielded for political purposes. And I support this amendment because it's a common sense oversight in the rare moment when the authority granted to the president under the Insurrection Act must be used. So this is not knee-jerk. This is just us evolving with our laws and our checks and balances when we are tested by a commander-in-chief, a president, to the likes we've never seen before. I yield back.
Mr. Carvajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll yield my time to Representative Brown.
Your mic, I don't think your microphone's on.
Mr. Byrne and Mr. Kelly, you raise an important concern, right? Like, I certainly would not want to would have seen any president unable to send in forces to enforce the civil rights legislation. But I think you pointed to the wrong section of the bill. So somehow you're suggesting that the amendment, that Representative Escobar is inserting a new provision in law, and you point to page 6 and 7 that says that you can't use the active military. Well, guess what? That's existing law. She's not writing. It's in here. I've got it right here. 10 U.S. Hold on. It's my time. It's my. I'm not reclaiming my time. I'm keeping my time. It's 10 U.S.C. 275, and it says the
Mr. Byrne,
exact
I'm sorry.
same
Is Mr. Brown?
thing.
Would the gentleman suspend for just a second? One person talking at a time. It's Mr. Brown's time.
Will I have a chance to respond?
You know the rules, Mr. Byrne. If you want to get someone to yield to you, then we can continue the debate. But don't act aggrieved.
Yes, sir.
You have your time, as everyone else has their time.
Yes,
and if
sir.
someone wishes to yield to you, we will do that.
Yes, sir.
We don't need to be upset about it. It's Mr. Brown's time. Mr. Brown, you may speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So current law says you can't use active military unless otherwise authorized in law. That's current law. So Representative Escobar is just taking current law, but somehow you're sort of suggesting that she's manipulating, she's changing, she's tying the hands. The reason why I'm supporting this is it's simple. It's a 3-part certification. Just demonstrate it. Give us a little bit of evidence. Just make a case. Enlist some of those White House lawyers and DOD general counsel. Make a case. Certify it. Easy. Consult. Just give us a call. It's not onerous. Call up the speaker. Call up the leader in the Senate. Just consult. We don't put anyone through any high hurdles and hoops. Just consult. And then finally, if 2/3 of Congress, House and Senate, believe that we need to terminate it, that's a high bar. Then it'll be terminated. But don't read any more into it than that. Because there's already a prohibition under the Insurrection Act of the use of active military unless otherwise authorized by law. Read Section 275 of Title 10. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Banks.
So what you read, Mr. Brown, was the Posse Comitatus Act. The Insurrection Act is unless Congress has acted otherwise, is the exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. With this bill, you're going to put the Posse Comitatus Act restrictions on the Insurrection Act, which means President Eisenhower, President Kennedy could not have put the Army into Ole Miss, into University of Alabama. They could not have done, well, they could put them there, but they couldn't do anything because they would be limited by that law. So you're quoting the Posse Comitatus Act, which we have the Insurrection Act as an exception to. So if you don't want the president to have the authority to do that, just say it. Just repeal the Insurrection Act. Because that's what that is. That is repealing the Insurrection Act. I don't think that's what we all intend to do. That's why we need to stop
That's a distorted reading of the
I'm sorry,
Insurrection
Mr.
Act and the
Brown.
Posse
Mr.
Comitatus.
Brown. Hey, just chill. I got it here.
It hurts when someone
Brown,
interrupts, doesn't
Mr.
it?
Brown, Mr.
Right?
Brown.
It hurts when someone
Mr.
interrupts.
Brown.
And they eat up your time on the clock, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Because you ate up
Anthony?
about 20 seconds of my time.
Are you kidding
as the
me,
chairman
Anthony?
came in and had to correct both of us.
Anthony, please suspend. Your time.
Mr. Chairman, I respect your managing the time, and I would ask that you
Can I
interact
tell
with
you
me
something?
the same way that you
Can
do
I-
with Mr.
can-
Byrne.
Well, I did.
I didn't hear a first name admonition to a member who was interrupting another member, Mr.
Mr. Brown, can we calm down for a second? I did that to Mr. Byrne first, and he stopped when I did it. You did not. And I would have gladly given you that additional time. What I don't want is I don't want it to descend in a shouting match. As I demonstrated to Mr. Byrne, if you want more time, if the clock's, believe me, I think we've proved one thing. We'll find ways to get you more time. But what I can't have is I can't have us shouting over the top of each other. That's all I'm trying to prevent. If you want more time, we'll find a way and we'll get you more time. Nobody's been cut off. Mr. Byrne, it is your time.
I yield 30 seconds to Mr. Brown.
Thank you, and what I'm going to do is use my 30 seconds to make a very sincere, genuine apology to you, to the chairman, and to this committee. No, it is. It's a sincere apology because this committee has acted with courtesy and decorum in a bipartisan matter. Sometimes we get heated, as I did, but I respect the process, the decorum of this committee. Thank you for yielding the time. I yield back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. We
I don't-
grade.
I don't-
I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's your time.
I don't mind heat, because that means you care about the issue. I care about the issue too. You've thought through this issue, I have too. But I don't think you or I have had enough time to think it through, to get to a truly well-informed, reasoned decision about something of this magnitude. I hope no president ever has to use this again. I remember as a child when President Kennedy sent the troops into Alabama. It was awful, but he had to do it. And a future president may have to do it. And we're about to put a restriction on him, I fear. And if a legal scholar wants to come here and show me I'm wrong, I'm fine. I'm not a legal scholar. I'm just an old journeyman lawyer that had to deal with this stuff in the courts. But I fear if you look at the way they've done this, that we've really handcuffed our future president. And I know you don't want that, and I don't want that either. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
All right. I will close off the debate by simply making the observation that, Mr. Byrne, you're in luck. We're not actually sending this into law tonight. This is but the first step in a lengthy process. So we will have the opportunity to continue to discuss this, as we did to get to this point. With that, I'm sorry, did you? No. Okay, that's fine. All right. All right, all those in favor of Ms. Escobar's amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. I will request a roll call vote. Further proceedings on the amendment will be suspended, and we will have a roll call added to the rest of the list. It is now in order to consider log 403. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment. Without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment. And the gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
I hope that this will not be quite so hard. I know that many of us who have served on in our country in uniform were very troubled to watch as members of our National Guard were deployed in Washington as part of their response to recent protests. At the same time, we learned that the President was considering and the Secretary of Defense was preparing to deploy active duty forces under the authorities of the Insurrection Act. Of course, the Insurrection Act was not invoked in this case, but for many Americans, especially younger Americans, it was the first time hearing that this law that was originally drafted more than 200 years ago existed.
For many of our men and women in uniform, it was the first time since taking the sacred oath to protect and defend our nation that they imagined that they might be deployed to act against their own fellow citizens, not against a foreign adversary. I can only speak for myself, but I took that oath to protect and defend this nation, never imagining that I would be deployed against my fellow citizens. My colleagues have offered amendments to constrain or curtail, otherwise increase congressional oversight to the executive branch's power under the Insurrection Act. Personally, I believe these authorities have done some good in our nation's history, and they deserve reexamination and congressional engagement, and I'm very glad that we're having this debate today. My debate is very, very narrow in scope. Currently, Title 10, Section 253 of the U.S. Code reads, "The President, by using the militia or the armed forces, or both, or by any other means, shall take such measures as he considers necessary to suppress in a state any insurrection, domestic violence, unlawful combination, or conspiracy," and then it goes on. But it never actually says what it means by any other means. My amendment would say that any other means is limited to federal law enforcement officers who are clearly identifiable by their name and their agency. In a difficult situation in which the Insurrection Act truly must be invoked, we cannot afford uncertainty and the cloud of war. Our military members are clearly identifiable in their uniforms, and so must our law enforcement officers be too. We have all seen the footage of civilian individuals dressed in ambiguous clothing that suggested law enforcement or military, but frankly, the line is very blurry, and that blurry line puts everyone at greater risk. It's as simple as that, just asking for our law enforcement to be clearly identifiable. I very much ask for your support on this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
You can't do that, unfortunately.
Okay, I yield back my time.
Mr. Mitchell.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. For the sake of transparency, let me share that my oldest son is a police officer, a local police officer, not a federal law enforcement officer. I generally support a provision that requires uniformed officers to display their names and insignia. I was troubled there were uniformed officers that, in fact, were displaying no insignia or name whatsoever on that line at Lafayette Park. However, the amendment's too broad in that it also includes plainclothes officers and officers conducting intel to determine what's going on behind the front lines of that protest, to make sure that, in fact, further violence doesn't happen, that civilians and law enforcement aren't in danger with people with weapons or all the other things that can happen there. I would do a second, an inferior amendment to this, to accept that for plainclothes officers and intel, they would be accepted, but that would trigger a sequential referral, which would not be accepted. I think I would ask the person, the sponsor of the amendment, to rewrite for the floor an amendment that simply indicates if they're uniformed, it has to indicate a name and what branch of law enforcement they're with, and accept that we need plainclothes officers behind the scenes in a number of these events. It can, in fact, diffuse them if properly done. They're not intended to be behind them carrying a baton. They're not very plain clothes at that point. But I think we need to make that exception. We're putting people at risk. And to be absolutely honest with you, my son is worth both sides of that. He had to work protests where he was uniformed, and he also had to work in protests that he was plain clothes. So he very recently, had to do both. And it puts people at risk. So I oppose it in its current form. I would support it if reworded in that kind of manner. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Does anybody seek recognition? I think, Ms. Willan, do you want more time?
Am I allowed to have more time?
Again,
Mr.
I
Chair,
need to
if
get
I could
somebody
yield
else.
my time, I'm sorry.
yeah, well, we'll get some. Ms. Davis? Ms. Willan, you're recognized.
First of all, I really want to commend you and your son for his service. And I do understand what you're asking. I think that my struggle is that we ask this very thing of our military in uniform, and it just doesn't seem to be terribly unreasonable to ask anybody in uniform that they present insignia, name, where they come from as well. Of course.
I agree wholeheartedly with you, and that's why I say if we rework the amendment to say that, in fact, if they are in uniform, it has the insignia and the name on it, so we know, the public knows where they're from. I was not happy to see that at Lafayette Park, And so if we were, I would have absolute support, because I think it's wrong to not have them identified.
And can I reclaim my time for just a
Absolutely,
second?
thank you.
So just a point of clarification, this is only about federal law enforcement. And so my understanding is that this isn't really a conversation, we're kind of talking across each other. And so I'm not aware that there would be any federal law enforcement that this would be applicable to, of course.
Federal law enforcement, a couple of different agencies did have plain clothes. My understanding is trying to identify behind the scenes if there were issues. I think we just, if they don't have any, then it doesn't apply. If they do, then they aren't covered by it. So it's, at that point, it's moot if there are no plainclothes federal law enforcement involved at that point.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hillham, would you yield for a moment?